dim lighting, the faint music filtering through thick walls. I feel his hands on me again, exactly as they were that night. The way he'd stripped me, left me naked and vulnerable before him, then lifted me onto his desk, scattering papers without care. His fingers had traced fire up my thighs, seeking out the line of my pussy until I was writhing, desperate for him. And the hum of the vibrator, the jolt of pleasure that he'd drawn from me. I press my thighs together, clutching at the sheets. "No," I whisper, but it's too late. The dream has me in its grip now. His hard body covers mine, his powerful thighs pinning me to the desk. I squirm against him, feeling his cock, thick and heavy, nudging at my entrance. I try to spread my legs, needing to feel him inside me, but he holds me down, one hand fisted in my hair, the other holding my wrists above my head. The position leaves me completely exposed, at his mercy. I moan his name, the sound muffled by his mouth devouring mine. His kiss is relentless, demanding, our tongues tangling. He breaks the kiss, looking down at me with dark, burning eyes. He stills above me, his breath hot on my face. I arch against him, rubbing my body against his, seeking friction, needing to feel him. He rocks his hips against mine, and the hard length of him teases my entrance. I whimper, trying to move against him, wanting more. With a groan, he reaches between us, wrapping his hand around his cock. I feel the broad head nudge at my opening, the slick tip breaching me. "Look at me." His voice is a command, and I obey. Our eyes lock as he pushes inside. Inch by relentless inch. I bite my lip, suppressing a cry. His jaw clenches as he watches me, studying my reaction. "You like this, don't you?" He teases my clit with a fingertip, swirling circles that match the rhythm of his hips. I nod, breathless. "Yes." I tilt. He eases out, then thrusts back in, setting a slow, deliberate pace. "You like being filled," was brassed. Yes. The word is ripped from me as he thrusts deep, stroking that spot inside me that makes my vision spark. More. His eyes burn into mine as he increases the pace, driving into me harder, faster. "My greedy little Devochka," he growls, his hand closing around my throat. His grip on my throat chokes off my response. But I don't need words to communicate my surrender. My body bows beneath him, offering itself to him. I wrap my legs around his waist, needing him closer, needing to feel him in every part of me. He lets go of my throat, and his hand slides down my body, cupping my ass. He pulls me tighter against him, lifting me to meet his relentless thrusts. I cry out, caught between pleasure and pain, as he fills me completely, over and over. I'm surrounded by him, possessed by him. "Good girl," he grits out, his eyes locked on mine. "Take it all." He's potty. The pressure builds, coiling in my core. My body clenches around him, milking his cock as I shatter into a million pieces. "Yes, God. Yes!" I cry out, my inner walls fluttering around him as my release crashes over me. "Alexei!" The sound of my own voice jerks me from sleep. Shit! What the hell? I press my hands to my burning cheeks, trying to shake off the lingering sensations. My body still thrums with unfulfilled desire. making me acutely aware of the empty bed around me. God, what the fuck is wrong with you? Stells, I squeeze my eyes shut. This is insane. It's bad enough that I'm locked in this luxurious prison. But now, I'm obsessing about the man who's imprisoned me. I slump back onto the pillows, fighting back tears. I don't know what's worse, knowing that I'm trapped here, or knowing that I still want him.
Chapter 29. Alexei, Alexei, my name, called out in a hoarse moan. Stella shifts, her fingers curling against the sheets as if reaching for me. Her breath quickens, catching in her throat. I lean closer to the screen, watching her unconscious form. On the bed, her body arches softly, hands moving over herself. The sheets slip away, baring her skin. She moans again, hips lifting, thighs parting in silent invitation. I burn to join her, to taste that soft skin, to hear my name from her lips when she's awake and aware. But she doesn't know I'm here, doesn't know I'm watching. This is wrong. An invasion. I know it, even as my thumb hovers over the screen, zooming in to focus on her parted lips, the swell of her breasts. My body tightens in response, my need urgent and visceral. I'm painfully aware of my own bed, waiting in the room beyond, of the many ways I could satisfy this ache. My hands on my own flesh, just as she touches herself. But the idea of release without her, it doesn't sit right. I clench my jaw, resisting the urge to touch myself as I watch her dream. Her eyelids flutter, her breath quickening. Her fingers dip between her thighs, shy at first, then more certain. I think of how unaware she is that I'm witnessing this private moment, that she's sharing this with me, even in her sleep. She whimpers, her breath shuddering as her fingers find purchase. My own breath hitches in response, my body thrumming with need. On the screen, she's oblivious, lost in her pleasure. It's just her and her touch, and me, always me. The shadows in the room hide me, but she senses my presence. Even in sleep, she moves against her own hand as if it's mine, as if she can feel me watching. Her fingers quicken, her breath coming in harsh pants. Her thighs part further, offering herself up. Yes. God. Yes, she moans. Her skin flushes, her lips part, and her eyes squeeze shut as she peeks. Alexei. The cry is rough. I feel a release like it's my own, my name torn from her lips. It vibrates through me, and I close my eyes, letting the sound ripple through me. Slowly, I open my eyes. She's half sitting now, looking around her. I stiffen. Blyad, can she sense me? Don't be ridiculous. Not possible. Stella sinks back onto the bed, her brow furrowed. She lies still, chest rising and falling in the aftermath. Her hair fans across the pillow, dark against the silk, and her lips part slightly as she exhales. It takes everything I have not to go to her, to walk through the manor, down the hallways, and into her room, to claim what she unknowingly offered in her sleep. But the impulse unsettles me, its possessiveness taken too far, even for me. So, I step back from the screen, tearing myself away. I shouldn't have come here, to these cameras. I shouldn't have given in to the need to watch her, because now, I know she dreams of me. I know that. On some level, she wants me, too, and that knowledge is a drug, a dangerous pull that I can't ignore. Run. I need to run off this energy that doesn't belong in me. I walked away from my own wedding today, turned a dozen dangerous men against me. And yet, what bothers me most is the sound of my name on her lips, already in my sweats and running shoes. I leave the room and head out of the building. I slide into an easy lope that takes me smoothly through the grounds of the estate. Away from the house. Away from her. I cover the ground in long, earth-eating strides, focusing on pouring my frustration into each step. It doesn't work. I push harder, legs burning as I sprint up the hill behind the mansion. The familiar path should clear my head, should exhaust me enough to sleep. But her voice echoes in my mind. Alexei. That little hitch at the end as she came undone, dreaming of me. Blyad. Even the night air feels charged. Electric with possibility. With need. My feet carry me down the slope, each impact jarring through my bones. The manor's lights glow ahead, beckoning. The right wing, my domain, lies dark and still. But the left wing, I fix my eyes on a row of windows along one side of the sprawling building. Her rooms. My stride falters. I slow, breath harsh in my lungs as I stare up at those windows. Is she sleeping? Dreaming again? Or the memory of her writhing body floods back her soft moans. Her fingers clutching. Heat courses through me, and I clench my fists. This isn't like me. I don't fixate, don't obsess. Yet here I am, drawn to her, irresistibly. My feet carry me closer to the left wing. Each step feels inevitable, as if I'm being pulled by an invisible thread. The security cameras track my movement. I feel their electronic eyes on me, recording this moment of weakness. The grass is damp beneath my shoes as I cross the lawn. I should turn back to my wing, to my cold bed and colder thoughts. But her window calls to me, and I'm powerless to resist. I head back to the building, just to check on her. Yeah, right. That's what you're doing. Mudak. I stop outside her door. I don't need to go further. I can stay right here. And this never has to become more than a fleeting moment of weakness, until her scream cuts through the night. Raw and primal. I freeze, my hand hovering over the handle. Another cry follows. Mom, Dad. And something inside me splinters. The sound pierces my defenses, strips away years of careful control. My fingers curl around the handle before I can stop myself. Turn back. Pizda. Now. But her next cry hits me square in the chest. The terror in her voice, it reminds me of myself at 10, watching my mother vanish, of finding her empty room, knowing she'd never return. Please. Stella's voice breaks on a sob. My resolve crumbles. I push the door open, moving silently into her room. What the fuck are you doing? Dolboyob? Moonlight spills across her bed, illuminating her thrashing shape. Her face twists in anguish, tears tracking down her cheeks. The sight hits me harder than I could expect. She twists in the sheets, fighting invisible demons. Don't leave me. The words tear from her throat, raw with grief. My feet carry me to her bedside. I shouldn't be here, shouldn't witness this private pain. But my hand reaches out. My fingers brush her shoulder. She flinches, curling tighter into herself. Another sob racks her frame. Sure. The sound escapes me before I can catch it. You're safe. To Elstad. Her breathing hitches. I should leave. Now. Before she wakes. Before this moment of weakness fucks everything up. But her hand finds mine in the darkness. gripping tight. The contact burns through me, melting what's left of my resistance. When the sheet slides down her chest, there's no doubt about what I'm going to do next. I ease onto the bed, keeping my movements slow and controlled. Stella's fingers tighten around mine, her breath catching. Even in sleep, her body recognizes me. The mattress dips beneath my weight. She turns toward me, seeking warmth. My free hand traces her jaw, following the curve down to her throat. Her pulse flutters beneath my touch. Zajic, the endearment slips out again. Her skin is silk under my fingertips, tempting me to explore further. I trace the line of her collarbone, memorizing each dip and hollow. She sighs, pressing closer. She's still in the clothing she arrived in. The thin fabric of her shirt does nothing to hide her curves. My hand slides lower, following the swell of her breast. Her nipple pebbles beneath my palm. Her back arches, offering herself up. Even in sleep, she knows what she wants. What we both want. I shouldn't be here. Shouldn't touch her like this. But her unconscious trust undoes me. The way she melts into my touch, it's instinctive. Her leg hooks over mine, drawing me closer. The heat of her pussy presses against my thigh. My control fractures. I capture her mouth, swallowing her soft moan. Her lips part instantly, welcoming me. She tastes of mint and soft. Needy woman. Her hands find my shoulders, nails digging in as she pulls me closer. The pain grounds me, reminds me this is real. I break the kiss to trace her jaw, her throat. She tilts her head back, offering more access. My teeth graze her pulse point, and she gasps. Alexei. My name falls from her lips again, but different this time. Awake, aware. I capture her mouth again, gentler this time. Her lips are soft, yielding. The lingering salt of tears mixes with her natural sweetness. My hand cradles her face, thumb brushing away the wetness on her cheeks. She stirs beneath me, consciousness seeping in. Her breath catches as awareness floods her system. For a moment, she stiffens. Shh, I murmur against her lips. Yazdes. I'm here. What is ill first? Her body relaxes, melting into mine. Her fingers trail at my chest, exploring, testing, when they tangle in my hair, pulling me closer. Something inside me sparks. Her mouth opens under mine, and I trace her lower lip with my tongue, savoring her quiet gasp. When I delve inside, she meets me, stroke for stroke. The kiss deepens, grows hungrier. Her nails scrape my scalp, sensations rippling at the contact. My hand slides to her throat, feeling her pulse race beneath my palm. She pushes herself against me. The soft curves of her body fit perfectly against my harder planes. Her mound grinds against the hard line of my cock, and a growl builds in my chest. My usual iron control slips, need taking over. Her fingers tug at my shirt, urgent and needy. I help her pull it off, tossing it aside. Her hands explore my chest, tracing the lines of my tattoos. Oh, she sighs, following the path of a black raven with her fingertips. I capture her wrist, pressing a kiss to her palm. Her skin is warm against my lips. I release her hand to slide my fingers under her top, skimming her ribs. She shudders but doesn't stop me. Off, I say. She lifts her arms. I ease the fabric up, revealing her inch by inch. The moonlight paints her skin silver, highlighting every curve. Her breasts spill free, nipples tightening in the cool air. Krasivaya. I breathe, drinking in the sight of her. Her hands move to cover herself, but I catch them. No, let me see you. I trail my fingers down her sternum, between her breasts. Her breath grows ragged. I take my time exploring her body, learning what makes her gasp, what makes her moan. When I cup her breast, rolling the nipple between my fingers, she whimpers. Alexei. Her voice breaks on my name. I've got you. Zaychik. I replace my fingers with my mouth, drawing the peak between my lips. Her back bows as she thrusts her chest forward, soft flesh filling my mouth. My hands find her waistband, tugging at her pants. She lifts her hips and I slide the fabric down. When she's bare beneath me, I pause to take her in. She's perfect, all soft curves and moonlit skin. Mine to protect, mine to pleasure. I trace patterns on her thigh, working my way up slowly. Her legs part for me. Soft, inviting, but I keep my touch light, teasing, building her need until she's squirming beneath me. Please, she whispers, her voice thick with desire. She doesn't have to ask twice. My need is a live wire inside me, but I force myself to slow down, to savor. She jerks as my fingers spread the lips of her pussy, gasping at the first brush of my thumb against her clit. So sensitive, I murmur, already addicted to the little noises she makes. Her hips buck gently, seeking more pressure, but I keep my touch light, teasing her with tiny circles. Beautiful. Zaychik. My thumb presses slightly harder, and she whimpers, her walls clenching around my fingers. So fucking wet. I breathe, curving my fingers to find the spot that will unravel her. Yes, her walls clench around my fingers, and her hips rock gently. They're, oh, God. Right there is Sofeng. I grin. Possessiveness, swelling. My tongue flicks out, tasting her neck as my fingers work her gently, expertly, building her to a peak. But I don't take her over the edge. Not yet. Instead, I slide my hand lower, delving into her heat. She's slick, throbbing, her fingers tangling in the sheets. I add a second finger, testing, stretching. Her walls grip me, pulling me in. Her breath catches. Alexei. Her hips push down, silently begging for more. My cock throbs at the sound of my name on her lips. Need pulses between my legs, but I keep my focus on her. I slide a third finger inside, curling them to find that spot again. Is that the place? Krasivaya. Yes, yes. There. She presses down, impaling herself on my fingers. Her inner walls clench and flutter, milking my fingers as she spirals up. Fuck, I'm close. So close. Please. Alexei. Her plea is a command, one I'm helpless to deny. I drop a kiss to her throat, nipping lightly. Come for me. Zaychik. Let me feel it. Visor phrase. Her fingers tighten in my hair, and her back arches. Ah! Her cry is muffled against my shoulder, but her body speaks volumes. Her walls pulse around my fingers, squeezing as wave after wave of pleasure rolls through her. Her release washes over her, and my fingers slide free. I don't wait. With one smooth movement, I roll between her thighs, nudging her legs apart with my knee. Her heat surrounds me, swallowing me in. I hiss in a breath as I thrust deep into her. My eyes squeeze shut as her body welcomes me. God. She's tight. I force myself to slow down, to hold off. Her hands find my biceps, her nails digging in. A flash of uncertainty crosses her face, a moment of doubt. I almost need to reassure her, but before I can find the words, she moves beneath me. Her hips tilt, and our bodies finally align. I'm buried inside her, surrounded by wet heat. Her legs wrap around my waist, her heels locking at the small of my back. Her breath comes in short gasps, and she meets my eyes. For a moment, we're just breathing. Her eyes search mine. Green depths swirling with need and uncertainty and something more. I start to move, slowly at first. A soft, slick slide. She bobs her hips, taking me deeper, and I groan at the sensation. Her inner walls are like soft, slick velvet, massaging me. I flex my hips, testing. Her hands clench on my shoulders, and she arches her back, pushing herself onto me. Already, she's close again. Her breath catches, and her eyelids flutter as she teeters on the edge. One strong thrust, right where she needs it, and she'll shatter. You feel so good, I murmur, brushing her hair back from her face. She whimpers at the contact, her walls fluttering. More, please. More. I know. I thumb her nipples, rolling them gently. You're fucking perfect. Krasivaya. I thrust harder, deeper. Take it all. Incrate, she keens, her inner muscles clenching around me. She's wet silk. Fire. Her muscles milking me as she peeks again. The sensation is too much, and my body reacts, taking over. My hips snap forward, my own orgasm building. Already, I'm balancing on a knife edge, but not yet. Not before I can watch her come undone again. I prop myself on an elbow, withdrawing slightly and dangling my hips. She's tight and slick, muscles fluttering around me as she tries to pull me back in. My thumb finds her clit, circling it gently. Come for me again. Zaczek. It's still. She claws at my back as I thrust forward, seating myself. Her inner walls flutter, milking my cock as her orgasm hits. Her mouth opens on a silent cry. I'm nearly there. The pleasure building to an explosive high. Her skin is flushed, her lips swollen from my kisses. Her pussy clenches around me as she spirals down. My hips stutter, burying myself as deep as I can. A groan tears from my throat as I spill myself into her. For a long moment, we're fused together. I hold still, breath harsh in my lungs. My eyes squeezed shut as wave after wave of pleasure ripples through me. Her arms wrap around me, pulling me close, and I'm powerless to resist. She's soft and warm, her scent filling my lungs. I turn my face into her neck, breathing her in. Already, my mind is whirring. I should never have come to her. Shouldn't be here in her bed. But her lips press to my shoulder, and I can't bring myself to break the connection. My instincts scream to stay, to claim. Alexei? Her voice is sleep husky, uncertain. I tense, slowly becoming aware of the position I'm in, of what I've done, of the consequences. I roll away, sliding from her clasping pussy as I settle onto my side, pulling her against me. Stupid fucker. What the fuck am I doing? Are you... She's hesitant. Sleep, I tell her, holding her more firmly against me. The demons are gone now. Her nightmares eased. But the strange urge to hold her lingers. I wait until her breath evens out and her body goes limp. Then I carefully untangle myself from her soft, clinging limbs. I slide out of the bed, reach for my clothes, and I leave.
Chapter 30. Stella. Sunlight streams through the French doors, making my head throb. I tear my eyes away from the windows and reach across the sheets, finding only cold emptiness where Alexi's warmth should be. Was it just another dream? The pleasant ache between my legs suggests otherwise. I press my palm against my forehead, willing the headache to go away. The room spins slightly as I sit up, my stomach growling in protest of missed meals. Shit. I'm naked. Memories of last night flash through my mind, his gentle kisses, tender touches. So different from when we'd been together before. He's always been so aloof. Last night was different. Zajic. He called me. I remember that from when I was a kid. Little Rabbit. The endearment echoes in my mind. Did I make that up too? My reflection in the ornate mirror shows tangled hair and kiss-bruised lips. Real then. The marks on my neck remove any doubt. I touch them gently, remembering the careful way he held me after. So at odds with what I've come to expect from him. You smell like sex. Boyana pipes. Will you shut up? I grumble. But she's right. A shower would be a good idea. I cross the room to the door on the other side that opens into a bathroom. It's huge and ostentatious, just like the rest of the place. I take in the gleaming gold taps and marble fittings before moving to the shower and stepping into the cubicle. The water hits me in a gentle rainfall, and I sigh as I soap off with the jasmine-scented body wash I find on the counter. Minutes later, fragrant and refreshed, I step out and wrap myself in a fluffy towel before returning to the bedroom. There's a small tea station on the dresser, a kettle with a teacup and a selection of herbal teas. I pick out a soothing chamomile and brew myself a cup, sinking onto the dresser seat. It doesn't soothe me. How could it? My life just turned upside down. My stomach growls again. Louder this time. I need to move. To find food. To prove to myself I'm not actually trapped in some elaborate fantasy. Toweling myself dry, I take another look around. The silk robe draped over a nearby chair wasn't there yesterday, another sign of his presence. Or the staff's efficiency? I wrap it around myself, the material whispering against my skin as I approach the bedroom door. My hand hesitates on the handle. Am I allowed to wander? The growing hunger makes the decision for me. I swing the door open, then stop short with a yelp. Imelda is standing on the other side with a tray. Oh, I struggle to find my wits. Breakfast. Miss Stella. She nods down at the tray before stepping past me into the room. I stare at the tray Imelda sets on the small table beside the window's 2 small poached eggs, half a grapefruit, and plain toast. My stomach growls in protest. Is this all? The words slip out before I can stop them. Mr. Tarasov's orders. Good food for baby. She turns to leave, clearly not sympathetic. I sink into the chair, poking at one of the eggs with my fork. The yolk breaks, running across the plate in a sad yellow stream. After last night's activities, I need more than this bird food. He's trying to control your weight. Bojana whispers. My hand clenches around the fork. No. I refuse to let that man dictate my eating habits. I wolf the eggs down, followed by the toast, and then scoop out the grapefruit and eat it hungrily. The meal barely touches sides. I wait until I'm sure there's no sound from outside before slipping out of the room. The hallway stretches in both directions, but I catch a whiff of coffee from the right. There's a kitchen somewhere nearby. I can smell it. My stomach growls again. I follow the scent, letting my nostrils guide me. It's not long before I find what I'm looking for. The kitchen is enormous, all gleaming stainless steel and pristine white surfaces. I trail my fingers along the marble countertop, taking in the professional-grade equipment. 3 ovens, a massive gas range, and more appliances than I can name line the walls. There's a plate of apple danishes on the counter. Hallelujah, says Bojana. I grab one, taking a hungry bite from the sweet, flaky pastry. God, that's good. I groan around it. I glance around, taking in the rest of the room. My eyes catch on something unexpected, a medical-grade refrigerator in the corner. Its steel surface standing out against the white cabinetry. The scientist in me perks up at the sight of the specialized unit, hastily eating a few more bites of my pastry. I set it down and glance over my shoulder before approaching. The digital display shows a perfect 2 degrees Celsius temperature maintenance. Definitely not for storing leftovers. Opening the door sends a wave of cold air across my face. Rows of medications fill the shelves, each one precisely labeled and organized. My breath catches as I spot the distinctive packaging of gabapentin. That's for neurological disorders. What's it doing here? Looking for something? I jump, slamming the fridge door shut. A woman stands in the doorway, her elegant posture a stark contrast to my guilty stance. Her dark eyes pin me in place, assessing and cold. My heart is thundering as I face the woman. Her tailored suit and perfect poise make me painfully aware of my silk robe and damp hair. I was just... The words stick in my throat. Who the fuck is she? Bojana's voice is strident. Whoever she is, she clearly belongs here. Like the lady of the house. Like a wife. Oh, God. He's married. My appetite disappears in a rush, replaced by the familiar morning nausea. Of course, Alexei has a partner. A sophisticated, beautiful woman who probably doesn't raid kitchens in her sleepwear. And what about that angry woman at the party? There seemed to be something between them, too. Maybe it's an open marriage. Rich guys like him do weird shit like that all the time. Bojana Chimezin. Because that's the way her twisted mind works. Seriously. Bojana? Just what? The woman presses, looking at me strangely. Her accent matches Alexei's. Her tone sharp as cut glass. Snooping through private medical supplies? No. I mean, yes, but... I wrap my arms around myself, the robe offering little protection from her icy stare. I have a background in neuroscience. The names caught my attention. I shouldn't have. Miss Deanna. Imelda bustles in with fresh coffee. Your morning tea is ready in the study. Where? Thank you. Imelda. Diana's gaze doesn't leave my face. I see our guest has made alternative breakfast arrangements. This body, heat floods my cheeks as I spot crumbs from the Danish on my robe. The portions were quite small. Bose moi. Diana pinches the bridge of her nose. My brother and his bullshit. Take Tivit. Brother? She's his sister. Oh, Thank God. Relief floods me. The thought of having a baby with a married man is too much to add to my growing list of grievances. It would be beyond fucked up. And now that I'm looking at her, the resemblance is obvious. Same dark eyes. Same firm set to her jaw. Like a female version of him. Except her hair is a rich, dark shade of auburn where his is black. Diana's voice cuts through my relief like a blade. Stealing food is beneath even common thieves. I expected better from someone carrying my brother's child. Why, my fingers clutch the silk robe tighter. I wasn't stealing. Those pastries are for the staff's breakfast. She gestures to the half-eaten Danish on the counter. And rifling through private medical supplies? Unacceptable. Whenever mine. Look. I'm sorry. I didn't know. The words come out small and pathetic. Clearly. Her perfectly manicured nail taps against the marble counter. Your meals are specifically planned for optimal prenatal nutrition. If you have concerns about portions, speak with the staff. Don't skulk around like a common vor. It's die. Heat burns across my face. I want to defend myself. Explain about the hunger and curiosity. But her stern presence reduces me to feeling like a scolded child. Return to your room. She turns away, dismissing me. Imelda will bring you a proper mid-morning snack at 10. Where next? I shuffle backward. Shame making my movements clumsy. The kitchen's warmth gives way to the cool hallway as I retreat. My bare feet silent on the cool floor. Back in my room. I sink onto the bed. Humiliation settling over me like a heavy blanket. That went well. Bojana Kips. Shut up. I press my palms against my burning cheeks. Just shut up. End. The room suddenly feels even more confining. The elegant furnishings mock my graceless morning adventure. I drift back to the window, trying to forget my moment of shame. As I stare out, a sleek black Mercedes pulls up the circular drive. Its dark windows gleaming in the morning sun. The car door opens, and my brow furrows as recognition sinks in. It's the woman from the party. The one whose dress I ruined. Who looked at me like dirt under her expensive shoes. Even from here, I can see the perfection of her appearance, not a hair out of place from her sleek black bob. Her cream designer suit oozing class. She slides out of the vehicle, gliding across the courtyard to the stairs like a ramp model. My fingers press against the cool glass as I watch her. Well, this is awkward. Bojana Keeps. Your baby daddy's girlfriend just showed up. And I step back from the window, afraid she'll look up and catch me gawping at her. She clearly belongs in this world of mind-numbing wealth and unthinkable power. I'm just me. The event planner who got knocked up by a man who is apparently involved with someone else. She pauses at the front steps, smoothing her immaculate hair with manicured fingers. The sunlight catches on a massive diamond ring. My stomach lurches. And this time it's not morning sickness. That's an engagement ring. And she's walking into his side of the mansion as if she owns the place. What the hell is going on here? I move back to the window, unable to look away as she floats up the steps. Her movements are too perfect, like a mechanical doll wound up tight. Now that I'm really looking, I can see all the work she's had done, the sharp cut of her nose job, the dramatic cat-eye lift at the corners of her eyes, lips plumped just to the edge of natural, and there's no way that God gave her those boobs. My fingers drift to my own face in the window's reflection. No fillers. No Botox. Just the slight darkness under my eyes from morning sickness and worry. My brown hair falls in natural waves. Nothing like her precision-cut black bob. I glance down at my borrowed silk robe, then back at her designer outfit. The contrast couldn't be more stark. She looks like a beauty queen and I'm just plain Stella. At least your tits are real. Boyana chirps. I ignore her, but my eyes drift back to that perfectly rounded chest. Definitely augmented, like everything else about her. She's had herself sculpted into some ideal of perfection. While my hand dips to my still flat stomach. Soon I'll be swollen and stretched, getting bigger while she maintains her artificial perfection. The thought makes my throat tight. What was Alexei thinking? Choosing someone like me for even one night when he has that? The engagement ring on her finger catches the sun again, sending rainbow prisms across the driveway. I sink onto the window seat, my fingers absently tracing patterns on the glass. The pristine driveway where the woman just strutted past now feels like a barrier between two worlds, hers of polished perfection. And whatever this limbo I'm trapped in is supposed to be, my belly growls again. The meager breakfast and stolen Danish doing little to satisfy my growing appetite. But after Diana's scolding, I can't bring myself to venture out again. And the thought of running into that woman while I'm dressed like this makes me physically ill. Everything about this situation feels wrong. I'm locked away in the left wing like some dirty secret, while his fiancée waltzes through the front door. Maybe that's exactly what you are. Boyana whispers. A dirty little secret with his baby in your belly. Ay God, stop it. I mutter, but I don't sound convincing. She's right. What else could I be? Is this what I'd been reduced to? A vessel to carry the child of a Russian Mafia boss because Miss Perfect Tits down there won't have stretch marks on her belly? My hand is on my stomach again. This baby complicates everything. What place could we possibly have in Alexei's world of perfect fiancés and mansion wings? For so many reasons. I don't belong here.
Chapter 31. Alexei. The door slams against the wall with enough force to rattle my desk. Sophia storms in, her designer heels stabbing the hardwood floor like daggers. The scent of her signature Chanel perfume hits me cloying, suffocating. How dare you humiliate me like that? Her voice reaches that shrill pitch that sets my teeth on edge. In front of everyone, I don't bother looking up from the contract spread across my desk. Zatknis. The Russian command to shut up slips out before I can stop it. Don't you dare tell me to shut up. Sophia's manicured hands slam onto my desk, scattering papers. You made me look like a fool in front of the entire Bratva. My patience. Already wearing thin from lack of sleep and thoughts of Stella. Snaps like a rubber band pulled too tight. I rise slowly from my chair, letting my height and size remind her exactly whose territory she just wandered into without an invitation. You want an explanation? Sophia? The quiet in my voice carries more threat than any shout. Here it is. I won't marry you. Not today. Not ever. Her perfectly painted lips tremble. But the alliance. Fuck the alliance. The words feel like freedom. Your father's support isn't worth a lifetime of this. Bye. Sophia's face contorts, tears threatening to ruin her immaculate makeup. Is there someone else? Did you find yourself a whore? The accusation ignites something dark inside me. I lean forward, palms flat on the desk, watching her instinctively step back. Choose your next words very carefully. Efterbasques. Sophia's face crumples, mascara-stained tears tracking down her cheeks. You humiliated me, Alexei, in front of everyone. Now we're at the root of the matter. I remain unmoved by her display. Tears are weapons women use to manipulate men weaker than me. You'll get over it. Sophia is, well, never, she sobs. My reputation is in ruins. I am a laughing stock. People forget. Next week, they'll be laughing about something else. I shrug. I can't believe you'd say such a thing. She shakes her head. It's not just me. You know, my father's good name has been dragged through the mud. Not to mention the money he spent. End quote. I raise an eyebrow. He can afford it. Considering the old piece of shit made most of his fortune on human trafficking, I don't feel any guilt. My dress alone cost $283. 000. As for my hair and shoes, I snort out a laugh. Who the fuck spends $283 000 on a wedding dress? She gasps. Kim Kardashian spent $400. 99 on hers and Salma. Hayek's cost. Hat 16 harum. Ling ling ling. Well, there's your problem. You should be marrying Kanye West. You're not taking me seriously. She wails. You're right. I'm not. I warned you from the start that this was not something I wanted. It's not like I didn't make myself clear. I lean back in my chair, studying her. Your sister said this was an agreement between our families. I should sue you for breach of contract. I tilt my head. Ah, so that's what this is about. Money. How much? What are you talking about? Her eyes narrow. How much to heal your broken heart? Sophia, there's no mistaking the sarcasm in my voice. That's not what this is about. Alexei. She trails off. I'm starting to speak her language. $1 million? I ask, reaching for my checkbook. 2? She finally says. My lip twitches. There she is. This is the real Sophia, not the crying fiancé, but the mercenary beneath. I start to write. 1 year, she adds. I glance up at her. For the rest of my life. End of time. I put down my pen. Peas debts. You expect me to pay you $2 million a year indefinitely? She nods. It's the least you can do. Wust, I scoff. The least I can do is give you nothing. End quote. You owe me. Her voice rises. For all the pain and embarrassment. $2 million is a small price to pay. End quote. I pick up my pen again. So, you're saying that you want me to pay you $2 million until you die? Her mouth opens, then snaps shut again. What are you trying to say? Think about it. Sophia. My eyes lock with hers. Her face has gone pale. The threat in my words doesn't need to be spelled out. And then it's as if a switch flicks inside her. I watch the change sweep across Sophia's face like a storm front, her tears drying instantly, replaced by something far more dangerous. The pampered socialite vanishes, revealing the predator beneath. You think you can threaten me? Her voice drops to a serpentine hiss. My father will. Your father will what? I study her with mild curiosity. Start a war with the Tarasov Bratva over his daughter's bruised ego? There are other ways to hurt you. Her sharp nail traces patterns on my desk. Ways that don't require armies. At first sitting, I bark out a laugh. You have nothing. I'm not yet. She spits. But it won't be long. But careful. Dorogaya. I inject just enough threat into the endearment to make her step back. You're playing a very dangerous game. So are you. She straightens her designer jacket. Rejecting me was your first mistake. Threatening me was your second. Don't make a third by underestimating what I'm capable of. Here, my hand itches to reach for the gun in my desk drawer. One bullet would solve this problem permanently. But Sophia isn't stupid enough to come here without insurance. I'm going to forget you said that because you are clearly upset. Suka, I force myself to remain seated. I will end you. Alexei Tarasov. She spits the words out. You think I'm not serious? This conversation is over. I finally rise, keeping my temper in check through sheer willpower. I press the intercom button on my desk. Boris, send up 2 men to escort Ms. Novikova to collect her belongings. I meanest. Sophia's face flushes an ugly shade of red. You can't just dismiss me like some common, that's exactly what I'm doing. I check my watch. You have 20 minutes to clear out your things before security removes them for you. Mate, but I've my things all around the mansion. Valuable things. She gestures wildly. And my jewelry. You should have been less careless. Hey, Alexei, 19 minutes now. I turn back to my paperwork. Whatever's left gets donated. End quote. You, Cherda Mudek. She snatches a crystal paperweight from my desk and hurls it at my head. I catch it easily. 18 minutes. And heavy footsteps approach Boris with 2 of our security men. Sophia spins to face them, her face a picture of pure hate. Mr. Tarasov? Boris's voice carries a note of concern. Help Mrs. Novikova pack her belongings. I set the paperweight down with deliberate care. She's leaving. I tilted. You can't treat me like this. Sophia's voice rises to that glass-shattering pitch again. I am Sergei Novikov's daughter. You're nothing to me now. I finally meet her gaze. Just a failed business transaction. Hostode. She lunges at me. Nails aimed at my face. Boris catches her mid-leap, lifting her easily, despite her thrashing. Get your hands off me. You ape, she kicks out wildly. Do you know who I am? I watch Sophia's tantrum with detached amusement. Her threats are as empty as her soul, just another spoiled princess who thinks daddy's money makes her untouchable. 17 minutes. I remind her, enjoying how she bristles at being ignored. Clock's ticking. You think this is funny? She yanks free from Boris's grip, smoothing her designer dress. I know things, Alexei, things that could destroy everything you've built. Hezon, I roll my eyes. Blyad, you sound like a bad movie villain. Be my vend. Mock me all you want. Her lips curl into a cold smile. But remember this moment when it all comes crashing down. Oh, I lean back and stretch lazily, glancing at the clock on the wall. Are you still here? 16 minutes now. End to this. Your arrogance will be your downfall. She straightens her spine. Tempting dignity. I promise you that. Viri is in bribes. All right. Enough. Get the fuck out. I wave dismissively. Boris. Help. Ms. Novikova find the exit before she embarrasses herself further. In first with by. This isn't over. She hisses as Boris guides her toward the door. Her breath is coming in sharp gasps. You'll regret this. Alexei. I swear, on my mother's grave. 15 minutes. I cut her off mid-threat. And your mother is still alive. With feast, the door slams hard enough to rattle the windows. I hear her shrill voice echoing down the hallway, ordering the security team around like servants. Poor Boris, he'll earn his pay today dealing with the stupid Suka. I pour myself 2 fingers of vodka, savoring the quiet now that she's gone for good. Let her plot and scheme. What can she possibly do? She has no real power, no true connections. Just another pretty face used by her father to secure alliances. Sofia Novikova is nothing to me. and there's nothing she can do to touch me.
Chapter 32. Stella, I need to get out of here. I can't let these people intimidate me into sitting in this room all day. The morning sun beckons me outside, the promise of warmth drawing me from my gilded cage. Taking the book I found when I arrived here, I slip through the French doors and pad across the flagstone path to the pool area. The water sparkles invitingly, and I settle onto one of the cushioned loungers, letting the sunshine soak into my skin. If nothing else, I'll work on my tan. A crash from the right wing shatters my peaceful moment. The elegant woman I spotted earlier storms out, looking like she's ready to spit bullets. My stomach drops as she spots me and changes course, her perfectly made-up face twisting with rage. She stalks toward me, finger pointed. You're the little whore who ruined everything. Ace. I scrambled to sit up, but she's already looming over me. I don't play innocent. Alexei left me at the altar because of you. Her voice drips with venom. Did you think you'd won something? That he'd actually keep you? My mouth goes dry. The altar? She laughs, the sound sharp and cruel. Oh, you didn't know? We were supposed to be married yesterday, but instead, he humiliated me in front of everyone. She leans closer, her expensive perfume surrounding me, and I will make both of you pay for that. In his bode, I never meant, save it. She straightens, adjusting her Hermes scarf. You're just his latest toy, and when he breaks you, I'll be there to watch you shatter. Her lips curve into a cold smile. Consider this your only warning. It's down. I watch her stride away, her threat settling like ice in my veins. The sun no longer feels warm enough to chase away the chill of her words. I'm still reeling from her threats when heavy footsteps approach behind me. My spine stiffens as Alexei's presence fills the space she just vacated. Ignore Sofia. She's irrelevant now. And about, I jolt in alarm. My cheeks flaming as 1,000 images flood my mind of him in my bed. As foggy as my head might feel. I'm pretty certain that I didn't just dream that. But if he's given it a moment of thought, it doesn't reflect in his expression. She said you left her at the altar. I say, instead of raising the tricky topic of what happened last night, that's not your concern. He runs a hand over his stubbled jawline. We need to discuss your situation. Well, my situation. The words catch in my throat. Your pregnancy requires specific protocols. He begins pacing beside the lounger. You'll have regular medical checks. A nutritionist will plan your meals. No caffeine. No alcohol. No processed sugar. Okay, I wrap my arms around my middle. I know how to take care of myself. Is that it not? You'll follow my rules. His tone is inflexible. Exercise will be monitored. You'll have a personal trainer to ensure your fitness is optimal. Walking is permitted in the gardens, with security present. End quote. What about my job? My apartment? Both unnecessary now. Your only focus is delivering a healthy heir. Ender, the clinical way he discusses my child makes my stomach turn. I'm not just an incubator. Oh, for the next 7 months. That's exactly what you are. He checks his watch. Your first medical appointment is in an hour. Imelda will bring you appropriate clothing. And Sadenhea. Wait. Don't I get any say in this? His dark eyes lock onto mine. You gave up that right when you texted me about the pregnancy. My child. My rules. End quote. Excuse me? My eyes are wide. This is my child too. Then you'll want nothing but the best for him, he says. Then pauses, his eyes narrowing on me. Don't you? I bristle at how easily he decides that my child will be a boy. But then again, I'm bristling at everything he says right now. Of course I want the best for her. I snap back. Are you implying that I wouldn't be a good mother? Of course not. But consider what I will provide. He eyes me coolly. Exactly what do you plan to provide that you think I can't do for myself? I jut my jaw out. He tilts his head. The best obstetricians in the country will monitor your progress. A chef trained in prenatal nutrition will plan your meals. He moves closer, his presence dwarfing me. Your apartment's air quality is questionable. The building's security inadequate. Here, you'll have everything you need. I grip the lounger's edge. And everything I want? His lips curve slightly. You'll have a private yoga instructor, massage therapist, access to the pool, an expense account, shopping trips, supervised. Of course. What single mother could afford such luxuries? The truth in his words stings. On my salary, I'd be lucky to afford basic prenatal vitamins. Your schedule will be structured for optimal health. He pulls out his phone, scrolling through what looks like a detailed calendar. What about my phone? My laptop? Both will be monitored. Your internet access will be filtered to prevent unnecessary stress. His tone suggests this is a gift. I know otherwise. The house system will track your movements, ensuring quick response if you need assistance. There will always be someone available for you. End quote. This is ridiculous. I mutter, even as the idea begins to make sense. The only person I have to turn to is Hannah, and she's off on assignment most of the time these days. You'll understand soon enough that this is best for both you and the child. He reaches out, his fingers brushing my stomach in a possessive gesture. No mother should worry about providing for her baby. Whether now, the worst part is, he's right. I could never give our child this level of care on my own. I've never struggled financially. I have a decent job, but it's demanding. Long hours, high stress. And is my income real enough for two? Hardly. Boyana's voice is mocking. I wouldn't be able to afford all the things I'd want to give my baby. Perhaps taking my silence for agreement. He brushes my arm. There's something I need to give you, he says, not waiting for a reply before moving away in the direction of my rooms. I follow mutely, trying to take this all in. The sudden upheaval has left my head spinning. And then the woman who claimed he left her at the altar. I feel like there's too much to process. I think they call this baby brain, says Boyana. I give my head a shake, trying to focus on where Alexei just strolled through the French doors to my room. As I walk in after him, I see that the place has been tidied, and there are parcels set about the place. These are for you, he says, nodding at them. The stack of boxes on my bed looks deceptively innocent. Each pristine Apple product nestled in white packaging. Like Christmas came early. But as I lift out each device, the reality of my situation settles deeper. The laptop has been configured for your safety, Alexei explains. Only approved websites, pregnancy resources, streaming services, limited social media. End quote. I open the browser, immediately noting how clinically everything has been set up. Even my email has been filtered to a new monitored account. The iPhone comes next, already loaded with tracking apps. A calendar filled with my scheduled activities. Meal plans. Exercise routines. The home screen displays real-time monitoring of my heart rate, sleep patterns, and daily steps. I give a small start as Alexei steps up close to me. Heat radiating from his powerful frame. I swallow hard and force myself not to squeeze my eyes shut. This biomarker tracker must be worn at all times. He fastens a sleek band around my wrist. It looks like a fancy fitness tracker, but the blinking sensors betray its true purpose. It monitors your vitals, stress levels, location. If anything seems wrong, security will respond immediately. Tube over, I rotate my wrist, watching the numbers scroll across the tiny screen pulse. Blood pressure, cortisol levels. My entire biological existence reduced to data points for him to analyze. The emergency button connects directly to the security team. He continues, showing me how to activate it. And the phone has a panic feature if you feel unwell. There, whole shit. I half whisper, I want you to be comfortable. He adds, mistaking my words for gratitude. These are top-of-line models. Working. I nod mechanically, already feeling the weight of invisible eyes watching through each screen, each sensor. My movements, communications, even my body's responses all monitored, analyzed, controlled. My prison feels more claustrophobic with each new gadget. Its bars, made of circuits and algorithms rather than steel. I clear my throat, forcing myself to sound casual. So, after the baby comes, will I be able to return to work? Alexei doesn't look up from adjusting my biomarker tracker. Of course. I've already interviewed several qualified nannies. Mine, nannies? The word sticks in my throat. You expect someone else to raise my child? The staff will handle day-to-day care. You'll have supervised visitation. Of course. His tone suggests he's conferring a great privilege. The nanny will manage feeding schedules, educational development, proper socialization. Feeding schedules? My voice rises. You mean breastfeeding? You expect me to just pump milk and hand it over? He finally meets my eyes. Brow furrowed. Formula is more efficient. Allows for precise measurement of intake. With Prosis, no. I yank my wrist away from him. Absolutely not. I won't be treated like some kind of breeding cow. And you're being emotional. Damn right I'm emotional. I stand up. Anger burning through my fear. This is my baby. Mine. I'll be the one carrying her, birthing her, loving her. Not some hired help. Boast him. Alexei corrects automatically. And this isn't up for discussion. The hell it isn't. I rip off the tracker, tossing it onto the bed. I won't let you reduce motherhood to a clinical transaction. I won't let you take my child away the moment she's born. He says again, more firmly. And you're not thinking clearly. The best care comes from a mother's love. My hands shake, but my voice stays strong. If you think I'll just hand over my baby and step aside, you don't understand the first thing about being a parent. It's time. A muscle flickers in his jaw as he observes me for a moment. I can't read his expression, but I'm not going to let that intimidate me. I know what is good for a child. His tone is icy, and I can afford to provide it. End quote. Actually, I twist my hands together, trying to find solid ground in this confrontation. I have my own ideas about prenatal care. I've been practicing yoga for years. It's excellent for maintaining flexibility and reducing stress during pregnancy. His expression shifts slightly, interest flickering across his features. You know about prenatal yoga? All aspects of yoga. Actually, and I've studied the neurological benefits extensively. The mindfulness aspects create positive changes in brain chemistry, which directly affects fetal development. Is neurological benefits? He steps closer, his intimidating presence softening with curiosity. Yes, I'm fascinated by neuroscience, how the brain develops, especially in utero. Did you know that maternal stress levels can actually alter fetal brain structure? That's why practices like yoga and meditation are so crucial during pregnancy. I will. His eyes narrow thoughtfully. You understand the science behind this. Did you think all I could do was plan parties? I cross my arms over my chest. Interesting. He pulls out his phone, fingers moving rapidly across the screen. I'll have your internet access modified to include scientific journals. He plays. The concession, small as it is, gives me hope. Thank you. He nods curtly and strides toward the door. The doctor will be here soon. We'll discuss the rest later. Until then, stay in your suite. If you need to go anywhere, I'll send someone down for you. It's said as the door clicks shut behind him. I glance at the discarded biomarker tracker on the bed. His reaction to my scientific knowledge has shown me something he respects: expertise. Maybe that's my way forward. I pick up the tracker. Then, after a pause, I put it back on. It's a useful gadget to have if I'm going to take my health seriously. But as for the rest, he's got another thing coming if he thinks I'm going to sit here all day, doing nothing. I wait until Alexei's footsteps fade before slipping out of my room. The rational part of my brain screams that this is a terrible idea. But I can't stay locked up without understanding more about the man who now controls my life. My bare feet move silently across the polished floors as I follow the echo of his voice. The manor's layout is confusing, all twisting corridors and closed doors, but I manage to track him through the right wing. He disappears around a corner, speaking rapid Russian into his phone. I press myself against the wall, holding my breath as I strain to catch fragments of conversation. The language feels familiar, yet foreign. We never spoke it after we moved to America. A door opens and closes. I count to 10 before creeping forward. Alexei's voice drifts through a doorway not completely closed. I edge closer, careful to stay in the shadows. I press against the wall, watching through the crack as Alexei moves with purpose toward a sleek medical refrigerator. My scientific background kicks in as I catalog its contents, rows of labeled medication vials, sealed packages, and syringes. He removes several of them, checking labels before placing them in a metal case. The clinical precision of his movements suggests this is routine. But why would he have a whole fridge full of medical supplies? A flash of movement draws my attention to the far wall, where a panel slides open. My breath catches a hidden door. What the hell? More questions pile up in my mind, competing with the growing realization that I know nothing about this man who now controls my life. Probably hiding another pregnant woman somewhere in the house. My imaginary sister chimes in. I ignore her. My focus is on Alexei as he vanishes behind the hidden panel, which slides shut with barely a whisper. When it seems safe to move, I edge closer to the doorway, eyeing the medical supplies he left on the counter. I recognize some of the chemical compounds. These aren't typical medications, they're specialized treatments. Cutting-edge pharmaceuticals. The hidden panel beckons. No visible handle or keypad. Just smooth wood paneling that somehow opens to where? Another wing? A secret lab? My fingers trace the edge where I saw it separate. What could be important enough to hide behind a secret entrance? Important enough to need specialized medications? The urge to investigate further grows stronger with each passing second. My pregnancy hormones might be making me reckless. But I need to know what other secrets this house holds. What's behind that door?
Chapter 33. Alexei. The screen flickers as Vasya demonstrates the new monitoring system. 3 distinct camera angles show Stella's suite, each view crisp and detailed. The biomarker data streams alongside, tracking her vitals in real time. Horror. I lean back in my leather chair. The blind spots? None. Vasya's rough-hewn features shift on the monitor as he manipulates the controls remotely. Thermal imaging covers the bathroom. Motion sensors on all entry points. The AI flags any deviation from approved patterns. Is wary too. The satisfaction of complete control settles over me. Every breath, every movement, every fluctuation in her body, all of it feeds into my systems. The thought of her carrying my child, safe within my walls, eases something deep in my chest. My phone vibrates. Sasha's update about the weapons shipment demands immediate attention. The familiar rhythm of business pulls me back to more pressing matters. Keep monitoring the integration. I dismiss Vasya with a nod. I want hourly reports in case anything changes. End quote. The monitor flits to a new image as I shut down our conversation and I pull up Sasha's message. 3 crates missing from the latest shipment. The timing couldn't be worse. With a wedding disaster drawing all eyes to my business. I tap my fingers against the desk, mind already calculating possible weak points in our supply chain. An email notification pings. And suddenly, the government contract from James Whitmore fills my screen. My eyes scan the specifications for the Cyclone R9 order 5,000 units. Specialized modifications. Expedited delivery timeline. The potential profit margins make Sophia's pathetic demands look like pocket change. I pull up the technical blueprints, studying the requested modifications. They want enhanced targeting systems, specialized ammunition compatibility. The R9's base design already dominates the market, but these changes would push it into new territory. My hand reaches for the glass of vodka as I examine the firing rate requirements. The numbers don't add up. This level of performance would require significant retooling of our production facilities. Blyad, I mutter, spotting a critical flaw in their specs. The enhanced barrel would overheat at these speeds, potentially catastrophic during sustained fire. I tap my secure line to our engineering department. Victor, the R9 modifications run simulation checks. Focus on heat dispersion under maximum load. It was. The familiar satisfaction of identifying technical problems settles over me. This is what I excel at, seeing the patterns, catching the details others miss. It's why the government keeps coming back despite knowing exactly who they're dealing with. My eyes drift to the proposed timeline. 6 months for full delivery. Tight, but manageable if we shift resources from other projects. The profit potential justifies the strain on our facilities. I scan through the profit projections one more time. The numbers don't lie. This contract would be lucrative. Yet something nags at me. An echo of my mother's voice about blood money. My thumb traces the edge of the weapons blueprint. Each modification represents another level of lethality. More efficient killing. More collateral damage. More orphans. Chatvozmi. I drain my glass. The vodka burning away sentiment. This isn't about morality. It's about power. About securing my position. About protecting what's mine. The image of Bobik flashes through my mind. His medical treatments. his special care, the renovations to keep him safe, none of it comes cheap. And now with Stella and the baby, I pull up our current revenue streams. The legitimate businesses provide decent cover, but the real money comes from arms. Always has. My father understood that much, even if he was a drunken moodak who couldn't handle the pressure. The modified R9 specs stare back at me. 5,000 units, each one capable of tearing through body armor like tissue paper. Each one finding its way to some battlefield, some urban conflict, some government target. The Bratva may be ruthless, but we don't come anywhere close to state-sanctioned mass murder. I press my palms against my eyes until spots dance behind my lids. Sentiment is weakness. The Bratva taught me that lesson early. You either control the weapons trade, or someone else does. My decision crystallizes. I reach for my phone to call Victor back. The engineering modifications will proceed. We'll meet their timeline, exceed their specifications, build better weapons than they even knew they needed. The familiar coldness settles over me as I outline the production schedule. This is business. Just business. And I excel at business. I sign the digital contract with a few practiced swipes. Satisfaction coursing through me as the confirmation appears. 75 million. The kind of deal that cements power, ensures stability. My watch vibrates. The biomarker alert cutting through my moment of triumph. Stella's heart rate has spiked well above normal parameters. The weapons contract forgotten. I pull up her vitals on my monitor. Blood pressure elevated. Cortisol levels climbing. Her location marker shows her near the hidden entrance to Bobik's wing. Dermo. I switch to the security feed, quickly picking her up in the medical bay. She's found the concealed doorway. She examines the panel. Curiosity evident in every movement. My jaw clenches. I'd made the rules crystal clear she was to stay in her room. Yet here she is. Testing boundaries already. The camera catches her expression, that familiar mix of determination and defiance that first drew me to her. But this isn't about attraction. This is about protecting Bobik. I tap my secure line. Sasha. The left wing. Now. Ivry. Her vitals continue climbing as she examines the door mechanism. The sight of her investigating my secret sends a surge of possessive anger through me. My son's quarters lie beyond that doorway. Not to mention that she's carrying my child. She should be resting, following the plan. Instead, she's poking around where she doesn't belong. Neboslachnaya suka. I resist the urge to rise from my desk, my fingers drumming against the surface as I watch her. Any other person investigating my secrets would already be bleeding in the basement. The thought of punishing her sends an unexpected twist through my gut. Blyad. Since when do I hesitate? Isolation. Deprivation. Punishment. Consequences. The Bratva playbook is clear on handling disobedience. She has her baby in her belly. Mudak. I lean back, forcing myself to think strategically. Harsh punishment could cause stress, endangering the pregnancy. Physical discipline is out of the question. Emotional manipulation risks pushing her toward desperate measures. But I can't have her snooping around Bobik. I watch her fingers trace the panel's edge, fighting my instinct to storm down there immediately. Something about her determined expression holds me back. The way her brow furrows in concentration. Those green eyes, sharp with intelligence. It reminds me of Bobik analyzing a new puzzle. Chert. I mutter, recognizing the unfamiliar sensation in my chest. This hesitation to punish her isn't just about protecting the pregnancy. Bullshit. Of course it is. The security feed shows her pressing gently against different sections, testing for weak points. Smart. Methodical. If she wasn't investigating my most closely guarded secret, I might actually admire her approach. Suddenly, she freezes. Sasha's heavy footsteps echo through the corridor feed. Stella's head snaps up, her vitals spiking higher. She moves quickly, smoothly away from the door. Her retreat well executed despite her obvious tension. I lean forward, studying her face as she passes the camera. No guilt, just calculation. She's already planning her next attempt. Dermo. I pull up the monitoring protocols, adding extra motion sensors around the medical bay. Neposlashnaya Lisa, my clever little fox, testing the boundaries of her cage. It should anger me, but instead, there's something about it that feels like a game. An interesting one. There might be more to this little arrangement than I'd anticipated. For some reason, I like it.
Chapter 34. Stella. My stomach growls as I stare at the precisely portioned meal Imelda has left. Steamed fish, quinoa, and a careful arrangement of vegetables. No sauce. No seasoning beyond a hint of lemon. The same as yesterday. I pick at the fish with my fork, remembering the comforting warmth of my mother's borscht. The way food used to mean love and connection rather than calculated nutrition. The biomarker device on my wrist blinks, reminding me it's tracking every bite, every movement. This is ridiculous, I mutter to the empty room. I'm not some prized mare being bred for racing. He privated. The sound of my own voice startles me. How long has it been since I've had a real conversation? Even Imelda's broken English would be welcome now. But she appears and disappears, like a ghost, leaving these sterile meals in her wake. I push away from the table, my half-eaten dinner forgotten as I pace the room. The walls seem to close in despite the luxury surrounding me. The monitored laptop sits untouched. What's the point when every keystroke is tracked? The iPhone might as well be a paperweight for all the freedom it offers. What would you do? Boyana? I whisper, imagining my sister's presence. Do you really need to ask that? I'd get out of here. It is there, right. Fat chance of that. I saw how quickly the security guys arrived when I found that hidden doorway. I'm lucky I got back to my room before they spotted me. Since then, I've stayed under the radar. But my self-proclaimed jailer hasn't shown his face, and I'm bored to tears. The biomarker device mocks me with another cheerful blink. I tap the screen, checking my daily stats heart rate, steps, sleep quality, all meticulously tracked and reported to my captor. Screw this! I startle myself with the sound of my voice. I press the intercom button that connects to Imelda. Could you please tell Mr. Wei? Tarasov, I need to speak with him. It's personal. It's Turney, 20 minutes later. Alexei strides in, filling the doorway with his presence. What is it? I gnaw on my lip, avoiding eye contact. I need some feminine supplies and pregnancy-specific items. I watch his expression shift from annoyance to discomfort. Things I'd rather not have your staff purchase. And he crosses his arms. Make a list. I know, I need to try things on. Bras that fit properly are essential during pregnancy. I press my advantage as he shifts his weight. And there are intimate items I need to inspect personally. My Terry, God. I hope he doesn't ask what these would be because I'm making this up. His jaw tightens. You'll have 2 hours. This afternoon. With security. Always. The mall has cameras everywhere. I point out. And where would I go? I'm carrying your heir. Where? And He studies me for a long moment, likely weighing the risk against his obvious distaste for discussing women's needs. 3 hours. 1 guard. At a distance. He'll drive you. I'm down. I nod, keeping my expression appropriately grateful while my heart races with possibility. 3 hours might be enough time to purchase a burner phone without being noticed. Thank you, I say softly. I appreciate your understanding. He grunts and turns to leave, pausing at the door. Don't make me regret this. Zajic. I worst. Little rabbit. It's what he called me the night he came to me. The night that neither of us has ever mentioned again. The endearment sends an unwanted shiver down my spine. But I maintain my innocent expression until he's gone. Only then do I allow myself a small smile. Bazinga! I might have a lifeline to the outside world. 2 hours later, the guard's black suit stands out among the casual shoppers at Queensmere Center. He maintains a careful distance as I browse through maternity sections, but his eyes never leave me. My skin crawls under his constant surveillance. I clutch my shopping bags closer, the few legitimate purchases providing cover for my real mission. The weight of the credit card Alexei gave me feels heavy in my pocket, another method of tracking my movements. A group of teenage girls blocks the guard's view for a moment as they crowd around a makeup display. My heart rate spikes at the brief opportunity, but he quickly shifts position to maintain visual contact. Just act natural, I whisper to myself, moving toward the lingerie section. The racks of lacy items create a maze of partial privacy. His phone rings, the sound carrying across the store. I peek through a display of nursing bras to watch him check the screen. His expression changes something important enough to demand his attention. He answers in rapid Russian, his tone becoming increasingly agitated. Whatever the call is about, it's serious enough that his eyes leave me for the first time since we arrived. The guard moves a few steps away, turning his back as he argues with whoever is on the line. His free hand gestures emphatically. My pulse pounds in my ears. This might be my only chance. I slip between the racks, keeping my movements casual. The mobile phone kiosk is just ahead, partially hidden behind a pillar. If I time this right, the guard's voice rises, his argument becoming more heated. He paces in a tight circle, completely focused on his call. I approach the kiosk, maintaining my relaxed browsing posture while scanning the prepaid options. Just need to grab one quickly and, can I help you? A cheerful sales assistant steps forward. Just browsing. I keep my voice steady while scanning the options. Basic burner phones line the bottom shelf perfect. Nothing fancy or smart. Just a simple model that makes calls and can't be tracked. Plus, a pay-as-you-go SIM card. My fingers tremble as I grab the cheapest model. The guard's angry Russian voice still carries from outside. But who knows how long this distraction will last. Actually, I'll take this one. I fumble with Alexei's credit card. Then stop. Using his card would leave a trail. Cash. I pull out the emergency money I'd tucked into my bra. The clerk raises an eyebrow at the crumpled bills but starts processing the sale. Each beep of the register feels deafening. I glance over my shoulder. The guard is still engaged in his heated phone conversation, but he's starting to pace closer. Would you like me to activate this for you? No. I catch myself. Lower my voice. No. Thank you. I'll do it later. End quote. I stuff the phone and receipt deep into my shopping bag, burying it under the maternity clothes. The plastic rustles too loudly, and sweat trickles down my back. I just hope Alexei's not looking at my cortisol levels right now. Because I'm sure they've just gone through the roof. The guard's voice grows clearer. He's moving this way. I step out of the electronics shop, forcing myself to walk at a normal pace despite every instinct screaming at me to run. I clutch my shopping bags closer, trying to steady my breathing as I merge back into the mall crowd. The burner phone feels like it's burning a hole through the maternity clothes I've buried it under. One wrong move and everything falls apart. Footsteps approach rapidly from behind. The guard must have finished his call. I duck into the nearest store, pretending to examine a display of baby clothes. Miss Stella. His voice is tight. You are not to leave my sight. End quote. I turn, feigning innocence as I hold up a tiny onesie. I'm sorry. I just got excited when I saw these. Aren't they adorable? He scans me with suspicious eyes, likely noting my flushed cheeks and slightly elevated breathing. I force myself to maintain eye contact, channeling all my acting abilities into appearing genuinely distracted by baby clothes. Mr. Tarasov gave strict instructions, he adds. Of course. I nod contritely. I wasn't thinking. Pregnancy brain. You know? I pat my belly for emphasis. Everything's just so overwhelming, all these choices for the baby. What I wear. His stern expression softens slightly. I press my advantage, holding up the onesie. What do you think? Too early to start shopping? We should go back. He checks his watch. You've bought enough. I quote, You're right. I agree quickly. Before he can think too hard about where I've been. I'm getting tired anyway. The guard maintains a careful 3 steps behind me as we head toward the parking lot, the Mercedes gleaming in the afternoon sun as we approach. I slide into the back seat, arranging my bags carefully beside me. The hidden phone feels like it's broadcasting its presence, though I know that's just paranoia. Traffic crawls along the highway, each red light stretching my nerves thinner. I lean against window, letting my eyes drop shut. Each mile closer to Blackwood Manor increases the risk of discovery. Will they search my bags? Pat me down? Stop panicking. Just act natural. Boyana is the voice of reason. Shit. I don't even know who I'm planning to call. Obviously not Nick. And I don't know if Hannah's back from her last training trip. Maybe someone from work? Not that I have a job after ditching for the last couple of days without calling in. I was skating on thin ice as it was. I rub my eyes with my thumb and forefinger. What about the cops? Says Boyana. I shake my head at the thought. And tell them what? That my baby's father has kidnapped me and is forcing me to live in the lap of luxury with professionally prepared meals. A private trainer. And an American Express black card? They'll laugh in my face. And they'd be right. I don't have what it takes to go through a police investigation right now. And do I even want to? As much as I hate being told what to do, I can't deny that most of his crazy rules are in my best interests. The gates appear ahead, and I curl my fingers into my palms to stop them from shaking. Just need to get through security. Just need to keep calm for a few more minutes. The guard rolls down his window to exchange words with security in rapid Russian. I keep my expression neutral, though my heart pounds so loudly I'm sure they must hear it. But nothing happens. The guard at the gate nods to me and waves us through. The Benz glides up to the front stairs, to the left wing, and my bodyguard opens the door for me. When he reaches for my bags, I snatch them back from him, and he gives me an odd look. But aside from that, there's no sign that he suspects anything. Still, I have to force myself to relax when I get back to my room and stow my illicit purchase beneath the mattress. Calm down. You idiot, Boyana warns. Captain Control Freak will see your blood pressure spike and come to see what's going on. And also, fine. I huff, unrolling my yoga mat and sinking onto it. I sit cross-legged, going through a series of breathing exercises until I feel my heart rate settle. Finally, darkness falls. The grounds illuminate with subtle security lighting. But the guards switch to their night rotation, guys in black, patrolling with dogs. It's like living in a prison camp. I pick at the dinner Imelda brings, pushing salmon around my plate while watching a reality show on Netflix about babies. Time drags by like a treacle. Gradually, the house sinks into silence as activity within it stops. It's now or never, whispers Boyana, pressing myself into the darkest corner of the dressing room. I pull the duvet around my shoulders for additional cover. The phone screen casts a faint blue glow that seems bright as a spotlight in the darkness. I cup my hand around it, creating a tiny cave of privacy. Breathlessly, I dial Hannah's number from memory. Each ring feels eternal, and I almost hang up before her familiar voice answers. "Hello? Han!" I whisper, tears springing to my eyes at the sound of her voice. "Oh, God. It's so good to hear you." Stella? Where the hell have you been? I've been worried sick. Your phone's been going straight to voicemail. And when I got back from training camp this morning, Listen. I cup my hand tighter around the phone, checking the darkness around me. I don't have much time. I'm okay. But things are complicated. I told Alexei about the baby, and now he's making me stay at his place. Oh, Gray. What? Hannah's voice rises sharply. What do you mean, stay at his place? Has he kidnapped you or something? Stella. No. I trail off, because I'm still not quite sure what my circumstances actually are. I'm not strictly a prisoner, but I have no doubt that I can't just leave. Stell, is everything okay? This guy has a rap sheet a mile long. You know this, right? Hannah's voice is heavy with concern. I'm fine. Hun, I say, eventually. It's just a bit odd. That's all. Ein, a bit odd. There's a pause. Are you sure you're okay? Blink twice if you can't talk freely. I know, despite everything. I almost laugh. There's no way she could see me blink on this ridiculous phone. I'm fine. Hun. He's protective. Very protective. But I need you to know where I am in case a creak in the hallway makes me freeze. I have to go. I whisper. Don't try to contact this number. I'll call when I can. To Ark, I end the call before Hannah can protest, quickly powering down the phone and shoving it back under the mattress. My heart races as footsteps pass my door, then fade away. But the relief of hearing Hannah's voice lingers. A tiny spark of connection to my old life. I'm not completely alone anymore. Chapter 35. Stella. I wake as the sun trickles past the heavy drapes, my hand instinctively reaching for the secret phone tucked between the mattress and headboard. The screen glows with a message from Hannah. Call when safe. A rhythmic thumping from overhead makes me pause. The house staff are generally really discreet. I've hardly heard them. The sound continues for a few minutes before fading away. I barely have time to return the phone to its hiding spot when Imelda's sharp knock announces breakfast. She enters with her usual efficiency, setting down a tray with measured portions egg white omelet, half a grapefruit, and decaf green tea. Good morning, Miss Stella. Her tone carries the same detached politeness as always. Thank you. Imelda. I force a smile, but she's already turning to leave. My attention shifts to the pile of delivery boxes stacked neatly by the door. They weren't there last night, more of Alexei's attempts to dress me according to his standards. No doubt. The breakfast portions mock me with their inadequacy as I eye the packages. At least they'll provide a distraction from this morning's hunger. I push aside the breakfast tray, leaving the guava juice untouched. I hate the stuff. Imelda will report my eating habits to Alexei. But right now, I don't care. The mystery of what's in those boxes calls to me more strongly than an unsatisfying meal. I pull the first box onto the bed, surprised by its weight. Inside, neatly folded workout clothes, in soft, stretchy fabrics, Lululemon tags still attached. The maternity leggings and sports bras come in various jewel tones, each piece designed to accommodate a growing belly while maintaining support. My fingers trace over a sapphire blue tank top. The fabric feels buttery against my skin. Nothing like the cheap cotton blend clothes I brought with me. Each item fits perfectly, which surprises me. Maybe he scoped out your sizes while he was feeling you up. Huh? Thanks. Boyana. Great visuals. I mutter. The second box holds more practical items. Compression socks for swelling. Belly bands for support. Everything a pregnant woman could need for staying active. But it's the third box that makes my breath catch. Scientific journals and textbooks on neuroscience fill it to the brim. Not just any random selection, these are cutting-edge publications I've been wanting to read for months. The top journal features an article about new treatments for spinal injuries. How did he know? We've barely spoken about my interests. Yet, here's evidence he's been paying attention. Or having me investigated. The thought should disturb me more than it does. A larger package catches my eye, wedged behind the others. The label shows it's meant for the right wing. Someone must have misdelivered it. My heart rate picks up. This could be my chance to explore. To maybe find answers about that hidden door and the medical supplies. Slipping into some running gear, I grab the misdelivered package and head toward the right wing. The connecting pathway feels endless as I jog across to the towering structure. But before I can gather up the nerve to head inside, I hear footsteps as someone strides across the courtyard. A woman in a blue uniform is heading toward the left wing. Shit! I leave the package at the entrance, not daring to venture further, then turn on my heel and set off down the path at a steady stride. You're such a coward. Boyana mocks me. Zip it, I say under my breath. The compression leggings hug my body perfectly as I start my laps around the pool. Each stride helps organize my thoughts. That uniform looked medical. Is someone sick? The medical room upstairs must connect to wherever that nurse was heading. But who needs that level of care? And why keep it so secret? The questions spin through my mind as I run. Each lap bringing new theories, but no answers. I slow my pace as I approach the left wing entrance, dabbing sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. The nurse, from earlier, stands by the door, her blue uniform crisp despite the morning heat. Excuse me, she calls out. I saw you with a package earlier. Oh, yes. It was misdelivered to my room. I gesture toward the right wing. I left it by the entrance over there since it had that wing's label. Indent. Her face tightens. Was it the order from MedTech Solutions? I didn't check the sender. MedTech? My mind starts connecting dots. Was it important? A new sliding mat and sling, she says, her brow creasing. I'd better check to see if security picked it up. There'll be hell to pay if I don't track it down. Is time... Oh, heck. I hope it's not lost. I'm sorry if I caused trouble. I pinch my lips together. I'm sure it'll turn up, she says, waving distractedly as she turns away. I watch as she disappears in the direction of the guardhouse, mulling this over. A sliding sheet and sling. I remember Dad talking about that sort of stuff when we used to talk about his time at work. You'd use that for someone needing to get out of a wheelchair. But who around here is in a wheelchair? Think. Stella. I whisper to myself. The medical supplies in the fridge. The hidden door. The woman in the nurse's uniform. And now wheelchair equipment deliveries. The pieces start falling into place. Someone in this house needs intensive physical therapy and mobility assistance. Someone Alexei wants to keep hidden. Mulling this over silently, I return to my room, stripping off as I move to the shower. The hot water beats against my shoulders as I try to make sense of it all. What do you think? Boyana? Why would Alexei hide someone who needs that level of care? I murmur, the shower drowning out the sound of my voice. Maybe he's not as cold as he pretends to be, my imaginary sister suggests. Maybe he actually cares about someone. It's dealt. Yeah. Right. I scoff as I step out of the shower and dry off using a ridiculously plush towel. Although, Diana seems to know what's going on. I pull on fresh clothes from the delivered packages, the soft fabric clinging comfortably. She acted like she owned the place when she caught me snooping. The thought of another confrontation with Alexei's sister makes me shudder. But sitting here alone is starting to drive me crazy. There are only so many laps I can swim. So many approved pregnancy books I can read. My fingers itch to explore, to solve this puzzle. Dad always said I had a scientist's mind, never satisfied until I understood how things worked. I pace the length of my suite, restless energy building. The mysteries of this house taunt me. What's behind that hidden door? Boredom and curiosity are a dangerous combination. The more I pace, the more my mind fixates on whoever needs that medical equipment. Someone in this house requires serious care, mobility assistance, physical therapy, probably regular medication. Are they getting everything they need? Is anyone checking their progress or providing emotional support? You know Dad would want you to help. I whisper to myself, remembering his dedication to his patients. It's not your business, Boyana warns. Alexei clearly wants this person kept private. But I can't shake the feeling that I could make a difference. At minimum, I could provide some human connection beyond just clinical care. They must be so lonely, I murmur, thinking of the isolation in this massive house. Even with nurses and staff, being hidden away like this. It has to be crushing. I press my hand against my stomach, maternal instincts surging. What if it was my child who needed care? Wouldn't I want someone to reach out? To offer help and understanding? Okay, I say firmly, squaring my shoulders. Time to do some exploring. High day, you're going to get caught. Boyana protests. Hey, you're the one who called me a coward when I left the package at the entrance. I mutter under my breath, moving toward my door with renewed purpose. Sometimes doing the right thing means taking risks. And I retrace my steps to where I spotted Alexei disappearing through that hidden panel. I hold my breath as I examine the wall, looking for any sign of the mechanism. The wood paneling appears seamless at first glance. Come on. There has to be a way. I run my fingers along the edges, pressing experimentally. A slight give under my left hand makes me pause. I press harder and feel a soft click. The panel swings inward silently, revealing a narrow staircase leading upward. Holy shit! Cool air drifts down from above, carrying a faint antiseptic smell that reminds me of hospitals. The stairs are carpeted in deep burgundy, muffling any footsteps. Modern LED strips illuminate each step, casting a soft glow that feels almost welcoming. I grip the polished handrail. Its smooth wood warm under my palm. The craftsmanship is impeccable, no creaking treads or loose carpeting to give away someone's approach. "You're going to be in so much shit," Boyana warns. "Shut up," I whisper back, taking my first step upward. A sound from behind me has the air seizing in my lungs. I spin to face the source, then take a step back as I take in the towering shape looming over me. I look up and up into a face that's carved from granite, eyes as cold as steel. "Don't," says Alexei, a muscle flickering over the hard line of his jaw. "Shit. Shit. Shit." I take another step back, but stop short as I bump up against the wall. "You are so totally busted," says Boyana.
Chapter 36. Alexei. She stares up at me like a deer in the headlights, eyes wide and unblinking. The sight of her frozen on the stairs, caught in her disobedience, sends a surge of dark satisfaction through me. Going somewhere. Zaitchik. I close the distance between us, my body caging her against the wall. Her pulse flutters visibly at her throat. I was just breaking rules. I trace a finger down her cheek, feeling her shiver. What did I say about snooping around? Her breath comes in quick. Shallow pants. The scent of her fear mixed with arousal hits me hard. My cock stiffens as I lean closer, drinking in her reaction. "Stay in your designated areas." She swallows hard. But I heard, "Ticho." I press my finger to her lips, silencing her. The consequences for disobedience can be severe. Waste. I slide my hand to her throat, applying just enough pressure to remind her who's in control. Her pupils dilate, that intoxicating mix of terror and desire making my blood rush south. "Please," she whispers against my finger. I shift my grip to her waist, spinning her away from the stairs. Her soft curves press against me as I push her out of the hidden doorway. My touch firm but controlled. Her tits are lush and sweet against my chest. "Next time you feel curious," I growl in her ear, "remember this moment. Remember how easily I can remind you of your place." She trembles in my grasp, but doesn't pull away. Not that she could. The way her body responds to my dominance, even as her mind rebels, drives me wild. I force myself to maintain control, though every instinct screams to take her right here. I back her against the wall, my hand still firm on her throat. Her defiance both infuriates and arouses me. Time to show her exactly how futile her attempts at independence are. "Did you enjoy following me around the other day?" "Zaitchik?" I trace my thumb along her jawline. Her face drains of color. "Good. Let her feel the weight of my knowledge." I don't lie. I squeeze slightly, feeling her pulse race beneath my fingers. "I see everything. The cameras in your room, the trackers in your devices. Every inch of this place is covered." "What in, friend?" She tries to turn away, but I capture her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. "You think I wouldn't notice? That I'd leave any corner of my domain unwatched?" Her lip trembles. The sight sends heat straight to my cock. "Blyad, you're beautiful when you're afraid." "Wiswer, what are you going to do to me?" Her voice is hoarse. I lean in close, my lips brushing her ear. "First, you'll go back to your room." Then, I let the threat hang, feeling her shiver against me. We'll discuss your punishment. The word punishment makes her breath hitch. Her body betrays her, pressing closer, even as fear fills her eyes. The mix of terror and arousal coming off her is intoxicating. Now, I growl. You'll learn what happens when you disobey me. I proclamation. I follow her down the hallway, my gaze locked on the sway of her hips. The fear in her movements only heightens my arousal, each step carefully measured. Her shoulders tense with anticipation. Faster. My command makes her jump. She quickens her pace, but the sound of her breath is still audible over her footsteps. Her room appears ahead. I stay close behind, close enough that she can feel my presence, my breath on her neck. She fumbles with the handle, her fingers trembling. Having trouble? I reach around her, my chest pressing against her back as I grasp the handle. Her breath catches. The warmth of her body against mine tests my control. She slips inside, but I maintain my position, herding her forward with my presence. The door swings shut behind us, the sound heavy and final in the quiet room. Blythe, the sight of her trapped between me and the bed, eyes wide with that perfect mix of fear and desire. My cock strains against my zipper as I drink in her vulnerability. The soft click of the latch engaging echoes through the space. Now she's truly mine to deal with. I step toward her, waiting for her to scurry away. Instead, she stands her ground, those fearless eyes watching me. Kjort, you're brave. I do dares. What are you going to do? Her voice is steadier than I expected. A spark of something dangerous flickers in her eyes, defiance. Lust. The need to push back. It only makes my hunger for her sharper. Teach you a lesson. I take another step, and another, my lips curling in a smile as she reluctantly backs away. To make sure you don't wander off again. She stops by the bed, eyes darting left and right like she's calculating her chances. Smart girl, but not smart enough to realize there is no escape. From me, there's never any escape. Lie down. I nod to the bed, keeping my voice soft. For now. She blinks, eyes narrowing. What? You heard me. I tap the bed, face first, and she stiffens, shoulders squaring. You're not my father. Ezed, the bite in her words makes my smile widen. Nieta, but it seems you need reminding of your place. Osated Frost, she huffs out a breath, indecision flashing across her face. Then, sudden as lightning, she lunges for the door. I'm on her in 2 steps, grabbing her arm and spinning her back toward the bed. She kicks and struggles, more fire than I expected. But I've dealt with far more dangerous opponents. With a quick motion, I twist her around, pushing her face down onto the bed. She grunts as the air leaves her lungs, arms flailing. I trap her with a knee on the back of her thighs, one hand pinning her wrists above her head. She's strong. This one. Not just her body, but her spirit. I like it. I shift my hand between her shoulder blades, applying just enough pressure to hold her down. She's breathless beneath me as I tug down her gym pants, her voice muffled by the mattress. What are you doing? She croaks, taking control. I yank her pants halfway down her thighs, bearing that luscious ass, keeping you in line. Hesteri, she squirms beneath me, a feeble attempt to escape. Let me go. Not a chance. I trace a finger down her spine, sliding my hand over the curve of her ass. Not until I'm done with you. I land the first smack on her plump ass. The sound reverberates through the room, and she grunts, hips bucking. Blyad. That's a good start. I grin. You can't do this. She struggles against me, a wildcat in my grasp. But I hold firm, landing another sharp smack that makes her yelp. Her ass cheeks tremble, soft and tempting beneath my hand. The sight of her squirming, the scent of her arousal, it's driving me wild. Stay still. I growl, landing a third smack that makes her cry out. She sobs, the sound muffled by the pillow. Good. She needs to learn disobedience has consequences. I pepper her ass with stinging slaps, the soft flesh quickly turning pink. Her body softens beneath me as I continue, each swat making her moan and jerk. When she's squirming and pleading, juices soaking the sheets, I finally pause, grabbing a handful of her hair and yanking her head back. She gasps, eyes wild, skin flushed. Please, Alexei, Bozmip. I tug harder, forcing her head back to expose the graceful arc of her throat. Prosha. I haven't even started yet. Is there fanned? I slide my hand down her chest, cupping her full breast and squeezing gently. She mews, arching her back and pushing her ass against my hardening cock. Koroshaya Devachka. I nip at her earlobe, giving her a moment to catch her breath. She's fucking intoxicating the scent of her skin, her fear mixed with need, the pulse fluttering at her throat. With my free hand, I slide 2 fingers into her pussy, groaning at how wet she is. She bucks her hips, urging me to go deeper. Duh. That's it. Zaika. I nip her earlobe. You want this, don't you? She whimpers, back arching as I begin to thrust my fingers, undulating against me like a wild thing. I lean over her, teeth grazing her shoulder as she mewls and moans beneath me. God, she gasps. Alexei. Don't. I graze my fingertip over her clit, and she cries out, her fingers curling into the bedsheets. Take golodnaya kiska. I pinch her nipple, then keep working her with my fingers, thrusting deep while rubbing my thumb over her clit. Oh shit, she chokes out, her body stiffening, and then she goes wild, back arching as she comes, juices coating my fingers. I give her a moment to catch her breath, then pull my fingers free. Think you've learned your lesson, she shudders, turning her head to look at me over her shoulder. Her eyes, heavy with lust and defiance, meet mine. I hate you, she hisses. I'm not convinced. You come too easily for me. I lick my fingers, and she looks away. It's the pregnancy hormones, she mumbles. I chuckle at her half-hearted attempt to push me away. Oh? Is that so? She growls, squirming against me. But I have her trapped, my weight holding her down, my knees pinning her in place. With a swift motion, I unfasten my belt, then shove my pants and boxers down to mid-thigh. My cock, hard and heavy, springs free. She tenses beneath me, a soft gasp escaping as she feels my length. I reach down, gripping my cock and positioning myself at her slick entrance. With a sharp thrust, I slide into her. She cries out, breathless, her body yielding despite her struggle. I groan at the tightness of her, the heat making my eyes roll back in my head. Takaya, Jarakaya. I groan. I pull out halfway, then thrust back in, relishing the feel of her wet heat. Take it. Zaychik. She whimpers. Hips moving involuntarily as I begin to piston into her, each hard thrust making her gasp. I spank her ass as I drive into her, each slap of skin on skin blending with the slap of my body against hers. She mules, pushing her ass toward me for more. I fuck her hard, my balls slapping against her, one hand grasping her hip possessively, while the other proves over her ass between slaps. Oh, fuck, she breathes. Alexei, tai takaya krasivaya. Zayka. I angle myself deeper, kissing her earlobe. You take my punishment so well. The reckless punishment? Her voice is shaky. I thrust in deep, making her moan, and then I pull out almost all the way before slamming back in again. You'll learn your place, little one. You will. Well, as for more again, I land another sharp slap on her ass, then pull her hair back, baring her throat. Prosha, scream for me. Zayka. Again, my mouth finds the sensitive skin at the juncture of her neck and shoulder, teeth grazing her skin. She gasps, body bucking wildly as I bite down lightly, sucking a spot just below her ear. Take. Duck. Zaychik. I slide my hand down over her mound, rubbing her clit in time with my thrusts. That's it. Kisa. Come for me again. Isdoi. No. She sucks in a sharp breath as I vibrate my fingertip faster. Fuck, she keens, head thrown back as she shudders and jerks against me. Good girl. I kiss her shoulder, then nip gently, leaving a slight bruise. So responsive, 'cause I'm still hard. Nowhere close to finishing. Holding her in place with my body, I raise her hips high, getting just the right angle. I don't give her time to recover, thrusting back into her with a sharp push that makes her cry out. Too much? I grin, thrusting again, and then again. Vozmite vse eto. I'm self. Oh, my God, she yells, taking my length like she was made for it. I hate you, so you keep saying, and yet your pussy tells me different. I laugh, pulling almost all the way out, then sinking back into her wet heat. She whimpers, spreading her knees to give me better access, ass lifting against me. She's so tight, so wet, clenching around me like a vice. I can feel her muscles clenching, her orgasm building. I grin, nipping her shoulder as I jack her clit faster until I feel that now familiar stiffening within her. I stop a moment before I feel her tip over the edge. Oh, fuck. She whimpers, her hips moving as she chases the sensation. Don't stop. She pants, her body undulating wildly. Harder. Alexei, please, wait for me. I growl into her ear. She's had her pleasure. Now I want to time those wild spasms to roll out with my own release so she'll milk every drop from me. Just a few more thrusts, sliding out. I feel the pressure build in my balls a moment before I ram into the hilt, tweaking her clit. She screams, body tensing as she comes again, nails digging into my arms. I groan, feeling the walls of her pussy flutter around my cock. My rhythm falters, her orgasm pushing me over the edge. I hold myself deep inside her, my chest to her back, grunting as I start to come, my release coating her walls. Blyad. I bite out, my hips jerking spasmodically as she tightens around me in mind-numbing waves. My eyes are squeezed shut, and there are entire constellations of stars swirling around in my head as sensation floods through me. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, she babbles, the words unintelligible as the pillow swallows the sound. I sink into her, my arms wrapping around her as I ride out the aftershocks. Her body clenches around me, those tight little ripples drawing the last few pulses of my orgasm. I've marked her, spent myself inside her, and still, I find myself wanting more. But now, the hard part, the letting go. I force myself to pull out and roll away, conscious of the cooling stickiness between us. She shifts too, turning to face me, her eyes wary, searching my expression. My gaze skims over her, lingering, the flush on her skin, her swollen lips, the dark nicks on her neck and shoulders from my stubble and teeth. All of it ignites my desire to claim her all over again. But that's not going to happen. Without a word, I stand, tucking my cock back into my pants. My hands move automatically through the familiar motions: zip, button, belt buckle. Each action creates another layer of distance between us. Stella remains on the bed, watching me dress. Her vulnerability irritates me. Have I made myself clear? I snap, tossing her discarded clothes at her. She flinches at my tone, scrambling to straighten her clothes. Good. The sooner she understands this was punishment, not pleasure, the better. I smooth my shirt, adjusting my cuffs. Alexei. Her voice is small, uncertain. The rules stand. I tell her, my voice clipped and professional. You'll stay in your assigned areas. Any further exploration will have consequences. Oh, Sedbik, I straighten my tie, erasing all traces of our encounter. When I finally face her, my expression is carved from ice. I trust we understand each other? She nods, clutching the sheet to her chest. The marks on her neck stand out against her pale skin, evidence of weakness I need to forget. I turn toward the door, each step measured and controlled. Distance, authority, power. This is who I am. This is what matters. Not the lingering scent of her on my skin, not the echo of her cries in my ears, not the urge to turn back. Niet. I growl under my breath, squashing that dangerous thought. I straighten my tie one final time, letting the familiar motion center me. When I turn back to face her, my expression is granite. Let me be perfectly clear. Zajic. My voice carries the weight of authority I've spent years perfecting. That door is off limits. What's behind it doesn't concern you. To waste her, she pulls the sheet higher, but her chin lifts in that stubborn way that simultaneously irritates and intrigues me. And if I try again, Blyed. I close the distance between us in 2 swift strides, gripping her chin. Then what just happened will feel like foreplay. With added isters, her pulse jumps beneath my fingers. Good. She needs to understand the gravity of her position. I don't make idle threats. Stella. I release her chin but maintain eye contact. The door stays closed. Your curiosity stays in check. Or next time, I let the words hang, heavy with promise. She swallows hard, nodding. But there's something in her eyes, a flash of defiance that tells me this isn't over. Gorosho. I step back. Consider this your only warning. I move toward the door. Behind me, I hear her soft intake of breath, like she wants to say something more. I don't give her the chance. I step out of the room and shut the door behind me. Chapter 37. Alexei. I stalk in the direction of my office, still tasting Stella on my lips. My body hums with residual pleasure, but something else gnaws at me. The way she yielded. How completely she surrendered. It awakened something primal I've fought to keep buried. Get it together. Mudak. I clench my fists. The punishment was necessary. She needs to learn boundaries, to understand the consequences of disobedience. But the intensity of my response, that wasn't just about teaching her a lesson. Blyad. I run a hand over the bristles along my jawline, remembering how she trembled beneath me. The sound of her begging. The way my phone rings. It's the nurse. Mr. Tarasov, Bobik is asking for you. Having my son's name snaps me back to reality. I straighten my shoulders, forcing thoughts of Stella from my mind. This is exactly why I don't allow emotional entanglements. They're a distraction. But as I head toward the hidden staircase, the truth burns in my gut. I lost control. For those moments in her room, I wasn't the calculated Pakhan teaching a lesson. I was a man consumed by need. I tap my security code into the panel, the hidden door sliding open. Time to focus on what really matters. My son needs me. The hidden door slides shut behind me with a soft hiss. I enter my code again, double-checking the security panel's red light. No chance. Not with Bobik. My footsteps echo up the staircase, each step taking me further from the man who just dominated Stella. Up here, I'm not the Bratva boss, not the weapons dealer, just a father trying his best. Bobik's papa. The stairs open into a warmly lit hallway. Bobik's artwork lines the walls, his latest fascination with marine biology evident in carefully drawn whales and octopi. The security panel by his door requires another code. The lock disengages with a click. I roll my shoulders, letting the tension drain. I push open Bobik's door, and my heart lightens at how his face brightens at the sight of me. He's propped up in bed, surrounded by marine biology books and his tablet. Is everything all right? Sin? I look around the room. Nothing seems to be out of order. Yes. He nods, almost shyly. I wanted to show you what I found. He waves me over, patting the edge of his bed. Did you know octopuses have 3 hearts? I settle beside him, careful not to disturb his arrangement of books. 3 hearts? That's impressive. End quote. And their blood is blue. His eyes shine with enthusiasm, but I catch the slight tremor in his voice. The same tremor I've heard since Olga's passing. Neverojatno. I pick up one of his books, letting him guide me through the pages. Tell me more. Enquartered. He launches into a detailed explanation about the life cycle of a squid. But his hands fidget with his blanket, a telltale sign that he's masking deeper emotions. Are you hungry? I check my watch. It's past lunchtime. I seen us then. Can we have pelmeni? His voice softens. Like Mama used to make. The request squeezes my chest. Of course. Mailish. I'll have the kitchen prepare them right away. Everybody. I text the kitchen staff, then turn back to find Bobik staring at his hands. Papa? Yes? Do you think Mama can see my drawings from heaven? I swallow hard, reaching for his small hand. Every single one. Mailish. She must be very proud of you. I didn't know. His fingers tighten around mine. We sit in comfortable silence until a gentle knock announces lunch. The aroma of pelmeni fills the room as I help him arrange his tray. Will you stay? He asks, trying to sound casual. Konechno. I pull up a chair. Someone needs to learn more about these three-hearted creatures. Wise. His smile, though tinged with sadness, is genuine. We eat together, his voice growing stronger as he shares more ocean facts. Each bite of his mother's favorite dish, a bittersweet comfort. I notice Bobek's gaze drifting to his window as he finishes the last pelman. The afternoon sun turns the garden gold, making the pool shimmer like polished glass. Papa. His voice carries that hopeful tone that always twists my gut. Could we maybe go outside? Just for a little while? My jaw clenches. The back garden is secure and enclosed, surrounded by 12-foot walls and constant surveillance. But the risk, please. He sets down his fork. I've been reading about photosynthesis, and I want to see how the sun affects different plants. Is a raud sin. You know it's not safe. The words come automatically. The same response I've given 100 times. His shoulders slump slightly, but he rallies. We could go when it's darker? No one would see then. Why, I run a hand over my jaw. Security protocols and evacuation routes cycling through my mind. I promise I'll be careful. His voice drops low. I miss feeling the wind. Blyad. I study my son's face, Olga's gentle features mixed with my determination. He's been trapped up here since she passed, watching life through windows while processing his mother's death. Fine, I hear myself say. Just for a while. With Ezdan, his entire face lights up. Pravda? Really? Under strict conditions. I hold up my hand before his excitement can build further. We come in the moment I say so. No arguments. Of course, he nods eagerly, already reaching for his wheelchair controls. Can we go by the roses? Mama always said they smell sweetest at this time of day. Is teeted. My chest tightens. Duh. Malish. We can check the roses. Be termizer. I guide Bobek's wheelchair through a hidden hallway, out of the manor, and down toward a private section of the gardens. The security cameras track our movement, but I scan the perimeter anyway. Old habits. The walls cast long shadows in the fading light, but they're not tall enough to ease my paranoia. Papa. Look. Bobek points to a monarch butterfly landing on a nearby rose. His excitement makes my hands tighten on the wheelchair handles. Too loud. But there's no one to hear except the guards I trust with my life and his. Here. I stop at a small clearing between the roses and a marble fountain. The spot offers clear sightlines in all directions while keeping us concealed from the main house. The fountain's gentle splash will mask our conversation. Perfect. Can we stay here for a bit? Bobek asks, his head tilted back to catch the sunlight on his face. I position his chair so he can see both the roses and the koi pond beyond the fountain, close enough to the house for a quick retreat if needed, but far enough that he can pretend, just for a moment, that he's not a prisoner in his own home. The spot is defensible, protected, as safe as anywhere can be in my world. Papa, did you know birds play games? Bobek tracks a sparrow's path with eager eyes. I read about it. They have special movements, like a dance. Weave, and with there of roads. Duh. I settle onto a nearby bench, like badminton, but with feathers and beaks instead of rackets. His hands move animatedly as he explains. Birds who play tennis. I chuckle. Not tennis. Badminton. He looks around us. I bet we could play over there if we had a net. And rackets. Tekadu. You want to play badminton? Now? I frown at him. This kid. He nods eagerly. I bet it would be good for me. 2. Papa. He flexes a punny bicep. I could build my muscles. Like you. Jesus. Can we do it? His eyes sparkle. Can we? I exhale a deep breath. Duh. Malish. Let's play one of these bird games of yours. I reach for my phone. Getting Sasha. We need a badminton set. Unquote. A what? You heard me. There's a strip mall a few blocks away. There's a sports store there. They should have such a thing. Send a man. I end the call. Bobek is grinning from ear to ear. The grin is still there 20 minutes later, when Sasha's man arrives carrying a large box. As the men set up the makeshift court, I help Bobek position his wheelchair at an angle that gives him the best reach, showing him how to grip the racket properly. His determined expression mirrors my own as he practices a few swings. Like this. Papa? Almost. I adjust his grip slightly. Try to keep your wrist loose. We start with gentle volleys. The shuttlecock arcing lazily between us. Each time Bobek makes contact, his face lights up with triumph. I find myself matching his enthusiasm, calling out encouragement. Good hit. Soon, the shuttlecock sails past me, and I exaggerate my dive to catch it. Bobek's laughter rings out, pure and unrestrained. When was the last time I heard him laugh like that? Did you see that? Papa, I got you. Lucky shot. I grin, sending the shuttlecock back in a high arc. Bobek wheels himself into position, tongue poking out in concentration. The racket connects with a satisfying thwack. Back and forth we go, our movements falling into an easy rhythm. Bobek's laughter echoes across the lawn as I miss another shot, this time genuinely caught off guard by his improving aim. The sound wraps around me like a warm blanket, pushing away thoughts of business, betrayal, and blood. You're getting slow. Papa, he teases, readying his racket for another volley. I retrieve the shuttlecock, shaking my head with mock indignation. Slow? We'll see about that. Malish. He's down-eye. His giggles fill the air again as we resume our game, the setting sun painting everything in soft gold. In this moment, nothing exists beyond the arc of the shuttlecock and the joy in my son's eyes. The shuttlecock sails past my shoulder again. I make a show of stumbling, drawing another burst of delighted laughter from Bobek. That's 5 points for me. Papa! He pumps his small fist in the air, racket dangling forgotten in his other hand. Ya vygraju, I'm winning. Is red, only because I let you. I wink, retrieving the shuttlecock from a rose bush. The thorns snag my sleeve, but I barely notice. My focus is entirely on my son's flushed cheeks and bright eyes. This is what normal fathers do, isn't it? Play games with their children in the backyard. Pretend to lose. Celebrate their victories. For a moment, I can almost forget about the armed guards patrolling the perimeter, the security cameras tracking our every move, the weight of the Glock pressed against my back. Ready? I hold up the shuttlecock. Bobek adjusts his grip on the racket just as I showed him, his face pinched in concentration. The expression is pure Olga, the mother he lost so recently. Dow. Papa, serve it high. I comply, sending the shuttlecock in a gentle arc. Bobek wheels himself into position with growing confidence, his movements more fluid after a little practice. The racket connects again. Did you see that? His eyes shine with pride. Right over the net. Maladets. Soon, I return the shot. Your aim is getting better. And that is evasions. He catches the shuttlecock without hitting it back. Papa, he looks a little anxious. Can we do this again tomorrow? A lump forms in my throat, and then I find myself nodding. Of course. Mellish. It's a date. I wink and then laugh out loud as he lobs a shot at me. Another rally begins. Our movements falling into an easy rhythm. No Brodva politics here. No medical equipment or hidden doors. Just a father and son playing a game in the afternoon sun, sharing something pure and uncomplicated. For these precious moments, we're just us.
Chapter 38. Stella. My stomach growls as I check my phone again, 2:45 p.m. Imelda has never been late with lunch before. Her clockwork precision with meals has been one of the few constants in this gilded prison. I pace the length of my room, one hand absently rubbing my barely there bump. The morning sickness has passed, leaving me ravenous. Even the strict portions Alexei mandates would be welcome right now. Something's wrong. I muttered to Boyana. My imaginary sister has always been good at validating my instincts. The silence from the usually busy kitchen down the hall is deafening. No clattering of pots. No sizzling sounds. No quiet humming as Imelda works. I press my ear against my door. Nothing. The wing feels deserted. My hand hesitates on the doorknob. Alexei's rules about staying in my room flash through my mind and my body, but hunger and concern override caution. The door opens silently. The hallway stretches empty before me. I tiptoe silently, half expecting Alexei to step out from the shadows at any moment. Oh, get a grip. Stells. What's he going to do? Spank you again? That should bother me more than it does. But it's been a day since it happened, and the shock has worn off. Almost. I'll just tell him I was looking for my lunch. The baby needs nourishment. After all, not to mention the handful of prenatal vitamins that invariably accompanies my meals. The kitchen door stands ajar, and I stop when I reach it. Voices filter from within. I freeze at the kitchen entrance, pressing myself against the wall. A distinctive perfume wafts through the gap, along with more murmured words. Through the crack of the doorway, I catch sight of an impeccably groomed woman leaning in toward Imelda's ear. Sophia? What the hell is she doing here? I thought Alexei threw her off the property. Although maybe they made up again. And then he fucked you yesterday. Nice move. Okay. I shut Boyana's mocking voice out of my head and focus on the women whispering in the kitchen. They're speaking too softly for me to catch what they're saying. But it's impossible to miss the wad of cash that Sophia passes to Imelda. The housekeeper shoves it into the pocket of her apron and looks around furtively. Sophia's lips curl into a snake-like smile, and she straightens as she steps away. I'm glad we have an agreement, she says crisply, her voice carrying more clearly now. An agreement? What the fuck is she up to? When she reaches for her purse, I realize she's probably about to leave, and I have no intention of having another run-in with the woman. Move. Stella. Now. I ease back from the door quickly, worried they'll hear my ragged breathing. Turning, I jog silently down the hallway, ducking around the corner and then into an open doorway. Sophia's footsteps clip smartly past me and then fade into the distance. I hear the door to the front entrance open and then shut. It takes a couple of minutes for my heart to stop racing. Whatever they were up to, I'm certain it wasn't above board. I'm still ravenous. But there's no way I'm going to confront Imelda about it now. Speak to Loverboy. Boyana pipes up. He's supposed to be making sure you're healthy, right? It's probably a stupid idea. But right now, I don't care. Before I can second-guess myself, I march out of the building and over to the entrance to the right wing. I need to speak to Mr. Wan. Tarasov. I tell the guard posted in the entrance hall. Before he can reply, I stalk past him and into the heart of the huge house. It doesn't take me long to find the kitchen. My nose does most of the work. I give a small start as I walk in. Alexei is leaning against one of the counters, a mug of coffee in his hand. I'm immediately struck by how different he looks. Gone is the usual sharp suit, replaced by dark sweats and a fitted black tank top that shows off his muscular shoulders and impossibly broad chest. My mouth goes dry. What is it? Zaitchik? He tilts his head. Back from war. Lessons. A dark eyebrow lifts up. I haven't had lunch. The words tumble out. Imelda never brought it. And I, dark eyes, narrow. What time is it? Almost 3. And he straightens abruptly and sets his coffee cup down. That's unacceptable. He picks up his phone, barking orders in Russian, then turns back to the counter. I watch in amazement as he moves briskly around the kitchen, gathering ingredients. I shift awkwardly, unsure whether to leave or stay. Before I can decide, he's turned back to me, holding a plate. There's a substantial sandwich on it, alongside a tub of yogurt. Sit. He nods toward the nearby table, a hand on my elbow, guiding me in that direction. The casual intimacy of his touch, the way he's taking charge of the situation, it does things to me. I don't want to examine too closely. You should have come sooner, he says, pulling out a chair for me at the small table. A pregnant mother needs regular nutrition. End quote. His genuine concern catches me off guard. This version of Alexei, casual, attentive, almost normal, is more dangerous than his usual cold authority, because it makes me want things I shouldn't. Thanks, I say, reaching for the sandwich. Part of me wants to put on a display of defiance, but my stomach has other ideas. I bite into the wholesome rye, groaning at the rich tang of prosciutto and provolone. He watches me, something flickering in his expression as I let out another low moan. Imelda will be brought to task, he says. This cannot happen again. And I nod without speaking, too busy eating to try to find words. Another thing that cannot happen again is what we did yesterday. Agam. I stop chewing and look up at him. What? I managed to get around a mouthful of food. Did he really just say that? As if the whole thing was my idea? What an asshole. Boyana mutters. The casual way he dismisses what happened between us stings more than it should. Like I'm just another business transaction he's concluded. You heard me. He crosses his arms across his massive chest. Stop looking at him. Damn it. I swallow the food in my mouth. Fine by me, I say, keeping my voice steady despite the hollow feeling in my chest. It was a mistake anyway. And his jaw tightens, but he doesn't respond. I focus on my food, refusing to let him see how much this hurts. It's better this way. Easier. He's made it clear I'm just an incubator for his heir. The sandwich turns to ash in my mouth, but I force myself to finish it. The baby needs nutrients, even if my appetite has vanished. I'm grateful when Alexei's phone rings, giving him an excuse to step away. I return to my wing alone. My steps heavy. I touch my lips, remembering the passion we shared. How quickly he switched from desire to dismissal. Just another reminder that I'm here for one purpose only. Don't kid yourself, Bojana whispers. You're carrying his child, not winning his heart. I return to my room to find a tray waiting on my desk, some kind of creamy pasta dish with a side salad. The portion is larger than Imelda usually allows. Miss must eat everything, Imelda says from the doorway, making me jump. I didn't even hear her approach. Very important for baby. Something feels off about her insistence, especially after witnessing that exchange with Sophia. I already had lunch, I tell her, gesturing at the tray. Alexei made me a sandwich. Annetto, Imelda's face tightens. But this is special recipe. Very good. She hovers by the door, watching me with an intensity that sets my nerves on edge. I'm still full, I say firmly. Maybe later. Het Hesbride. No. Must eat now while warm. Imelda steps further into the room. My suspicion grows at her unusual pushiness. Normally, she just drops off the food and leaves. She's lying. Bojana whispers. You saw her take Sophia's money. I think. I move to the window, needing space from Imelda's hovering presence. I'll eat when I'm hungry, I say firmly. You can take it away. To a Ted. Imelda stands there for a long moment, conflict clear on her face. Finally, she gives a short nod and retrieves the tray, though her movements seem reluctant. Once she's gone, I pace the room restlessly. The combination of Sophia's bribe and Imelda's strange behavior has me on edge. I need a distraction from these suspicions before I drive myself crazy. I settle at my desk and open the laptop, grateful for my designated internet time. The strict schedule feels infantilizing, but right now, I'll take anything I can get. My inbox loads painfully slowly through the restricted connection. No new messages. I refresh again, hoping to see something from Hannah. Nothing. She's probably busy playing spy games. Bojana grumbles. I try to ignore the ache of isolation. I miss our late-night chats over wine and ice cream, dissecting our problems until they seem manageable. I click through my other folders, desperate for any connection to the outside world. Spam. Old newsletters. Expired coupons. Anything to fill the void. A strange sound from outside makes me pause, finger hovering over the mouse. There it is again. I tilt my head, straining to listen. The rhythmic noise continues, definitely some sort of movement outside. The sound stops abruptly, replaced by a child's muffled laughter. What the hell? I sit up straighter. That's definitely a child's voice. But who would? Another thud, followed by what sounds like an adult's deeper voice responding. I creep to the window, drawn by the sounds of play and laughter. Through a gap in the trees, I catch glimpses of movement in what must be a secluded part of the garden. My breath catches. Alexei is there, still in his workout clothes, holding what looks like a racket. But it's his companion that makes my heart skip a young boy in a wheelchair, maybe 10 or 11 years old, wielding his own modified racket with enthusiasm. The boy's delighted laugh rings out as he manages to return Alexei's gentle serve. The sound transforms Alexei's usually stern features into something I barely recognize: pride, joy, and love. I press closer to the glass, studying the scene with dawning understanding. The medical supplies in the kitchen, the wheelchair equipment, the hidden staircase, the nurse in blue scrubs. It all makes sense now. Holy shit, the boy must be his son. Alexei has a son. a disabled son he keeps hidden away in the left wing's upper floor. The revelation leaves me dizzy. I watch them play, mesmerized by this other side of my captor patient. Encouraging, completely focused on his son's enjoyment. The boy's face glows with happiness, his disability forgotten in the joy of the game. The pieces click together in my mind. The strict security, the segregated wings, the secrecy. He's protecting his son. But from what? Or whom? My hand drifts to my own stomach, where his second child grows. The weight of this discovery settles over me as I observe father and son sharing this precious moment of normalcy. I sink onto the window seat, still watching Alexei and the boy play their adapted version of badminton. The tenderness in his interactions with him stands in stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. He's terrified of something happening to his children. Boyana whispers. For once, her voice holds no mockery. All those rules about my diet, the constant monitoring, the medical supplies, they're not just about control. They're about protection, about preventing anything from going wrong with this pregnancy. The boy executes a particularly good shot, and Alexei's face lights up. My throat tightens as I realize how much pain he must have endured, watching his child struggle with disability. No wonder he's so obsessive about my prenatal care. I touch my stomach again, understanding flooding through me. The realization doesn't excuse everything, but it helps me understand. His cold exterior masks a father's deep love and even deeper fears. I need to clear my head, so I change into one of the designer swimsuits Alexei provided and head to the pool. The water feels amazing against my skin as I do lazy laps, my thoughts still circling around what I witnessed in the garden. After swimming, I stretch out on a lounger, letting the late afternoon sun warm me. The peaceful moment shatters when Imelda appears with a covered tray. Dinner. Miss. Her voice wavers slightly as she sets down the tray. I study her face, but she won't meet my eyes. Her hands tremble as she removes the cover, revealing some kind of fish dish with vegetables. Thank you, I say carefully, watching her reaction. Imelda nods jerkily, still avoiding eye contact. She hovers nearby, wringing her hands in her apron, the same apron where she stashed Sophia's money earlier. Is everything all right? I ask. Yes. All good. She backs away a step. Must eat. Very important. Yes, there's that strange insistence again. I'll eat in a little while. I tell her, keeping my voice neutral. I'm planning another swim. I quote. Something like panic flashes across her face before she schools her expression. But Miss must, I said later. I cut her off firmly. Alexei must have put the fear of God into her. I don't normally eat this early. Imelda's shoulders slump slightly as she retreats, leaving the covered dish behind. Rising, I slide back into the water and float onto my back, letting the silence surround me as I stare up into the sky. I think about all that's happened these past weeks, the situation I now find myself in. Could my life possibly get any stranger? Don't tempt fate, says Boyana. Good point. Every time I think things have gotten as crazy as they possibly can get, the world takes a turn for the worse. I huff out a breath and stand, finding my feet. Hello? Stella. I wussed. I yelp at the sight of Alexei's sister sitting on the lounger I vacated. Diana. I blurt. I didn't expect to see you here. It's Bistam. Clearly not. She looks around. Enjoying your swim? Yes. I was just about to have dinner. I don't know why I feel the need to tell her, but it occurs to me that the tray is nowhere in sight. At least, I thought I was. I frown as I clamber out of the pool. Dripping water. She hands me a towel as she rises. No dinner for you tonight. What? I ask, rubbing water from my face. You heard me. She runs an eye over me, her eyes pausing on my belly. I resist the urge to cover myself with the towel. Have a good evening. She walks away. Wait, I stopped talking when I realized she's still walking. I don't know what the fuck is happening here, but I doubt she's going to explain it to me. Boyana was right. I shouldn't have tempted fate, because things just got even weirder.
Chapter 39. Alexei. I help Bobek settle back into his room. My hands gentle as I adjust his wheelchair position by the desk. His cheeks are still flushed from our game, eyes bright with lingering excitement. That was awesome. Papa, can we play again tomorrow? We'll see. Malish. I ruffle his dark hair, so much like my own. First, finish your homework. Ish sent it. He grabs his science textbook with an enthusiasm that makes my chest tighten. I push my worries down, focusing on his smile instead. Do svidanya. Papa. I dote. I press a kiss to his temple, inhaling his boyish scent before straightening. The hidden door clicks shut behind me, sealing Bobek's laughter into silence. Cold marble replaces the attic's carpet under my shoes. By the time I reach the stairs, my thumb already traces the knife sheath beneath my sleeve, a grounding ritual older than fatherhood. My office feels cold after the warmth of Bobek's presence. I drop into the leather chair as screens flicker to life with waiting messages. Weapons, contracts, territory disputes. The endless business of power. My phone vibrates. Vasya. We have a situation with the Whitmore shipment. It's one. I grunt, already pulling up the relevant files. The father inside me recedes completely, replaced by the man who built an empire on blood and steel. Tell me. The Renzist. I listen as my brother details a series of terminated government contracts, my fingers drumming a slow rhythm on the mahogany desk. 3 major buyers, all backing out within days of each other. This is no coincidence. Send me the documentation. My voice remains steady despite the fury building in my chest. The files appear on my screen. I scan through them, noting the identical language in each termination notice. Someone coordinated this. Looks organized. Bratok. Vasya says, echoing my suspicions. Pizdets. I mutter. It does. With you having 24 dice, I roll my shoulders, tension knotting between my shoulder blades. The documents paint a clear timeline. Long-standing contracts that have been in place with the Germans, the British, and the U.S. defense have all started falling away within the past weeks. Get me the call logs. My voice stays controlled despite rage starting to churn in my gut. Vasya's typing echoes through the line. Records flood my screen, incoming calls to each client in the days before cancellation. All from the same Los Angeles area code. Blyad. I lean forward, scanning times and durations. Who has these numbers? Only Inner Circle. Bratan. And Vasya hesitates. Speak. What is... Looks like the calls originated from a burner phone. Vasya continues. But the GPS data shows movement within our own facilities. One of ours? The words come out as a growl. My mind ticks over. Find out everything. I want names, locations, suppliers, everything, I snarl. Well, we have a fairly good idea of who's behind it. He pauses, giving me time to put it together. Maranzano, I say softly, already putting the pieces together. Everything points in his direction. He agrees. Shirt of a pista. My lip curls. Fucking Maranzano again. The cunt's had his fingers in too many of my fucking pies. Got any solid proof? Not that I need any. Been working on it. Vasya says. Got some files for you. I grunt approval. More images appear on my screen, each one stoking my rage higher. Spreadsheets detail products sourced from a third-world operation, weapons manufactured at a fraction of my costs, through the exploitation of children as young as 8. Suka. I slam my fist on the desk. He's been undercutting us by almost 40%. Vasya's words add fuel to the fire. My jaw clenches as I scan production figures. Small hands assembling deadly weapons. Working 16-hour days. The spreadsheet blurs. For a heartbeat. The tiny fingers in the photos morph into Bobik's gripping his science book instead of rifle parts. I shut the laptop hard enough to crack the screen. Their quality control is shit. Vasya adds. Had 2 weapons explode during testing last week. Killed 3 soldiers. And, of course, children can't maintain proper safety standards. More blood on Maranzano's hands. Korosho, the traitor will be dealt with. But first, I need to fix this fuck-up before it costs us any more money. I pull up James Whitmore's private number, already mapping out leverage points in my mind. Our high-level defense contact may have publicly distanced himself, but our relationship runs deeper than government contracts. Get me everything we have on Whitmore's Miami property purchases. I tell Vasya, and his daughter's college transcripts. If we do, the ones from last month or the new ones, all of them. I tap my fingers on the desk. How much did he move through our Cayman accounts in February? 23 million? Vasya's typing pauses. Want me to freeze it? Not yet, but have it ready. I pause. Get Sasha to arrange a meeting. Tonight. I check my watch. Leave it to me. Bratan. Blake. I end the call. Already composing my approach. Whitmore's precious daughter, Catherine, and her cocaine habit provide the perfect pressure point. One hint of exposure would destroy both their carefully maintained public images. My phone buzzes with confirmation of the meeting. I text back a single word. Good. Is time to remind the minister exactly why he can't afford to cross me. I grab my jacket, already dialing Sasha's number as I stride from the office. He answers on the first ring. Got the plane ready for the Whitmore visit. Duh. Boss. Security detail? Just you. I check my Glock's magazine before sliding it into my shoulder holster. Got it. Sasha's efficiency is why he's my right hand. Meet you outside in 15. And back. Good. Enough time to change and pack a bag. I end the call. My footsteps making my way down the hallway. Diana appears at the intersection. Her concerned expression telling me she's heard about the contracts. Not now. I cut off her questions before she can speak. Handle things here. End quote. She nods, understanding the unspoken command to watch Bobik. I don't slow my pace as I pass her. The night air hits my face as I exit through the side entrance. Sasha, already waiting with the Bentley idling. I slide into the back seat, checking my phone one last time. No updates. But sometimes, no news is good news. The trip to the airfield is smooth and uneventful. I settle into the leather seat of my private jet, the familiar scent of power and privilege doing nothing to calm my murderous mood. Sasha takes his position near the cockpit, giving me space to think. The engines roar to life as I loosen my tie, focusing on how to handle Whitmore. The man's arrogance makes him predictable. He'll expect threats about his daughter's drug habit, giving me the perfect opening to blindside him with the property documentation. My phone buzzes with another update from Mafia. More contracts being canceled. The losses are mounting into hundreds of millions. Pizdets. I pour myself 2 fingers of vodka, letting the chilled liquid swirl in the crystal glass. Maranzano's betrayal burns deeper than the alcohol. The fucker clearly stole my weapons contracts and undercut my price to win over the Ministry of Defense. Calm down. Mudak. End quote. First, I'll deal with Whitmore. Then, Maranzano will learn exactly why no one fucks with my empire. I crush the ice cube between my molars. Let the Italian enjoy his victory for a minute. It'll make his scream sweeter when I carve it from his throat. The plane levels out at cruising altitude. The leather seat creaks as I shift, studying the latest contract terminations on my tablet. The numbers paint an ugly picture. We're hemorrhaging market share faster than I anticipated. Maranzano isn't just undercutting prices. He's systematically hitting my entire distribution network, using inside knowledge to hit weak points I didn't even know existed. He's not even bothering to be subtle about it. Does he really think he can slip under the radar and vanish to fucking Argentina before I notice? Blyad. The curse slips out as I scroll through Vassia's analysis. I check the latest financial reports, looking for patterns. The systematic dismantling of my weapons business bears all the hallmarks of a coordinated attack. He wants me desperate, off balance, scrambling to plug the leaks. The vodka glass freezes halfway to my lips as a new theory forms. What if the weapons contracts aren't the real target? What if this is about something else entirely? What if Maranzano's going for total destruction? The leaked client information, the targeted contract cancellations. He's not trying to compete. He's trying to bleed me dry. Chert vozmi. My fingers tighten around the glass. The lost contracts aren't just about revenue, they're about credibility. Each cancellation makes the next one easier, creating a domino effect that could bring down everything I've built. The glass shatters in my grip. Sasha glances back, but knows better than to comment as I brush crystal shards from my lap. Blood beads where glass nicked my palm. I watch it drip, remembering other betrayals, other lessons taught in blood. Maranzano thinks he's clever, using my own tactics against me. But he's forgotten one crucial detail. I didn't build this empire by being predictable. The city lights of Washington spread below as we begin our descent. My jaw clenches, tension radiating through my shoulders. 10 years of careful planning. Building an untouchable weapons business. I won't let some pizda like Maranzano tear it all down. I check my watch. 2 hours until the meeting with Whitmore. Plenty of time to remind him exactly who he's dealing with. My phone buzzes again. Deanna. Everything okay? I keep my voice neutral, though my grip tightens on the armrest. Just checking your ETA. Bobik's asking about badminton tomorrow. And to Davu, tell him I'll be back soon. The promise steadies me, reminding me exactly what I'm protecting. I end the call as we pull into the hangar. Time to focus. Whitmore needs to understand that crossing me isn't just bad business, it's suicide. Anyone trying to tear my empire down will learn that lesson in blood.
Chapter 40. Stella. Diana's sudden appearance in my doorway with a covered tray jolts me from my morning yoga stretches. It's 8 a.m. Breakfast is always at 8. After Imelda's clockwork routine, this change sets my nerves on edge. I thought I'd join you for breakfast. Diana's polished Russian accent carries an undercurrent I can't quite read. She sets the tray down carefully, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. Where's Imelda? I rise from my mat, watching Diana arrange the plates with precision, taking care of other matters. She lifts the silver covers to reveal eggs, rye toast, and orange juice. I thought we could chat. I frown. After yesterday's cryptic behavior around my food, Diana's presence with my meal feels less like courtesy and more like intervention. Oh, is everything okay? I ask, noting how Diana's fingers tighten slightly on the handle of the jug. I study her controlled movements, the way she avoids direct eye contact while arranging everything. This is very kind of you. Just unexpected. End quote. Sometimes unexpected changes are necessary. Diana finally meets my gaze, her dark eyes carrying the same intensity as her brother's, especially when certain concerns arise. It, too, the weight of unspoken warnings hangs between us. I open my mouth to press further, but Diana smoothly cuts me off by passing a glass of orange juice. Shall we eat while it's hot? Sure. I pick at the perfectly poached eggs, slanting a look at her. The resemblance to Alexei is uncanny. Imelda has been dismissed, Diana states out of the blue, adjusting her pearl necklace. There were irregularities with her service that couldn't be overlooked. My fork freezes halfway to my mouth. Dismissed? But she's been here for years, hasn't she? Length of service doesn't excuse betrayal. Diana's eyes narrow slightly. From now on, I'll personally oversee your meals. You are not to touch a scrap of food unless I have given it to you. It is said. What? I say sharply. Isn't that a bit extreme? What if I want a pack of crisps? You shouldn't be eating crisps. She responds. Don't even think about trying it. The biomarker device records everything. Well, I glance down at the sleek band on my wrist. Its constant monitoring suddenly feeling more suffocating. Trust me, it's for your own good, she says like she's trying to assure me. She reaches for her OJ and takes a sip, not taking her eyes off me. I'm not a child. I'm Mutter. I know how to feed myself. I hid. This isn't about your judgment. Stella. Diana's tone softens slightly. It's about ensuring the best possible environment for the baby. Surely you understand that. I do understand that's what makes this so frustrating. But does it have to be so extreme? I take a mouthful of egg. Diana's hawk-like gaze follows every bite I take. The eggs turn to sawdust in my mouth under her scrutiny. I force myself to chew and swallow mechanically, hyper-aware of her monitoring me. The yolks contain essential nutrients, she points out when I hesitate over the runny center. Her manicured finger taps the edge of my plate. Eat. I comply, but my stomach churns with each supervised mouthful. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the soft clink of silverware. Diana maintains her rigid posture, back straight as a ballet dancer's, while I hunch over my plate like a prisoner at mess hall. Good. She nods, with clinical satisfaction as I finish the last bite of toast. I'll return at lunch. Whiz whir, rising gracefully. Diana gathers the dishes onto the tray and leaves. The door closes behind her with a soft click. I slump in my chair, suddenly feeling exhausted. It's only been a few minutes since she left, but the quiet of the room is already pressing in around me. I wrap my arms around myself, missing Hannah's easy laughter, the bustle of the office, even the annoyance of rush hour traffic. Anything would be better than this padded prison where even my meals require supervision. Anything except him. That is, it's been a while since I saw Alexei, and although I keep trying to convince myself that I'm relieved, a part of me is not. Stupid girl. Boyana is unforgiving. You know you want him. End quote. Ugh, I say out loud, shoving my chair from the breakfast table and standing. I hate it when my sister says things I don't want to hear, but I can't help myself. My traitorous mind keeps replaying that damn badminton game. Alexei's rare smile as he lobbed the shuttlecock. The boys' delighted shrieks echoing across the lawn. This is ridiculous. I grumble, heading over to the bookshelf and choosing the most boring book from the stack Alexei provided. A few chapters of neuroscience should kill any lingering romantic notions. Synapses, neural pathways, adhesión moléculas, blah blah blah, beside me. The laptop's red power light blinks. 11:56 a.m. 4 minutes until my daily online window. I twist the biomarker bracelet. The smooth metal, warm from my agitated fidgeting. Screw it. I push the book aside and turn to my screen. Opening up the mailbox. There's a string of junk mail. Some newsletters I subscribe to. And a payment notification for my Kindle subscription. Apart from that, nada. Still, nothing from Hannah. Or even my brother, though I guess I told them not to contact me. The sense of isolation weighs down on me. No social media. I remind myself aloud, hovering over the browser. I contemplate scrolling through more baby sites. But I'm getting tired of staring at images of how my uterus is expanding. I open Google and, on impulse, tip Fairmont. I half expect the usual page restrictions. But somehow, my search yields results. Perhaps it's because he was a doctor. My dad's name pops up several items down the page. A news article from his death. Doctor dies in single-car crash. I stare at the headline, remembering my mother's hysterical words. He was murdered. She was so certain of it. But the police concluded it was an accident, and the case was closed. I click through page after page of auto-generated obituaries. 23 search results, 18 redundant. The Los Angeles Times article says he swerved to avoid a coyote. 2 paragraphs. 3 mentions of his devoted family. My fingers dig into the mouse. That's it? I hiss at the screen. Coyote? What freaking coyote? The police report link winks at me from Dad's professional association page. 2 clicks. Password protected. I slam the laptop shut hard enough to rattle the coffee mug. My thumbnail picks at the edge of the biomarker bracelet. Through the window. Sunlight glints off the swimming pool. Mom's screams that night replay in my skull. They did this. They killed him. But the police just handed me a business card for grief counseling. The laptop hums. I flip it open again, jamming my thumbnail against the fingerprint scanner until it beeps angrily. Google Images. Years-old clinic photos of Dad in a lab coat. Then, an image from some ambulance chaser's blog. Mangled steel wrapped around a telephone pole. Glass glittering like snowfall across asphalt. My chest tightens, and I close the tab. This feels like torture. All these painful memories, with no clear answer. Maybe Mom was right. Maybe he really was murdered and someone is trying to hide it. I press my forehead against the cool laptop screen, breathing through the tightness in my chest. Tell me I'm not losing my mind. Boyana. It is when, always, we're bonkers. Boyana's breezy voice floats through my thoughts. But that's why I like you. One where a broken laugh escapes as I swipe at tears with my knuckles. I stare at the browser's lingering search tabs, accident reports, overlapping one another until the pages start to merge into a blur. I'm tired of dead ends. Tired of feeling like I'm facing this all alone. But Mom's words continue to nag at me, haunting me like ghosts of the past. Murder. Can it be true? An idea begins to form. What if? Hannah. I bite my lip. Junior Secret Service Agent Hannah. Boyana's voice nags from behind my sternum. Involving her could get you both in trouble. I cum. I dig my nails into my palm. I'm getting paranoid. Alexei is OCD about my health. Because of the baby. But he won't do anything to Hannah or me if he finds out I've been trying to find out about my father's death. What harm could it do? I think of my burner phone tucked in my sock drawer, then glance at the time. Elisekis Pam. Too early to call now, someone might interrupt us. Besides, I need to collect my thoughts. Figure out what to tell her. Hannah may be my best friend, but I've never discussed my father's death with her, beyond telling her he died in a car accident. She'll think you're nuts. Too, says Boyana. I huff out a sigh. Maybe I am nuts. But what if Mom was right and the truth stays hidden forever? My father's murderer could be walking around out there, unpunished. The door handle jiggles. I jerk up straight in my seat, trying not to look guilty as Imelda no. Diana enters with lunch tray in hand. Hungry? She asks. I nod, not trusting my voice. I'll call Hannah tomorrow and run everything by her. Until then, I'll bide my time and pretend to be a good little broodmare. But Hannah will help me get to the bottom of this. I just know it.
Chapter 41. Alexei. I study James Whitmore's carefully neutral expression across his mahogany desk, noting the slight tension in his jaw that betrays his discomfort. The man has always been a snake, but a predictable one. Until now. I appreciate your concerns. Alexei. He smooths his hands over his desk calendar. But you understand the delicacy of these matters. The administration has certain expectations regarding ethical sourcing. Ethical sourcing. What the fuck? I lean forward, keeping my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest. Interesting timing, James, especially given our decade-long arrangement regarding such delicacies. Levercy. Times change. He adjusts his tie. There's a tremor in his fingers. The public demands greater transparency. Child labor allegations are particularly damaging in today's climate. Motherfucker. I keep my gaze level. Allegations supplied by Gianni Maranzano. No doubt. I watch his slight flinch confirm my suspicion. The same. Maranzano, whose factories employ children as young as 8. He can to a Geverub. I can't comment on other contractors' practices. His eyes shift to his computer screen, avoiding direct contact. My hands itch to grab him by that perfectly knotted tie and extract the truth. But I maintain my position. 10 years of clean inspections. James, 10 years of meeting every specification. Now, suddenly, there are concerns? The committee has received compelling evidence. Blyad. I cut him off, my control slipping. We both know this has nothing to do with evidence. Have Brait. A bead of sweat forms at his temple. Good. Let him sweat. These decisions involve multiple departments. He hedges. My influence is limited. Maybe Les. I recognize the lie in every carefully chosen word. The rage in my chest threatens to explode, but I keep it contained. Barely. This practiced diplomatic dance disguises a simple truth he's already sided with Maranzano. I shift tactics, letting a hint of sympathy enter my voice. How's Catherine doing these days? His eyes narrow at the mention of his daughter. I was wondering when we'd get to this. He leans back in his seat, his hands folded together on the desk in front of him. Actually, she's made a brave decision to go public with her struggles. End quote. What? Tomorrow's papers will carry our press release detailing her battle with addiction. He threads his fingers together. My PR people anticipate that the response will be overwhelmingly positive. The public appreciates transparency, seeing real families face real challenges. I did nuss. My jaw tightens. The old snake has turned even his daughter's addiction into political capital. My people believe it will help humanize my image. His lips curl into a cool smile. Show I'm not just another heartless politician, but a father supporting his child through difficult times. I remember the photos of Catherine passed out in her car, the cocaine residue on her dashboard. What was meant to be leverage has become his strength. But I'm not finished. I reach into my jacket, withdrawing a slim folder. Speaking of transparency, I tap the folder against my knee. I've been reviewing some interesting property records. Your funds in the Caymans, the ones that don't appear on any of your disclosure forms? I watch Whitmore's face, expecting at least a flicker of concern. Instead, his smile widens. Ah, yes. Those funds. He reaches for a leather portfolio on his desk. I've been meaning to discuss my latest humanitarian initiative. The paperwork was just finalized this afternoon, but it's been in the pipeline for some time. Diaz course. He slides several documents across the desk. Clean. Official transfers into a variety of charitable foundations and sustainable development projects. All perfectly legitimate. All impossible to attack without looking like I'm opposing children's hospitals and renewable energy. Clever bastard. I've always believed in giving back. He continues smoothly. These investments will create lasting positive change in communities that need it most. Rinsed, and probably funnel back to his fat coffers. The fucker. My fingers tighten imperceptibly on the folder. He's been preparing for this, moving his money into untouchable positions. What I thought was my trump card has been transformed into evidence of his philanthropic nature. Of course, there's still much work to be done. He closes the portfolio with a satisfied pat. But I'm proud to be part of the solution rather than the problem. What? The smug certainty in his tone makes my blood boil. But I keep my expression neutral. I've been outplayed for now. The rage simmers beneath my skin, but I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing it. How? Admirable. I say, my voice carrying just a hint of ice. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. Are you here to discuss these matters with me? Because I believe the discussion regarding the arms contract is concluded. I hope you understand that my hands are tied. His eyes are cool. The fucker knows I can't work around this. At least he thinks I can't. The solution crystallizes in my mind as I observe him for a moment. Gianni Maranzano has signed his own death warrant. My hands unclench as cold certainty replaces hot rage. I understand completely. I rise smoothly, adjusting my cuffs. These things happen in business. Insetted, James blinks, clearly thrown by my sudden shift in demeanor. He doesn't realize he's just witnessed a man choosing murder over negotiation. The decision settles in my chest like a sheet of ice. Perhaps we can revisit this in the future, he offers, standing to match my movement. I nod. already mentally calculating how quickly Sasha can come up with a plan to neutralize Maranzano without drawing attention to ourselves. The Italian's ego will make him easy to find. He's never been one for subtlety or discretion. Of course, I extend my hand, gripping his slightly too hard. Thank you for your time, James. His relief is tangible as I turn to leave. He thinks he's managed this confrontation well. He has no idea of the wheels he just set in motion. As soon as I'm back at the hotel, I press Sasha's contact and begin issuing orders. Some problems require diplomatic solutions. Others need a more permanent approach. Once finished, I walk up to the window. The Peninsula Suite offers a panoramic view of DC's skyline, but I barely notice it as I pour myself 3 fingers of whiskey. The amber liquid burns, doing little to dull my rage at Whitmore's betrayal. 10 years of partnership destroyed by Maranzano's maneuvering. My phone vibrates. Doctor. Malhotra's name lights up the screen. Mr. Ulm. Tarasov. His crisp Oxford accent carries unmistakable excitement. I've just received the preliminary results from Bobek's latest tests. Indecisive, I grip the phone tighter. Go on. The spinal regeneration markers are incredibly promising. The new treatment protocol. He pauses, collecting his thoughts. Well, to put it simply, it's exceeding our most optimistic projections. Ever missed? The whiskey glass freezes halfway to my mouth. What exactly are you saying? With the right combination of AI-guided therapy and targeted stem cell treatments, we could be looking at significant mobility improvements within months. My chest tightens. Define. Significant. Okay, partial weight bearing might be possible. His voice carries carefully measured optimism. Perhaps even assisted walking with proper support. I set the glass down, moving to the window. The city lights blur as I process his words. Walking. My son might walk. The risks? I keep my voice steady despite the hope threatening to crack through. Present but manageable. The expense will be high, around the 10 million mark. But the AI modeling suggests cost is no object. I cut him off. Whatever he needs. Is said, of course. There's a smile in his voice. I'll have the full protocol ready for your review by morning. I end the call, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. The rage at Whitmore and Maranzano recedes, replaced by possibilities I'd never dared consider. Bobek standing, taking steps. The image fills my chest with unfamiliar warmth. I grab my phone again, fingers already typing the transfer authorization to Dr. Al. Malhotra's research facility. $10 million. The amount barely registers. I'd pay 10 times that to see my son walk. My hand shakes slightly as I complete the transaction. The screen blurs, and I blink hard, surprised to find moisture in my eyes. Fuck. I haven't cried since my mother disappeared. The memory of Bobek's face during our badminton game fills my mind his pure joy at simply being outside, playing like any normal child. And now he might actually walk. Bozhemoy. I swallow down the tightness in my throat. All these years of protecting him, hiding him away. Every decision driven by the need to keep him safe from those who would see him as weak. But he's never been weak. Never. The transfer confirmation pings. Done. I stare at the zeros, remembering the day the doctors first told me about his injury. The way Olga wept while I stood there. Frozen. Unable to process that my son would never walk. The rage that followed. The hunt for the doctor who fled. But now, Blyad. My voice comes out rough. I curl my hands into fists. fighting for control. This isn't like me. Emotions are weakness. Emotions are what get you killed in this business. Yet all I can think about is Bobik taking his first steps. But if it doesn't work, I need to focus. The treatment isn't guaranteed. There are risks. But for the first time in 10 years, there's real hope. I pour another whiskey. My mind keeps cycling between Dr. Malhotra's words and thoughts of my unborn child. 2 children, one fighting to walk, one not yet breathing air. The city lights blur as I stare out of the window. Will this child be healthy? Will he run and play while his brother watches from his wheelchair? Or will the treatment work? Letting them chase each other through the gardens? Pizdets. I haven't allowed myself to imagine Bobik walking in years. The hope feels dangerous, like a weapon that could tear me apart if I let it. My hand drifts to my phone, my thumb suddenly hovering over the surveillance app. Stella. She sleeps peacefully in her wing, one hand curved protectively over her stomach. Our child grows there, cell by cell, spine forming with terrifying delicacy. The thought makes my chest tight. The whiskey glass dangles forgotten from my fingers as I imagine both children together. Sleep feels impossible. The hope churning in my chest is too bright, too sharp. Every time I close my eyes, I see my children together. The possibility of both of them whole and healthy fills my mind like smoke. Impossible to grasp or dismiss, but I need to stay focused. Nothing is certain. Bobik's treatment might fail. The pregnancy might... No, I won't even think it. I've arranged the best prenatal care available. Every precaution will be taken. I push away from the window, abandoning thoughts of my usual night run. These thoughts have left me too raw, too exposed. I need the comfort of control right now. I look at the surveillance app again. Stella's peaceful form fills my screen, her chest rising and falling in the soft glow of moonlight. One hand still rests protectively over her stomach, sheltering our child, even in sleep. Zaychik, I murmur, studying the lines of her body through the feed. The camera quality is excellent. I can see every detail, from her slightly parted lips to the way her hair spreads across the pillow. My thumb traces the outline of her face on the screen. She looks vulnerable like this, all her usual defiance softened by sleep. The sight stirs something possessive in my chest, drowning out the lingering effects of hope and whiskey. This is better than running. Here, in this moment, I can watch over what's mine without revealing any weakness, without letting emotion cloud my judgment. I switch camera angles, checking the security of her wing. Everything remains exactly as it should be, locked down, controlled, safe. The certainty of it steadies me, washing away the dangerous softness of earlier thoughts. This is what I do best. Control, protect, keep my world in perfect order. Stella shifts in her sleep, drawing my attention back to her feed. I can't afford such weakness. Not with Maranzano's threat still looming. Not with Whitmore's betrayal still fresh. The cameras provide distance, safety. They let me watch without risking the dangerous pull she seems to have on me. This is enough. This is control. I pull up Stella's browsing history, scanning the timestamps and URLs. Medical journals, research papers on fetal development, pregnancy nutrition guides. My lips curve slightly. She's taking this seriously. Good. I lean back in my chair, scrolling through her searches. No attempts to contact anyone. No social media. Just endless scientific articles and academic papers. The level of detail in her research impresses me. She's not just skimming headlines. These are dense medical texts that would give most people headaches. Gorosho. I nod, satisfied. The biomarker data shows she's following the diet plan, too. Even her exercise routine stays within the prescribed limits. I didn't expect this level of dedication, this willing immersion in protecting what's mine. I set the phone down, rubbing my temples. Hours of surveillance footage, and I'm still watching. This isn't like me. I don't obsess over women. They're a distraction, a liability. But Stella, Blyad, I'm clearly fixated on her, and it's becoming a problem. I don't do emotional attachments. They're messy, unpredictable. Yet here I am, watching her breathe through security feeds like some lovesick teenager. Control is slipping through my fingers. The carefully maintained walls I've built over decades are cracking. Between Bobek's treatment, the business threats, and this thing with Stella, I can't seem to find my usual cold focus. Pizdets. The word tastes rough on my tongue. I'm losing my edge, letting emotions cloud my judgment. And the worst part, some small, traitorous part of me doesn't want to stop it.
Chapter 42. Stella. I need to get out of this room. The walls of my comfortable cage close in after another day of mindless routines and isolation. The manor's oppressive silence drives me outside for my nightly walk, desperate for fresh air and a change of scenery. It's early evening, and moonlight bathes the perfectly manicured grounds in silver as my feet carry me along familiar paths. As I pass the road that leads to the front gates, I catch the familiar sight of one of the security guards doing his nightly patrol. Like you need another reminder that you're a prisoner here. Boyana Motors. As I reach the pool area, movement catches my eye. Diana sits there, elegant as always, in a royal blue silk robe. Shit. I freeze, unsure whether to retreat or acknowledge her presence. But she spots me before I can decide. Join me, Dorogaya. Her accent thickens around the endearment, hand patting the space beside her. I could use some company now that my brother's run off on business. I hate it when he's gone for so long. And to town. Business? Boyana scoffs. Huh, probably drugs or weapons or something shady. Os, I don't want to think about it. So I stare at Diana's hand. She pats the lounger again. Come. My feet hesitate. I'm still wary around the woman who now manages my meals like some sort of scientific experiment. Yet something in her relaxed posture, so different from her usual rigid control, draws me forward. I won't bite. A lazy smile plays across her lips. And what my brother doesn't know won't hurt him. Where? I climb the steps cautiously. She watches me, amused. Smoke curling from what definitely isn't a cigarette. Is that weed? The sweet, distinctive scent confirms my suspicion. Holy shit! The chick's a stoner! Boyana is laughing. I settle onto the lounger next to Diana, watching her take another long drag. The smoke drifts up into the night air, carrying that unmistakable fragrance. Her usual perfect posture has melted into something softer, more human. Here. She passes me the joint. Her movements languid. You look like you're about to snap from tension. Wendekt, I stare at her for a moment before shaking my head. No. Pregnant. Remember. Diana laughs. Actually laughs, the sound so unexpected it startles me. Duh. Of course. How could I forget? Pity. Though, this is good stuff. and her accent has thickened, losing that careful precision she usually maintains. Her hair, typically arranged in an elegant chignon, falls loose around her shoulders. Even her silk robe seems less formal somehow, draped carelessly rather than perfectly arranged. "I've never seen you like this," I admit, watching as she lifts the joint to her lips. "What? Human?" She takes another hit, holding the smoke before releasing it in a perfect ring. "We all have our ways of coping with this life. Dorogaya. Some are just more socially acceptable than others. In one." I shrug, not sure how to respond. But Diana's presence beside me feels less threatening, more companionable. "It must be exhausting," she muses. "Being trapped here with all our secrets and rules. At least I chose this life." She waves her hand vaguely at the manor. "You just got caught up in it." End quote. The casual admission of my captivity, so different from her usual stern deflections, catches me off guard. I turn to study her profile in the moonlight, seeing past the perfect facade to something more vulnerable. Diana takes another long drag, her usual perfect posture melting further into the lounger. "I suppose I owe you an explanation about Sophia's intensity earlier." "Donor." My ears perk up at the mention of the woman who'd taken an instant dislike to me. "Did something happen between her and Alexei?" I venture carefully. Diana's laugh holds no humor. "You could say that. My dear brother left her at the altar." "Oh," said. I nearly choke on air. "He what?" "Mm-hmm." Diana's fingers play with the joint, right in front of the entire Bratva leadership. When the priest asked if he would take her as his wife, Alexei Yust said, "No." Simple as that. Devery sighed, the image of Alexei cold. Controlled Alexei, causing such public drama, seems impossible to reconcile. "But why?" Diana's gaze slides to me, surprisingly sharp despite her relaxed state. "Why do you think?" "Stella?" Her eyes drop to my belly. "The timing is interesting, isn't it? Right after he learned about your condition." I know, my hand instinctively moves to my stomach. "Are you saying?" "I'm saying my brother has never done anything this impulsive in his life. The Novikov alliance was years in the making. To throw it away," she shakes her head. Sophia was, naturally, displeased. To action. Displeased seems like an understatement. I mutter, remembering Sophia's venom. "You have to understand, in our world, such a public rejection is..." Diana waves her hand, searching for words. "It's beyond humiliating. Sophia's entire family lost face. Her father..." She shivers slightly. "Well, let's just say there will be consequences. And as us, the weight of what Alexei did, what he apparently did because of me and this baby, settles heavy in my chest. I have to admit, I was pretty pissed too." Diana looks at me. "I worked hard to broker that alliance." "I have broker that alliance?" I raise an eyebrow. "You make it sound like a business partnership." "What's said?" Diana huffs a breath and flicks ash onto the grass alongside the pool paving. "It was..." She gives a wry smile. "I should have known that my brother would never go through with it. And I was probably wrong for trying to force him into it." "On Havist. Force him into it?" I give a light laugh. It's hard to imagine Alexei being forced to do anything he doesn't want to do. It's... She grins at me. "You're not wrong. Pretty stupid." "Huh?" She takes another hit, then tilts her head back and releases a stream of blue smoke into the night air. It's not too bad, though. I think I prefer you. I make a choking sound. What? Yeah. Crazy. Huh? She gives an elegant shrug. Sophia is a stuck-up bitch with too much Botox. And those tits. Fuck. You could bounce a ball off them. I round. I snort out a laugh. Okay. Yeah. They were out there. And out there! She starts to laugh. They were out there all right. Way out there! Her laughter turns into a fit of giggles as she waves her hands in the air. Her tits were out there. That's so funny. I find myself laughing too, though I can't figure out why. Like they're in outer space. She goes on. Intergalactic tits. She slaps her thigh. One could be Mercury, and the other could be Venus. Okay. I chuckle. The woman's clearly as high as a kite. But who am I to judge? Jesus. I could do with a plate of vareniki right now. She exhales another plume of smoke. You know what this is? Vareniki. Like pelmeni, but with potatoes? My mind reels back to another time. Yes. Or mushrooms. Or cabbage. Her brows pull together. How do you know this? I watch a lot of the Food Network. I improvise. She nods, as if satisfied. I tried to teach that idiot Imelda to make them, but she never could. Her mouth turns down at the corners. Glupaya suka. It's what happened to her. Why did she leave so suddenly? It's something that's been bugging me. The woman seemed to be a fixture. And then she was gone. Probably got a nice pair of cement shoes, says Boyana. It's not important. Diana takes a quick puff, then coughs a little. You just be sure to remember what I told you. Oh, about not eating food unless you give it to me? I cock my head. She nods. It is better this way. One of her said it, but why? Just trust me. Smoke wafts from her lips. You never know when someone else lets themselves be used like a weapon. I know. A weapon. What do you mean? Okay, nothing. She shakes her head. Nothing to concern yourself about. You just concentrate on growing that baby for my brother. And quote, I feel my cheeks flush a little, and I'm grateful for the cover of darkness to hide them. Sure. I say, I think you're a better match for him. Anyway, she says again. Better than Sophia. That was exploited. Yeah, right. I mutter. I can think of better things I'd rather do. Like date a grizzly. If he's not the easiest man. My brother. She acknowledges. Yeah, think. I roll my eyes. But he has a good heart. Stella. Diana takes another long drag, her eyes growing distant. You know, Alexei wasn't always like this, so cold, so controlled. Our mother. She trails off, then laughs bitterly. Well, let's just say her disappearance changed him. And Pekka. Disappearance? The word catches in my throat. Diana's fingers play with the joint. One day, she was there, making breakfast, singing those silly Russian lullabies. The next, she shrugs, the elegant movement at odds with the darkness in her eyes. Gone, just like that. Our father claimed she left us, but Alexei never believed it. You know, my heart clenches. How old were you? 10. Both of us were twins. You know. She glances at me. Identical timing. Opposite genders. Rare. But it happens. Yes. I nod. I knew about them being twins. But I don't point this out, because I don't want to discourage her from speaking. After that, Alexei became different. Started working out obsessively, studying constantly, like if he could just control everything perfectly enough. She takes another hit. And then there was Olga. Axum. Olga? Diana's expression softens. Bobik's mother. Sweet girl. Really. Too sweet for this life. Her gaze drifts to the left wing. She gave Alexei his greatest joy and his deepest pain all at once. Winter Frun. Bobik? I frown at her. Who's Bobik? Diana stops abruptly. Forget I mentioned that. End quote. It's a bit late now. Diana. I press. She looks at me, assessing. I suppose I've opened the door. Haven't I? Pretty much. I nod, growing increasingly anxious to know where this is going. Bobik he's Alexei's son, she says, knocking the wind from my lungs. Yes, I know it's a surprise. He never tells anyone. My mind spins, connecting countless dots. I think I saw them together. I tell her, remembering the boy in the garden. He has problems? She takes another drag from the joint, staring off into the distance for a moment. She seems lost in memory. The birth was complicated. That doctor, her face hardens. Well, suffice to say, mistakes were made. Permanent ones. End quote. Understanding dawns the wheelchair equipment. The hidden staircase. Alexei's obsession with controlling my pregnancy. It all connects to this child. This Bobik. He's paraplegic. I half whisper, my heart breaking a little. Yes. She nods. Then her expression brightens a little. But he's the most amazing kid in so many ways. Funny. Smart. He's a total science geek. Her lips curl into a smile. I perk up. A science geek? Yeah. He'll talk your ear off if you get him started on quantum physics. Diana laughs. God knows I don't know what the fuck he's saying half the time. I halved. Can I meet him? I say impulsively. What? She stares at me. I won't tell Alexei. I promise. And you can tell the boy that I'm a close friend or something. I'm taking a chance here. The woman seems to be warming to me. But we're hardly besties. Please? I press. Why? Diana tilts her head. I pause because I don't really know what's behind this sudden compulsion. Because I'm about to give him a brother? Or sister? I think I should get to know him. Don't you? Diana's lips purse, appearing to mull this over. Abruptly, she stubs out the joint on the paving beside the lounger and stands. Okay, she says, surprising me because I really didn't think she'd go for it. Come. She holds out a hand. I take it and let her pull me to my feet, wondering if this is something I'm going to regret. But not caring. Not a word about this to my brother. You hear? She's guiding me back to the left wing. Her footsteps almost hurried. My lips are sealed. I swear it! I'm getting increasingly nervous as we move quickly through the house and up the stairs. And you don't come back here without me. Do you understand? Diana glances at me. We've reached the room with the secret doorway, and she's tapping along a join that releases with a faint click. The door swings open on silent hinges, and I stare up at the stairs I stood beneath just a couple of days ago. Things ended very differently that day, with me getting my ass spanked and... Stop it! Stella, I promise, I won't come back without you. I say dutifully. We're walking up the stairs. Our footsteps muffled by plush carpet. A short hallway leads to a door, which she pushes open, then peers around cautiously. She looks back at me with a little nod. He's sleeping, she whispers, then gives me a little nudge. I step forward and crane my neck to get a better view. My breath catches. Propped up against plump pillows is the little boy I saw in the garden. My heart catches at how small he looks in the massive bed, surrounded by pristine white linens and medical equipment. His dark hair falls across his forehead in a way that's achingly familiar, just like his father's. The resemblance to Alexei hits me hard. Those same sharp, beautiful features, softened by youth and innocence. Long, dark lashes rest against pale cheeks, and his mouth holds that same slight downward turn at the corners that I've noticed on Alexei during unguarded moments. Science books line the shelves, their spines well worn from frequent use. One lies open on the nightstand, its pages thumbed through. My fingers itch to brush that dark hair from his forehead, but I hold back, not wanting to disturb his peaceful sleep. Instead, I stand quietly, taking in every detail of this moment, the gentle whir of medical monitors, the moonlight playing across his features, the stack of physics books by his bedside. This brilliant, vulnerable child represents everything. Alexei keeps hidden his capacity for love, his deepest fears, his carefully guarded heart. My hand drifts to my belly, where Bobek's sibling grows. Tears prick at my eyes as I watch his narrowed chest rise and fall with each breath. The medical equipment surrounding him speaks of constant care and vigilance, of a father's desperate need to protect. A surge of protectiveness washes over me, so intense it almost takes my breath away. This precious, fragile boy kept hidden away like a rare treasure suddenly means everything. I want to shield him from harm, to share in his thoughts, to see him smile. Suddenly, I have a new reason to stay here. Chapter 43. Stella. Morning light filters softly through the sheer curtains of my bedroom, casting a gentle glow across the ornate furnishings. I stretch. The silk sheets cool against my skin, and for a moment, I allow myself to savor the quiet. The events of last night swirl in my mind Diana's unexpected openness, the glimpse into a world she so carefully guards. A light knock interrupts my thoughts. Before I can respond, the door opens, and Diana steps inside, carrying a tray laden with breakfast. She moves with her usual grace, but there's a subtle difference today, a slight easing of the tension in her shoulders, a hint of warmth in her expression. "Good morning," she says, her voice measured yet softer than usual. "Good morning," I reply, sitting up and smoothing my hair. "Breakfast in bed?" I smile. "Let's not get too comfortable, shall we?" She responds crisply, setting the tray on the small table by the window. Her gaze flickers to me, then away. "I trust you slept well." "And I do. I did. Thank you." I pause, studying her as she arranges the dishes just so. Fresh fruit, a perfectly poached egg, a pot of herbal tea, the usual. "And you?" She hesitates for a fraction of a second. "Well enough. To care." An awkward silence settles between us. I take a deep breath, deciding to seize the opportunity. "Deanna." About last night, her eyes meet mine, guarded yet attentive. "Yes, I appreciated our conversation," I say carefully. "It was nice to talk, to get to know you a little better." I wear, She arches a brow, the hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. It was unplanned. End quote. I let out a soft laugh. For me as well. Yes. She glances toward the window, fingers grazing the edge of the tray. Perhaps we could do it again another time. I'd like that. I reply sincerely. Her eyes return to me, and for the first time, I see a flicker of something resembling trust. Taking it as a sign, I decide to broach the subject that's been on my mind since last night. Deanna, I was wondering. I trail off, searching for the right words. Yes? She prompts, her tone cautious. I'd love to meet Bobik. I begin. When he's awake. I mean, at haste, a shadow crosses her face. Bobik is a very private child. Oh, I understand, I say quickly. But given our circumstances, I thought it might be good for both of us. Perhaps he'd enjoy some company. She studies me, her eyes narrowing slightly as she weighs my words. Alexei is very protective of him. It's sighed. I get that. I admit. But maybe it would help. With a baby on the way. We are going to be family. Diana's lips press into a thin line. It's not that simple. Initter, please. I say softly. I have an interest in science. Just like him. Maybe I could be a friend or at least company. I don't. Her gaze softens just a touch. Bobik doesn't often take to strangers. End quote. I'm willing to take things slowly. I assure her. Only if you're comfortable with it. It's R. She exhales slowly. Internal conflict clear on her face. Chat fosmi. Lyosha. She mutters under breath. Very well. She concedes at last. I suppose an introduction won't hurt. And relief floods through me. Thank you. Deanna. It is She nods curtly. Finish your breakfast. I'll come for you in an hour. With that, she turns and exits the room, leaving me alone with a fluttering mixture of nerves and excitement. Exactly 1 hour later, true to her word, Diana returns. Are you ready? I nod, smoothing down my blouse. As I'll ever be. Oh, we set off through the winding corridors of the manor. The grandeur still not lost on me, despite having been here for a while. Marble floors give way to richly woven rugs, and the walls are adorned with gilded mirrors and paintings which are clearly worth a fortune. My brother is very concerned about security in Bobik's part of the house. Diana explains as we ascend to the staircase. It offers him privacy and ease of access. And safety. End quote. I see. I reply, noting the subtle architectural changes as we proceed, hallways widening, thresholds lowering, the floors becoming seamlessly smooth. These modifications are impressive. No code. Alexei made sure everything was designed so Bobik could get around easily. She says, a hint of pride in her voice. We reach a set of double doors painted a soothing shade of blue. Deanna pauses, her hand hovering over the ornate handle. I should warn you, she says quietly. Bobik is exceptionally intelligent. He can be intense. You still. I smile gently. I look forward to meeting him. Today, she studies me for a moment before pushing the doors open. The room inside is bathed in natural light, streaming through expansive windows. Shelves upon shelves of books line the walls, interspersed with scientific models, telescopes, and intricate mechanical contraptions. In the center sits the young boy in a sleek wheelchair, his dark hair tousled and eyes focused intently on the tablet in his hands. Bobik, Diana calls softly. He looks up, and I feel a jolt. The resemblance to Alexei is striking, from the sharp cheekbones to the piercing gaze. Yes, Tetya Didi, he replies, his voice clear and articulate. Didi? She's never struck me as a Didi. I keep my thoughts to myself. We have a visitor, she says, beckoning me forward. This is Stella. And quote, I step forward, offering a warm smile. Hello, Bobik. It's nice to meet you. Different, he regards me with a curious tilt of his head. You're the lady staying downstairs. That's right. I confirm. You've heard about me. He shrugs lightly. Tetya told me about you. She said you're lonely and need a friend. When do we class? I resist the urge to shoot a look at Diana. She's right, I say, because it's true. It's been hard not having anyone to talk to. I smile at him. Diana's lips twitch in what might be amusement. Stella has an interest in science, she mentions. Bobik's eyes light up slightly. Really? What field? I'm really crazy about neuroscience. I tell him, letting my enthusiasm bubble up. Neuroscience? His attention sharpens. Have you read the latest studies on neuroplasticity and AI integration? I raise my brows. Impressed. I have. Actually, the potential for rehabilitative therapies is incredible. Money work. He nods enthusiastically. I'm particularly interested in the applications for motor function recovery. It's right. Me too, I say, casting a quick glance at Diana, who watches us with a guarded expression. Would you like to see my projects? He asks eagerly. I'd love to. He wheels himself over to a large desk cluttered with schematics, notes, and various electronic components. I'm working on designing a neural interface that could potentially bypass damaged spinal pathways, he explains, pointing to a detailed diagram. Geez, poor kid. He's trying to fix himself, says Boyana. My heart clenches a little, but I keep my expression neutral. I examine the drawing, genuinely impressed. Bobik, this is extraordinary. You're incorporating AI algorithms to predict and simulate neural signals? Exactly, he says, eyes shining. If we can refine the predictive models, the interface could adapt in real time. It's said the possibilities are endless. I muse. You might be onto something revolutionary. Hetemarchist, he grins, a flush creeping up his cheeks. It's still theoretical. Darn it, the greatest innovations start that way. I assure him. I glance at Diana, who's watching us curiously. What do you think? Diana? She lifts one shoulder gracefully. Girl. I have no idea what the hell you two are talking about. But don't let me stop you. She waves toward a wide sofa. I have some email to check through. You two have fun. She heads to the chair and sinks onto it, pulling out her phone and scrolling through it. I turn back to Bobik, who's looking at me eagerly. For the next hour, we delve into deep discussion, bouncing ideas off each other with an ease that surprises me. He speaks with the confidence and knowledge of someone far beyond his years. Yet there's a youthful excitement that makes the exchange delightful. And have you considered the ethical implications of AI autonomy in medical devices? I ask, leaning forward. Absolutely, he replies. There needs to be a fail-safe, a way to ensure human oversight remains integral. Smart. I nod. You're very thoughtful about this. No, he shrugs modestly. I just want to help people. I fire. You're already making a difference. I tell him softly. A gentle throat-clearing interrupts us. Diana stands by the doorway, a faint smile on her lips. I think that's enough for today. And Bobik's face falls slightly. Already? You need to rest. Mellish. She insists gently. And Stella likely has other things to attend to. Actually, I find myself objecting, because I could happily stay here all day. It's okay. He interjects. Maybe we can talk again soon? I'd like that very much. I say sincerely. He offers a small wave as I step back toward the door. Thank you for talking with me. Wait, thank you for sharing your incredible work. I reply. He gives a small, shy smile. Will you come back tomorrow? Try and stop me. I tease gently. He laughs, and the sound is pure joy. My throat tightens. As I step into the hallway, Diana falls into step beside me. You have a way with him, she remarks. He's easy to be with. I reply. She studies me for a moment. Perhaps your presence here is for the best. You did know. I glance at her, surprised by the admission. Maybe. I say, because I'm still trying to come to terms with my new reality. As Diana and I make our way back through the quiet halls, an unspoken understanding settles between us. My mind is still buzzing with all that's happened in the past few hours. He's an exceptional boy, I remark, softly. He is? Diana agrees. Thank you for allowing me to meet him. She pauses, her gaze distant. Bobik doesn't often connect with people. It's good for him to have someone else to talk to. I'm happy to be that person. I offer. She glances at me, her expression unreadable. You seem different than I expected. I smile slightly. Is that a compliment? On observation, she says curtly, though her eyes soften. We continue in silence until we reach my room. As she turns to leave, she adds, You really want to visit him again tomorrow? I do. It feels strange to say it, because I never thought I'd find myself feeling so connected to a little kid. But it's true. She nods once. I'll arrange it. In after self, thank you. Deanna. The smile I give her is radiant. I haven't felt this lighthearted in weeks. When the door closes behind her, I let out a breath. A sense of warmth fills me, a connection not just with Bobik, but perhaps with Diana as well. For the first time since arriving at the manor, I feel a glimmer of belonging.
Chapter 44. Alexei. I step off the jet. The Los Angeles night wrapping around me like a familiar cloak. The unresolved deal with Whitmore lingers like a bitter taste. Svoloch, I mutter. Trusting an American politician was always a gamble. I'll deal with him soon enough. The drive to the manor is a blur of city lights and silent streets. But as the gates open and the house comes into view, my thoughts shift. Bobik. I need to see him. The business can wait. Inside, the quiet hum of the manor greets me. I make my way upstairs. The polished wood of the railing cool under my fingers as I ascend. Pushing open Bobik's door, I find him immersed in a book, his face illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp. His head snaps up as soon as he hears me, and my chest tightens at the sight of him. "Papa!" he exclaims, eyes bright as they meet mine. "Privet. Sinnock," I say, a rare warmth spreading through me. "Still awake?" He grins. "Tetya said you would be home, so I was waiting for you. I have something to tell you." I raise an eyebrow, stepping further into the room. "Oh? And what is so exciting that it keeps you up this late?" "I met someone," he bursts out. "Her name is Stella. Tetya Diana introduced us. She's brilliant. Papa, we talked about quantum physics and neural networks. She knows so much." My stride falters. Stella. Her name draws up images of deep eyes, soft curves, pouting lips. Blayet. "What the actual fuck? Is that so?" I say evenly. "And what did you think of her?" A mix of emotions twist inside me: surprise, unease, anger. Diana introduced them? What the fuck was she thinking? She's amazing. She explained complex theories so simply, and she listened to all my ideas without thinking I'm just a kid. My son's face is alight. It's the happiest I've seen him since Olga passed. I head further into the room and pull up a chair beside him. "Tell me more about Stella," I say, keeping my tone even. "What else did you discuss?" "Everything," he grins wide. "She knows about artificial intelligence, just like Dr. Malhotra. But she explains it in a way that makes sense. She said she'd bring me more books." It's Bray. I study his face, the flush of excitement, the animated gestures. It's been too long since I've seen him this alive. "You enjoyed her company," I state. He nods vigorously. "Yes, it was just like having a friend." He looks away for a moment, and I sense that he's trying not to upset me. "That's good." "Sinnock," I say. "Friends are important." I fold my hands, considering. "Did she ask you any strange questions?" "Blyad. The last thing I need is word getting out about my son living here. Although I can't think of a reason why she'd want to share this information. Can't be too careful." "Mudak. Strange questions?" He frowns slightly. "No. We just talked about science and you. It's..." My gaze sharpens. "Me?" He shrugs. "Just that you're my father and that you're very busy." She seemed interested. I see. I suppress a scowl. Is she interested in me as her captor? Or something else? Something more? Bullshit. There's nothing more. I liked her. He smiles again, almost shyly. "I'm glad she came to visit." "I wish." He trails off. "You wish what?" "Malish." I watch his face closely. "I wish she could have met Mama." His voice is small. Jesus. My heart shatters a little. I reach for his shoulder, ignoring how bony it is, and squeeze it gently. "Mama can see her." "Bobik." I'm sure she approves. If you was verstandig, of course she would. Olga approved of everything that made our son happy. And perhaps I should too? So I can see her again? His eyes lock on my face. Blyad. I nod slowly. Trust Diana to overstep boundaries. But perhaps this isn't such a bad thing. Stella wouldn't endanger Bobik's secrecy. Somehow. I'm sure of it. Yes. Malish. You can see her. I'm glad you enjoyed her company. By God, his smile is radiant. Thank you. Papa. He reaches for a book. Will you read with me? Duh. I reply, a small smile tugging at my lips. But first, I have important news. Dazer. When Rady 70, he straightens in his chair, anticipation shining in his eyes. What is it? I turn in my seat to face him. Doctor. Malhotra called. He believes you're ready for the AI operation we've discussed. Armad. His eyes widen. The one that could help me walk? Duh. I affirm. It's a complex procedure. I know. He nods quickly. I researched it. The integration between neural networks and AI assistants. It's very new, but the data is exciting. I told Stella, and she agreed. He's already talking about her as if she's a firm fixture. I'm sure she did. I ruffle his hair. Anyway, the doctor is cautious about the outcomes, but he thinks the timing is right. Is it his S? I could walk! Bobek is practically vibrating with excitement. I could play like other kids. Yes, like other kids. I'm trying so fucking hard not to let this thought take root too soon. But it's impossible not to feel the hope blooming. Just don't forget about playing badminton with your old man. This is that. Never. Papa. He puts his little hand over mine as if he's really worried about hurting my feelings. I would never do that. You will always be my best friend. This kid, I swallow a lump in my throat, then lean in and pull him against my chest. And you will always be mine. Malish, I say against the top of his head, grateful that there's no one around to see me now. There must be dust in the air or something. My eyes are burning. Allergies. Yeah, right. Dol boyobe. It's allergies. Bobek pulls away and looks up at me. He grows thoughtful. Did he talk about the risks? I admire his maturity. He did. But doctor, Malhotra is good at what he does. We'll ensure you're in good hands. With that, it's ruse. He nods slowly. I've been reading about similar procedures. Nothing this advanced yet. But he's the best in his field. End quote. He has a D70 disgrade. I chuckle softly. Trust you to study your own surgery. A guide. He grins. Knowledge is power. Right? It is. And you have empowered yourself. Boy, I'm proud of you. Sinok. End quote. He looks down for a moment, then back up. Thank you for making this possible. Papa. Fuck. How can he be so mature at just 10? I cup his face in my hands and stare into his eyes. Do you think that there was ever a doubt this would happen? He looks up at me silently, eyes wide. Chapter 45. Alexei. The echoes of Bobek's laughter seem to follow me as I head away from his rooms. Moisen. My son, his joy is infectious. As I make my way down the corridor toward Stella's suite, I notice a lightness in my step that wasn't there before. Reaching her door, I pause for a moment, listening. There's a faint hum of music from within, something classical that I can't quite place. I knock lightly. Stella, come in, she calls. I enter to find her standing by the window, staring out into the gardens, wearing a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. She's smiling, a genuine, radiant smile that catches me off guard. Her usual guarded expression is gone, replaced by an openness that makes me curious. Alexei, she says, turning to face me. I didn't expect you, although she's clearly surprised to see me. There's none of the usual watchfulness about her. Being busy, but thought I'd check in on the baby. I say, you're in a good mood. I observe, closing the door behind me. My gaze drifts over the books scattered on her desk. Titles on neuroscience and astrophysics. Something happen? She hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. She gnaws on her lip. I guess you're going to find out anyway. I met someone today. I think. Met someone? My brow arches. Let's see where this goes. She takes a deep breath, meeting my eyes. I met Bobik. Dead beasing. I say. I see. Rebinzer. Her eyes narrow on me. You're not angry? Would it make a difference if I was? I look at her. She looks away. I'm not sure. I was worried because Diana should have known better. I interrupt. She has lapses in judgment sometimes. Is to batted when she's high? Stella tilts her head. I exhale a breath through my nostrils. My sister has her own ways of coping with things. I don't agree with all of them. Iselle, well, I find her nicer to be around when she's stoned. To be honest. Teeper, I'm sure she'd be interested to know that. End quote. Not that I don't like her. She adds quickly. She just seemed more relaxed. She's usually a bit uptight. Like me, I ask. That's not what I said. Bow, you didn't need to. I walk into the center of the room and lean my hip against the couch there, my arms across my chest. She looks around the room, clearly uncomfortable. Bobik enjoyed your visit? I ask, changing the subject. He did, she says quickly, clearly grateful for the new direction. We talked about astrophysics, artificial intelligence. He even showed me some of his own theories. Her eyes shine with admiration. You have an exceptional son. Alexei is one. A swell of pride rises within me, but it's entwined with worry. Bobik doesn't connect easily with others, and his world is small by necessity. The fact that he opened up to Stella is unexpected. It could lead to problems. I see. I pace toward the window, staring out at the gardens without really seeing them. This new development is unsettling. Bobik and Stella bonding without my knowledge, outside of my control. Yet, a part of me is pleased. I hope it's all right. She continues softly. I didn't mean to overstep. Angsted, I turn back to her. It's not a matter of permission. It's about his safety. He is vulnerable. The words are clipped, but I soften them with a sigh. I'm glad he had a good time. Doué dog. Her shoulders relax slightly. Maybe, if it's okay with you. I could visit him again? He mentioned wanting to discuss some ideas. I study her for a moment. There's sincerity in her request. An earnestness that's hard to deny. Fine. I couldn't shed. But you tell me first. And more, of course. She smiles again. And this time, I allow myself a small smile in return. Internally, my thoughts churn. Diana's actions were irresponsible. You m'en pochio. Out of her mind. But perhaps this is a beneficial turn. Bobik could use a friend. And Stella. There's a warmth she brings that I hadn't anticipated. I make a mental note to speak with Diana about boundaries, but I can't ignore the subtle sense of rightness that settles in my chest. For once, things seem to align. Thank you, Alexei, Stella says softly. It means a lot. It doesn't. Her gratitude stirs something unexpected within me. Protective feelings I recognize. But there's more, a growing affection that complicates everything. It's nothing, I reply gruffly, dismissing the emotion threatening to surface. Let me know if you need anything. Describe. She nods, and I turn to look at her, the emotional tension lingering between us. As I stand silently for a moment, I can't shake the feeling that the walls I've built are starting to crack. And I'm not sure if that's acceptable or opasno dangerous. Impulsively, I step closer to her, the space between us narrowing until I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. I want you to be comfortable here. Stella, I say softly. Stella's gaze meets mine, those green eyes searching. I'm adjusting, she says, her voice husky. Good, I murmur, although I can't be sure that she's saying she's happy to be in this place. Likely not, and until now, that hadn't bothered me. But suddenly, there's a tension building in the air, a magnetic pull that's hard to ignore. The soft glow of the lamp casts gentle shadows across her face, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the subtle parting of her lips. Without thinking, I reach out and brush a strand of hair away from her face. Her breath catches, and for a moment, time seems to pause. Stella, her name rolls off my tongue, laden with meanings I haven't allowed myself to explore. She leans into my touch, ever so slightly. Alexei, she whispers. The sound of my name on her lips undoes something inside me. Before I can second guess it, I close the remaining distance between us and press my lips to hers. The kiss is tentative at first until she responds, her mouth soft against mine, and the world outside fades away. Her hands grip the front of my shirt, pulling me closer as the kiss deepens. I can taste the hint of tea on her lips, feel the rapid beat of her heart mirroring my own. Blithe, I moan against her mouth. She's warm, pliant, soft in the places where I am growing hard. My cock is throbbing. I slide my arms around her waist, drawing her flesh against me. Her fingers move to the back of my neck, touching the short hairs there. We shouldn't, she starts, but the hesitation in her voice tells me she doesn't believe her own words. Tell me to stop, I say, my forehead resting against hers. The fuck? When did I let a woman call the shots? She closes her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. I don't want you to. Withered, thank fuck, because I had no intention of ending this. I lift her smoothly, and she wraps her legs around my waist as I carry her to the couch. The world narrows to the sensation of her the way her hands explore, the soft gasps that escape her lips. I'm growing aware of a blurring of lines I've rigidly kept in place, but I can't bring myself to care. Her eyes meet mine, and for the first time in a long while, I feel seen not as the Pakan, not as Bobik's guarded father, but simply as a man. The realization is both terrifying and liberating. I can't remember the last time I kissed a woman like this with my lips and my soul. There's a fierceness in me that's unleashed, an urgency that's unfamiliar, and with every gasp from Stella's lips, with every stroke of her hands, I feel a piece of control slipping away. I set her down on the couch, peeling her shirt over her head, and then my hands are on the bare skin of her waist, her ribs. I cup the soft swell of her tits, hefting their weight in my palms. Her scent surrounds me, that subtle vanilla perfume that now seems to be a constant reminder of her presence. Alexei, she moans as my thumbs flick over her hardening nipples. I reach behind her to release the catch of her bra. Her breasts spill free, and even though I don't know her body very well, I am certain that they're fuller, more lush, full with the promise of the child she's carrying. I tug at her underwear, and she shifts her hips to help me slide it off. She's already wet, and I swear I can smell her desire, the sweet musk of her arousal. My cock twitches, the ache to be inside her overwhelming. I keep my eyes on her as I straighten and strip off, until I'm as naked as she is. She licks her lips, her eyes hot as they run over me. Now, she says hoarsely, I want you now. Alexei. His ghetto. I lift her thighs, wrapping her legs around my waist again. I fit the head of my cock to her entrance, teasing her as she rocks against me. She whimpers, her hips moving in a silent plea. I groan low in my throat. You're so fucking wet. I grit out, running my thumb over her swollen clit. Her eyes are half-lidded, a heavy mix of lust and uncertainty. Please, she breathes. Please, now. It's all the encouragement I need. I push into her, slowly, steadily, my hands gripping her thighs as she takes me in. Her heat surrounds me, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. I pull out almost entirely, then push back in, a slow and measured pace that has her nails digging into my biceps. Her back arches, her lips parting in a silent scream. Tak horosho. I mutter, my forehead against hers. So tight and wet. I thrust again, a growl escaping my lips as I lose myself in the feel of her. Fucking perfect. I stride. Her hands move to my ass, urging me on. I give her what she wants, harder, faster, deeper, until her moans fill the room. Her walls clench around me, rippling waves of pleasure that have me gritting my teeth to hold back my release. I can't let go yet, not until I feel her shatter. I reach between our bodies, my fingers finding her clit again. Her head falls back, her breath coming in quick pants as I stroke her. My hips keep moving, my cock slipping in and out, filling her as I bring her closer. Fuck. You're beautiful, I mutter, bending my head to capture a nipple between my lips. I could eat you up. He's I'm. She makes a broken sound, her hips bucking as her orgasm builds. Touch me, Alexei, she pleads. Please. I court it just. I give her what she wants, circling her clit with my thumb as my hips snap against her. And then she's coming apart around me, her walls pulsing as she cries out my name. I lose myself in the feel of her release, my own orgasm washing over me, and I thrust into her once, twice more, until I spill myself into her. We're both breathless, sweaty, spent. I collapse on the couch, still inside her, my arms around her as we catch our breath. I can feel her heartbeat against my chest, her hands running lazy patterns on my back. For a long moment, we stay like this, our bodies connected, our hearts slowing. That was, she trails off, her eyes closed. Incredible. I finish for her, burying my face in her neck. I don't want to think about the implications of this, what it means for me, for her, for the baby growing inside her. All I want is to savor this moment, to hold on to it and pretend that everything is simple, that I'm just a man, and she's just a woman, and we're free to explore this connection without consequences. But the reality is never that simple, and as I pull away from her, I know I should step back into the world of the Bratva, into a world of secrets and lies and complexities. I should go. I say, my voice rough. It's late. And said, she gnaws on her bottom lip, her eyes huge and deep. Don't, not yet. For a moment. I just look at her, trying to memorize the curve of her lips, the way her hair falls over her shoulders, the flush on her skin. This is a woman I could lose myself in. And I know, in that moment, that I'm already halfway gone. But I can't let myself fall. Not entirely. Not yet. Just a few more minutes. What harm could it do? I settle back against her, feeling her belly against mine. I'm keenly aware of the baby growing inside her, of the possibility of a future that's too daunting to consider. And as I stare into her emerald eyes, I know that nothing will ever be the same. The lines I've carefully drawn are blurred, and there's no going back to the person I was before. I'm falling, and it terrifies me. Chapter 46. Alexei. I lie beside Stella. The faint scent of her shampoo mixes with the lingering traces of our shared heat. Her fingers trace idle patterns on my chest, each touch stirring something unfamiliar inside me. Normally, I'd be gone by now. The walls rebuilt, the distance restored. But tonight, I can't seem to move. This was amazing. She begins softly, her voice hesitant. Da, I reply, an unfamiliar softness edging my tone. Silence settles between us, but it's not the awkward kind I'm used to. It's comfortable, almost peaceful. I stare up at the ceiling, the shadows dancing with the faint light filtering through the curtains. You don't have to stay, she says, but there's a question in her words. I know, I murmur, yet I make no move to leave. She turns her head to look at me, those striking green eyes searching mine. Then, why are you still here? Alexei, good question. One I don't have an answer for. Or perhaps I do, but admitting it feels dangerous. Uncomfortable. I let out a slow breath. You make it different. Whiz of this. Different how? There's genuine curiosity in her voice. I pause, choosing my words carefully. I don't talk about my past. Not with anyone. She rests her chin on my shoulder, her gaze unwavering. And why is that? A part of me wants to shut this down, to seal off the vulnerable parts and fortify the barriers. But another part, one that's grown louder since she came into my life, pushes against that. My childhood was not ideal. She waits, patient, not pushing. My mother. I begin, the name catching in my throat. She disappeared when I was 10. One day she was there, singing me lullabies. The next, gone without a trace. En wivry. Endicott chided. Stella's fingers grow still on my chest. I'm sorry. Averastend. But my father, Rodion, was a vicious man. A drunk. The memories surface bitterly. He took his anger out on me. Beatings were frequent. Within there, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. That's horrible. I shrug. A habitual gesture to mask the old pain. Diana tried to protect me when she could. Being twins, we looked out for each other. He say, Deanna. She repeats. You're close? She's the only family I have left. I say simply. And Bobik. Of course. I smile at the thought of him, even though so many things about his existence are not ideal. But I love my son. I'll never stop loving him. And I'll move mountains to make sure he gets what he needs. He's a great kid. Her lips curl into a smile, though her eyes are still teary. I bet you were too. Ixizri. I shake my head. I was angry. Very angry. Is what abitted. Who could blame you? She turns her head to look at me more clearly. To go through all of that, it must have been tough. End quote. It's what I put others through that was the problem. I stare up at the ceiling, thinking back to a time when I forged my path in blood. You were a boy. Alexei. You can't be blamed for doing what you needed to survive. He's barred. I shrug a bit. I wasn't afraid of blame. I loved it. The violence. The power. Eventually, the beating stopped. My father knew it was just a matter of time before I killed him. She shudders against me. It is the way of my world. Stella. The weak make way for the strong. My father was weak. When I turned 20, I had enough. Exiled the bastard. Took control of everything he had. Made it a part of my empire. It's as this Tikyo. She lays a gentle hand on my cheek. You were so young. Luke, a man grows up fast in the Bratva. I reply, the hardness creeping back. There's no room for weakness. Dumos. She hesitates for a moment. And your mother? You never found out what happened? I shake my head. The familiar ache settling in. Niet. She was just gone. Oh, go. Stella cuddles closer, offering warmth without words. It's strange. This comfort. And that's why you were so close to your sister. Still are? Duh. I say, she's always been there. Acts like my mother sometimes. At least tries to. I shake my head. My smile wry. The irony is that the one person in the world who dares tell me what to do is just a mere woman. Maybe. Hey, don't underestimate the strength of a woman. Stella nudges me. I look into her eyes, realizing that there's an unspoken strength there, too. You're right. I acknowledge. There is a depth to women that few men can understand. When I saw Olga with Bobek, I could only admire how tireless she was. She never gave up hope for him, and had a face. Olga, his mother? Yes. She passed recently. Cancer. I swallow hard as I think of the loss my child has had to face on top of all his challenges. Sometimes the world seems so fucking unfair. Oh, that poor kid. She looks stricken. Losing a parent is the worst kind of pain, especially this early. Hada too. We're both silent for a moment, processing this. What happened to him? She says, breaking the silence. She rests her chin on my chest. If you don't mind me asking. Where's? I pull in a deep breath. I might as well tell her. She'll find out eventually anyway. Eventually? How long do you think she'll be around? Mudak? I push the thought away. It was an accident. When he was born, the doctor fucked things up. Damaged his spinal column during delivery. I grit my teeth. He was drunk. Mester, she sucks in her breath. Oh my God. You mean he would have been normal if it hadn't happened? My jaw clenches. I nod silently, not trusting myself to speak. The things I want to say about that cunt shouldn't be said in front of a lady. Was there ever any recourse? She asks. Were you able to file a malpractice suit or something? I shake my head. Nothing. They denied everything. Remember, this happened in Russia. Facts can just disappear over there. Just like humans. I know this more than most. That must have been frustrating, she says. Yes. I scoff. You could say that. I stare up at the ceiling again. But in my world, there are ways of settling scores. End quote. She sucks in a breath. You mean it's not important? I clear my throat. What about you? Your family? There's an uncomfortably long pause as I look down at her. She's pinching her lips together, and I sense that she has secrets of her own to keep. You might not believe this, but well, she hesitates, as if looking for the right words. I'm actually Russian. She finishes quickly, as if she's telling me this against her better judgment. I shoot a surprised look at her. Russian? Ty Rusky? Well, fuck. Although, now that I think about it, there's something in the carefully precise way that she speaks that hints at an accent. I simply hadn't identified it. She nods. We were never supposed to talk about it. Her expression dims. We fled when I was 17. It was so sudden. One day, I was planning for university. The next, we were on a plane to Los Angeles. Why did you leave? I ask. Intrigued. She bites her lip. My parents wouldn't tell me. Just that it wasn't safe anymore. I shift slightly, pulling her closer up against my side. I like how she feels against me. I like it too much. Must have been difficult. I nurse. Yeah. She admits. I was angry for a long time. Confused. But I tried to trust that they were protecting us. In the stated way. What happened after you arrived? We settled in. Got into a routine. My brother and I got drilled taking English lessons. I could never understand why my dad was so nuts about the way we spoke. It was like we had to give up everything we ever were and become something completely new. There, blind. Sounds tough. I could never deny my heritage that way. Being Russian defines me. I don't say this out loud. She heaves a sigh. It was, but we had no choice. It was how things had to be. Anyway, it was 10 years ago. Another life. We learned to adapt. Is sing fermorded. I can see that. I say, it hadn't occurred to me that she might be Russian. And now, your parents? Are you close? A shadow crosses her face. They're gone. His stay. I furrow my brow. Izvini. I'm sorry. Zaychik. I say, feeling a strange urge to comfort her. I pull her closer. Her breath shudders out. It wasn't that long ago. Only been a few months. First, my father in an accident. At least, that's what the police said it was. My mother swore there were men who came for him, but they wouldn't investigate further. It broke her. Losing him. Not having them believe her. It was too much. Her voice trails off. She took her own life. She whispers. I feel a pang of something regret. Perhaps. You were alone. Hist. She gives a small nod. It was hard. My brother disappeared, and I was left to piece things together on my own. Fuck. I never realized she's gone through all of this. I tighten my arm around her instinctively. You've been through a lot. And, with the Daladrine, she looks up at me, a sad smile playing on her lips. I suppose we both have. I quote, so is Will Bentz. For a moment, we simply absorb each other's presence. Two souls bearing scars beneath the surface. I find myself speaking again. You say you are Russian. And your brother. Nico. I frowned, remembering the cocky little fuck who thought he could steal from me. He's not Italian? Nico Verona? She shakes her head. Her hair's soft on my chest. That's not his real name. He's Nick. Nick Vermont. Or quite, I stiffen as she says it. For more than one reason. First, because I've always just assumed that the woman carrying my child is Stella Verona. And second, because your name is Stella Vermont, my nerves are beginning to string tight. Mm-hmm, she responds, her palm warm on my chest. Although before we left Russia, it was Larkina. My father's name was Tomas Larkin. He was a doctor. When they severed, my blood feels like it has turned to ice in my veins. Jesus, Blyad, A doctor. I hecho. And the police wouldn't investigate. It's not a question. I know they didn't because I paid for the case to go away. No, they wouldn't. Her voice cracks. Fuck. Motherfuck. I can feel it as the color drains from my face. The air seems to thicken until breathing starts to feel like dragging concrete through my lungs. This woman, the one who is carrying my child, the one who is inching her way into my world in a way that I can't comprehend. I had her father killed. I'm the reason that her mother took her own life. I'm the cause behind her pain. I dip my head and brush my lips over the top of her head. I am so very sorry. Stella, I murmur. It's okay. She whispers back. It's not your fault. Bertie, except it is. It is my fault, as surely as if I pulled the trigger myself. I'm responsible. Just like her father is responsible for what happened to my son. A decision settles in my chest. Hard as concrete and twice as cold. She must never, ever find out. Chapter 47. Alexei. I stride into Diana's study without knocking. The door swings open, revealing her as she seats gracefully at her desk, sifting through a stack of papers. She glances up, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before it settles into a calm mask. Lyosha, she acknowledges, her tone measured. I didn't know you were home. Brat, is this us? We need to talk. I state tersely. She sets the papers aside and turns to me. Is something wrong? You introduced Bobik to Stella. I say sharply, cutting straight to the point. Do you have any idea what you've risked? Diana meets my gaze steadily. I'm well aware of the implications. Divrit, then why? I snap, frustration boiling beneath the surface. Every additional person who knows about Bobik increases the chance of exposure. You should know that better than anyone. As Korrid, I do, Matt. She responds calmly. But Stella isn't just an additional person. She's carrying your child. She's becoming a part of this family whether you like it or not. End quote. I scoff, pacing across the rich mahogany floor. That doesn't grant her unrestricted access. It steals. Unrestricted access? She counters. What about your son? Bobik has been isolated his whole life them. Even more so since Olga died. He needs companionship. Someone he can relate to, besides us. The boy is lonely. Brother. It's Snow. I helped. Fists clenched at my sides. And you thought Stella was the solution? Yes. I did, Diana says firmly. And they connected instantly. She brings out a light in him I haven't seen in years. Her lips curl into a smile. You should have seen him. Alexei. He was alive. Excited. He looked the way a child should look. Stella. She bonded with him. End quote. I narrow my eyes. You trust her that much? She nods. And so should you. She has a good heart. Blyad, this is getting complicated. Too fucking complicated for my world. And complications like this lead to catastrophe. I had Stella's father killed. I can never let her find out. Just like she wasn't supposed to find out about Bobik. But how am I supposed to keep secrets when she keeps to weaving herself into my life? Thread by thread. Every single day, I run a hand over my jawline. The small hairs bristling against my fingers. This is against my better judgment. They whiz have that. Perhaps. She allows. But sometimes our hearts know better than our minds. I do. I let out a heavy sigh. Fuck. It is done now. There's not much I can do about it at this point. If anything happens, it won't. She cuts me off. Stella understands the importance of discretion. She knows how vulnerable Bobek is. Alexei. I study my sister's face, the earnestness in her eyes. Diana has always been the more rational one. Maybe she's right. Maybe Stella's presence in Bobek's life could be beneficial. But that is where we draw the line. Laudno. I concede quietly. Fine. But we proceed with caution. He said. A soft smile touches her lips. Agreed. I do, just then. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Glancing at the screen, I see Dr. Malhotra's name. It's the doctor. In white. Answer it. Deanna urges, a note of anticipation in her voice. She rises from her seat and comes to stand beside me. I tap the screen. Dr. Malhotra. End quote. Mr. Tarasov. His voice comes through clearly. A moment later, his dark features flicker into focus as he connects to video. I'm calling with updates on Bobek's proposed procedure. I'm listening. I reply, my grip tightening on the phone. Diana has her hand to her mouth, her eyes wide. We've made significant advancements with the AI-assisted surgery. He explains. The procedure involves integrating neural interfaces to rewire Bobek's nervous system, bypassing the damaged areas. It has done. Diana steps closer, eyes fixed on me. What is he talking about? She mouths. I hold up a hand to silence her. Yes. You told me before. What are the chances this will work? I ask. Given Bobek's age and health, there's a strong probability of success. Dr. Malhotra says, we could see substantial improvements in his mobility. He posed for a moment, his expression earnest. I think that with time and the right rehabilitation protocols, your son could walk. As it's crossed, hope flickers within me, a dangerous, unfamiliar sensation. I push it down. What's the catch? He pauses. As with any major surgery, there are risks of infection, implant rejection, and unknown long-term effects. His eyes meet mine. As I'm sure you understand, Mr. Prizet. Tarasova. This is a very new procedure. There is always the possibility of unexpected variables. We cannot guarantee outcomes, but we've minimized potential complications as much as possible. I feel confident that the risk of mortality has been reduced to the lowest possible level. Mortality. I suppress a shudder. The grim specter of it hangs over every facet of my world. I'll take the very best care of your son. Sir, Malhotra says, we all understand the stakes. End quote. End quote. End quote. I exchange a glance with Diana. When can we proceed? I ask. I recommend scheduling the surgery for next month. He suggests. It will give us ample time to prepare Bobek and ensure all protocols are in place. This fixed, I want nothing overlooked. I instruct. We cannot allow anything to go wrong. I'm trying so hard to hold it together, but I can't fight down the surge of excitement. Of course, Mr. Tarasov. He agrees. I'll be in touch with further details. When the sense, ending the call. I exhale slowly. Diana is watching me intently. I was going to tell you about this when I got back. I say to her. He called when I was in D.C. Said they've made some new advances. He feels comfortable planning the surgery. Is it free? Is it safe? She gnaws on her lip. As safe as it could ever be. I heave a breath. But there's always a risk. Bobek understands this. I rub my eyes because as bright as he is, I'm not entirely sure he does. But it's too late to back out now. I already told him about the possibility, and he wants to proceed. Bobik's a strong boy. Diana echoes my thoughts. He's already been through so much. But if anyone can do this, it's him. What? I know. And if this works, it could change everything. Diana murmurs. I nod, the weight of the moment settling over me. Duh. I-. She reaches out, her hand resting lightly on my arm. Your son could have a chance at a normal life. Her expression brightens. We could take him skiing. Brat. Remember that trip we took when we turned 30? Zermatt. I grin. I remember. I'm surprised you do, though. As that, Diana's laugh is girlish. I wasn't that bad. You were bad. Sestra. I think you did permanent damage to those ski instructors in that hot tub. If we're... Bah! She flicks her wrist. Those Swiss boys are pussies. Joserity, I think we'll take that off the cards for my son. I shake my head wryly. We don't want a repeat. Ozen, fine. She rolls her eyes. We'll start with something less reckless. Rollerblading. American kids do that, don't they? Or skateboarding. I'll get him a skateboard. She's getting into the flow of it now, her eyes shining with excitement. Emotion tightens my throat, a sensation I rarely permit. Thank you for standing by us. I manage. I know it hasn't been easy. You were there for me after Mama, she trails off, and we let the silence finish the sentence. I reach out and cup her cheek. You were there for me, too. Sestra. But this, with Bobik, I sigh. You've done more than I could have asked. Meek. This waffing, Diana's gaze softens. We're family. Alexei. We face these things together. Dud, for a moment. Vulnerability passes between us. I pull her into an embrace. Unspoken fears and hopes shared in silence. We'll get through this. You'll see, she whispers against my shoulder. Konechno. We always do. I agree. We release each other. The gravity of our decision lingering. So much rests upon this moment, on the outcome of its surgery. And for once, I hope that fate will choose to deal us a better hand.
Chapter 48. Stella. An alert pings on my laptop, pulling me away from the latest neuroscience journal I've been devouring. Restricted internet access means I have to make the most of every moment online. I click over to my inbox, expecting one of the automated newsletters I've subscribed to. But my stomach drops when I see the sender and the subject line. From G. Maranzano subject. You owe me money. Shit. My fingers hover above the trackpad, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. I hadn't heard from Gianni since that night, the night I swore I'd erase from my memory. The subject line alone sends a shiver down my spine. I swallow hard and force myself to open the email. Ciao, cara. I hope you didn't forget about our little arrangement because it's time to pay up. Don't make me come find you. A knot tightens in my chest. The words blur as memories flood back Gianni's smug grin, the weight of the black bag in my hand, and the humiliation of what I'd done to secure Nick's safety. I thought I'd washed my hands of him, that Alexei's intervention had severed any remaining ties. Clearly, I was wrong. I closed the laptop abruptly, pushing it away as if it's burned me. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears. I draw my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. The walls of the opulent room seemed to close in, the grandeur suffocating rather than comforting. I can't believe I was engaged to this guy. What the hell was I thinking? I should tell him to go screw himself after everything he put me through, especially since he didn't even give me the full 300 grand. He gave me other things instead. And it's only sheer luck that my meeting with Alexei didn't go horribly wrong. I stand abruptly, pacing the length of the room. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps, but it does nothing to quiet my racing mind. I rub my temples, trying to stave off the impending headache. This really is the last thing I need right now. I'm already grappling with enough uncertainty. I think back to the desperate decision to borrow money from Gianni. Helping Nick seemed to be worth any price at the time. My brother's terrified eyes. His pleas for help, they left me no choice. But the relief I felt then has morphed into dread. I should have known Gianni won't simply let this go. The afternoon drags on. Each passing minute is weighted with anxiety as I try to come up with a solution. I try to distract myself with books, stretching routines, anything to keep my mind occupied. As evening approaches, a knock at the door startles me. Before I can answer, Alexei strides in, his presence commanding as always. He's dressed casually, but there's an alertness in his gaze that makes my pulse quicken. Your heart rate is elevated, he notes, pointing at the biomarker device on my wrist. What's going on? Of course he'd notice. I force a tight smile, just feeling a bit restless. Well, he crosses the room, his eyes scanning my face intently. Restless, his gaze sharpens. It's more than that. Tell me what's wrong. Shit. I hesitate, biting my lower lip. Part of me wants to unload everything, to let him shoulder this burden for me. But another part resists, clinging to the last shred of autonomy I still have. I've always prided myself on being an independent woman who can take care of herself. But now, I don't even have my job to start chipping away at my debt with monthly installments. I hate the helplessness, the gnawing realization that I'm completely at Alexei's mercy. Stella, he says firmly, softening his tone just a fraction. I can't help if you don't tell me. And his sincerity breaks through my defenses. I take a shaky breath. It's not like I have a choice. I received an email today from Gianni. A flicker of emotion anger, perhaps passes over his features. What does he want? He wants the money. He says I owe him. I swallow hard. The cash I borrowed from him to help Nick. Yes, did.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has traído regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti.
No me jodas.
¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol, luego bajo el árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
The money you brought here that night? He lifts an eyebrow. In the bag with the toys in it? I feel my cheeks flame. Yeah, I whisper. Alexei's jaw tightens. Did you respond? I shake my head quickly. No, not yet. It says. He nods, processing the information. Does he know you're here? No. I shake my head. At least, I don't think so. He mutters something under his breath in Russian, the words sounding harsh, running a hand through his hair. He looks back at me. You should have told me sooner. And too, I'm telling you now. I reply softly. I didn't want to cause more trouble. Test. He steps closer, his gaze intense. It's my responsibility to protect you. Zajic. Gianni won't bother you again. My Forrest. I look up at him, a mix of relief and apprehension swirling within me. What are you going to do? His eyes harden. I'll handle it. What it? There's a finality in his tone that sends a shiver through me. Part of me wants to press for details, but the other part isn't sure I want to know. He'll handle it. He reaches out, his fingers brushing my cheek lightly. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. I have it. I nod slowly, the tension in my shoulders easing just a bit. Thank you. It's teen. He holds my gaze for a moment longer before stepping back. Get some rest. I'll check on you tomorrow. As he turns to leave, I feel a pang of something loneliness. Perhaps. Alexei? I say impulsively. He pauses at the doorway. Yes, my mouth opens, then closes. Whatever I was going to say lodges in my throat, heavy and unspoken. Nothing. I whisper. The corner of his lip quirks up. Just barely. Good night. Zajic. I have. When the door clicks shut behind him, I sink onto the edge of the bed. The room feels emptier now, the shadows lengthening as evening settles in. I should feel reassured, but unease still coils in my stomach. Is he really going to fix this? How? And at what cost? As much as I despise my ex-fiancé, I don't want Alexei to hurt him. The night falls, but sleep eludes me. I lie awake in my bed, the ceiling shadowed and unfamiliar. The more I think about it, the more entangled I feel in Alexei's world. Dependence wasn't something I ever wanted. Yet here I am, relying on a Bratva boss to solve my problems. What if Gianni doesn't back down? He's not the type to simply walk away, especially when his pride is at stake. The thought of potential retaliation gnaws at me. As the hours drag on, exhaustion eventually pulls me under. But rest is fleeting. I'm back in our old house, the scent of my mother's cooking wafting through the air. Laughter echoes from the dining room where my father sits, his smile warm and genuine. But the scene shifts abruptly. The lights flicker, and shadows creep in. Men with obscured faces storm in. A gunshot rings out, and my father's body crumples to the floor. A police officer appears, his face twisted into a cruel sneer. You will never know how he died, he says. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. My feet are rooted to the spot as I watch the scene unfold again and again. I jolt awake, a strangled cry escaping my lips. My heart races, sweat clinging to my skin. The darkness of the room presses in, and for a moment, I can't distinguish reality from the nightmare. Curling into a ball, I focus on my breathing. Inhale, exhale. Slowly, the terror subsides, but the ache remains a hollow pit of grief and unanswered questions. I glance toward the empty side of the bed. There's no one here to offer comfort, to chase away the shadows. I'm alone, but maybe I don't have to be. As the early morning light filters through the curtains, I swing my legs over the side of the bed and tiptoe to the dresser. Hidden beneath a stack of clothes is my secret phone. I pull it out and stare at the screen, my mind racing. It's time. Stella, says Bojana. You've been procrastinating this for days. It does to her. I know Bojana's right. But I needed to gather the strength for this phone call. And I'm still not sure I'm ready to find out the truth about my father's death. Come on. Sis, don't be such a coward. Bojana's voice urges. I dial Hannah's number before I could think better of it, my fingers trembling slightly. It rings twice before her familiar voice answers. Hello, Hannah. It's me, I whisper, glancing toward the closed door as if expecting someone to barge in. Stills? Oh my God. Are you okay? What time is it? Concern laces her tone. I'm fine. Han, don't worry, I reply. But I need your help. End quote. Anything. Just tell me what's going on. Any would. I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. I'm still here, with Alexei. And that slimy bastard, she mutters. If he's done anything to you, I'll... End quote. No, it's nothing like that, I say quickly. Because aside from being locked up here, I'm not being mistreated in any way. Quite the opposite. Actually, I need you to look into something for me. My feuded nodded. Okay. She draws the word out. Tell me what you need. End quote. I take a deep breath. Look, I need you to help me find out the real reason behind my dad's death. Anyhow, your dad's death? But you said he died in an accident. She pauses. You think there's more to it? I do. I admit. My mother always said it wasn't an accident. Nobody would believe her. Hun, it breaks my heart to say it, because I was one of them. It pushed her to the edge eventually. I swallow hard. It's why she killed herself. End quote. Oh God. Stella. I'm so sorry. Hannah's voice is husky. You never said much about it. And I always just assumed maybe it's my fault. I should have listened to her. My voice breaks slightly. No. Don't do that to yourself. Still. Her tone grows firm. Suicide is a terrible thing. And it's never anyone's fault. I don't care what people say. She made that decision herself. And there was probably more to it. Your parents were always so close. I know. I sigh. They were inseparable. I remember how we'd always joked about Mom and Dad being joined at the hip, even with all his drinking problems. It was clear my father adored her. All right. I'll see what I can dig up. Hannah says. Leave it to me. She assures me. I have some contacts that might be able to help. I'm C. Relief washes over me. You're a lifesaver. It's, hey, what are best friends for? She quips lightly. Just promise me you'll stay safe. It's, I will. Well, good. And Stella, if you need anything else. Anytime. Call me. Thank you. Hen, I say again, my voice soft. We end the call, and I carefully hide the phone, tucking it away. Just as I close the drawer, a light knock sounds at the door. Stella? Diana's voice drifts through. May I come in? I smooth down my pajama top, taking a steadying breath. Yes, of course. Dad, she enters gracefully, a tray in her hands. I thought I'd have breakfast with you today. If you don't mind. End quote. I offer a small smile. I'd like that. I know. She sets the tray on the small table by the window. The morning sunlight casts a gentle glow, and for a moment, the tension eases. How are you feeling? She asks, her gaze appraising. Fine. I lie. Just a bit tired. Inder, she nods, folding her hands elegantly in front of her. It's important to rest. Stress isn't good for the baby. And I know. I reply, taking a seat at the table. The meal is modest oatmeal with fresh berries and a side of herbal tea. Diana takes a seat opposite me, reaching for a bowl and drizzling honey over the contents. Alexei mentioned you had some problems. I stir the oatmeal slowly. He said he'd handle it. It's mine. Her lips press into a thin line. He can be quite protective. Duazg, I glance up, meeting her gaze. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. She concedes, but it can be overwhelming. I sip the tea. Its warmth calming. I suppose I'm still adjusting to all of this. I was bricked. Her expression softens slightly. I can imagine it's a lot to take in. Ennis, an awkward silence settles between us, seeking to lighten the mood. I ask, have you always lived here? She tilts her head slightly. For some time now. Alexei values family close by. End quote. I nod. It must be nice. Having that support. Whatever right, a shadow passes over her features. Family is complicated. I chuckle softly. Isn't that the truth? She allows a small smile. Indeed. Wells, we lapse into a more comfortable silence as we eat. Surprisingly, the food sits well, and I feel a bit more grounded. Thank you for breakfast. I say sincerely. Thank you for the company. She stands gracefully. Shall we do it again? I'd like that. I say, surprised to find that I mean it. As she moves toward the door, she pauses. Oh, and Stella? Yes? Perhaps. If you're feeling up to it. We could hang out in the gardens later. Fresh air might do you good. We are Suv. I smile, genuinely. Sure. Sounds good. I know. She nods once, before exiting, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Turning in my seat, I gaze out the window. The meticulously maintained gardens stretch out below, a maze of hedges and blooming flowers. In the distance, beyond the small forests surrounding the gardens, the mountains rise against the clear sky. For the first time in days, I feel a glimmer of something. Hope, perhaps. Between Alexei's promise to handle Gianni and Hannah's commitment to help uncover the truth about Dad, maybe things can begin to make sense. I rest a hand on my abdomen. A protective gesture. We'll get through this. I whisper to the tiny life growing inside me. One step at a time. 2. Rasted. The day stretches ahead. And while uncertainty still looms, I feel a renewed determination. I may be entangled in a world far beyond my control, but I won't be powerless. Not entirely. Finishing the last of my tea, I rise and prepare for the walk with Diana. Perhaps forging connections here isn't such a bad idea after all.
Chapter 49. Alexei. I huff out a breath and settle at my desk. The soft glow of the laptop screen shines through the dim light of my study. The house is quiet, an unusual calm that settles only in the dead of night. I shift in my seat as I open my encrypted email. A new message from James Whitmore sits at the top of the inbox. I click it open. my eyes scanning the formal language. Dear Mr. Tarasov, after careful consideration, we have decided to terminate the existing contract for the Cyclone R9 shipments. Strategic shifts and more cost-effective alternatives have necessitated this decision. We appreciate your understanding and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely, James Whitmore. I reread the words, each sentence pumping red-hot rage into my veins. Strategic shifts. Cost-effective alternatives. More bullshit. Kashlyuka. I have no doubt this is about Maranzano again. That Italian cunt has been slithering too close for comfort. He undercut my prices, threatened Stella, and now he's even sunk his fangs into my biggest contract. He clearly doesn't understand the implications of his actions. Yet, I rise from my chair, my feet scraping against the floor. A surge of anger courses through me, hot and undeniable. This isn't just a loss of $75 million. It's a direct attack on my reputation, an attack on me. And in my world, such offenses are met with absolute retribution. I stride across the room, pulling out my phone. Sasha. I bark into the receiver. Dia. Boss? His voice is immediate, alert despite the late hour. We must make a move on Maranzano, sooner than we planned. My tone carries a finality sharp as a gunshot. What do you want to do? Boss, I want him gone. No loose ends. Make it clean, and make sure it sends a message. I say coldly. There's a brief pause. Understood. I'll assemble a team. Iskamzation. Good. I want it done by the end of the week. Is letter due? On it. End quote. I end the call, my grip on the phone tightening until my knuckles whiten. The room feels stifling, the air too thick to breathe. My vision narrows, a red haze threatening to consume my thoughts. Instinctively, I reach for the decanter of vodka on the side table, the clear liquid catching the faint light. I pour a generous measure into a crystal glass. The smell sharp and familiar. I raise it to my lips. But something stops me. An image of Bobik flashes in my mind, his hopeful eyes, the way he looks up to me. Then Stella's face surfaces. Her trust. Her vulnerability. Yet, I slam the glass down, the vodka sloshing over the rim and spilling onto the table. Drowning myself won't solve anything. I need clarity, not clouds. Turning on my heel, I head toward the gym. The urge to hit something, to channel this fury, is overwhelming. The corridors of the manor blur past me until I reach the gym. The scent of leather and metal greets me, promising an outlet. I strip off my shirt, tossing it aside. The cool air brushes over my skin, but the fire inside me burns hotter. Wrapping my hands, I approach the heavy punching bag suspended from the ceiling. It sways slightly, as if anticipating the onslaught. I launch into a barrage of punches, each strike fueled by the image of Maranzano's smug face. Left, right, hook. The bag shudders under the impact, chains rattling above. My breath comes in sharp bursts, muscles coiling and releasing with each movement. Tai dumayesh. Sheteo mozgeshe gratzom noi? I growl between hits. You think you can play with me? I push harder, my fists connecting with brutal force. The leather bites back, the friction burning through the wraps and into my skin. Warmth trickles down my fingers. I glance briefly to see blood seeping through, staining the white cloth red. Good. The pain sharpens my focus, blurs the line between body and mind. Sweat drips into my eyes. But I don't stop. Can't stop. Not until every ounce of this rage is spent. Gianni's treachery is more than just business. He tried to humiliate Stella, to use her as a pawn. The memory of her eyes when she told me about his threats ignites a protective fury I haven't felt in years. No one harms what's mine. No one. I throw a final, devastating punch, the force sending the bag swinging wildly. I step back, chest heaving, the room spinning slightly from exertion. The ache in my hands pulses, but it's a welcome distraction from the storm in my head. Wiping my brow with the back of my arm, I turn away from the battered bag. The adrenaline begins to ebb, leaving behind a restless energy. I need to keep moving. As if on qui, my phone buzzes in the pile of discarded clothing. I grab it, noting Dr. Malhotra's name flashing on the screen. Dr. Malhotra. I answer, attempting to steady my breathing. Mr. Tarasov, I hope I'm not disturbing you, he says politely. No. What news do you have? I wanted to update you on the preparations for Bobik's operation. He begins. Our team has secured the necessary equipment, and we're finalizing protocols for the AI integration. End quote. Good, I reply, pacing the length of the room. And the facility? Secured and private, as per your specifications. We've ensured that anonymity will be maintained throughout the process. End quote. See that it is. I warn, I do not want any mention of my son's involvement leaking to the media. Miss Preci was unaided, of course. He assures me, discretion is paramount. I also wanted to discuss the financial arrangements. 10 million. As discussed. If there are more expenses, tell my people. They will settle anything extra. Thank you. Mr. Tarasov, I'll keep you informed of any further developments. With that, do that. Izeri Grai, I end the call. A flicker of hope breaking through the darkness. Bobik's surgery is a risk, but it's a chance for him to have the life he deserves. A life without limits. But with that hope comes anxiety. The what-ifs gnaw at me, the potential complications, the slim margin for error. I can't lose him. I need to ensure that every possible precaution is taken. Scrolling through my contacts, I find Vasha's number and hit dial. He answers immediately. Bratuk and Vasya. Reach out to our contacts in media and cybersecurity. I instruct. I want a complete blackout on any information regarding a high-profile surgery in the next month. Monitor for any leaks. Mated in the Startnesty. Understood. He replies. I'll put in more firewalls and keep a close watch. Wasn't to orc. Spasibo. Worst. Anything else? That's all for now. I hang up. The weight on my shoulders only slightly eased. It's late, but I already know that I'm not going to sleep. The mansion feels too small. Walls pressing in. I decide on a night run. The air outside is crisp. The scent of pine and the distant ocean carried on the breeze. I take off down the secluded path that winds through the estate, my feet pounding against the earth in a steady rhythm. The physical exertion clears my mind, thoughts falling into place with each stride. As I loop back toward the main house, a lingering thought surfaces Stella. I slow my pace, eventually coming to a stop beneath the shadow of an old oak tree. Pulling out my phone, I access the secure surveillance app. A few taps bring up the live feed of her room. The camera reveals her asleep, the soft rise and fall of her breath visible beneath the thin sheet. The moonlight filters through the curtains, casting a silvery glow across her bare skin. She's shifted in her sleep, the fabric draped low over her hips, exposing the gentle curve of her belly. Seeing her like this, a mix of strength and vulnerability stirs something alien within me. A protective instinct. Yes, but also a much deeper pull. An attachment I hadn't anticipated. Zaychik, I murmur softly. My little rabbit. Her hand rests lightly on her stomach, as if subconsciously acknowledging the life growing within her. Our child. The thought sends a jolt through me. I've kept people at arm's length for so long. In my world, these things are necessary. But with Stella, those barriers waver. She challenges my control, stirs emotions I'd long since buried. I watch as she moves, a small frown creasing her brow. Is she dreaming? A pang of guilt hits me when I think of how upset she was about Gianni. She shouldn't have to feel that way. She shouldn't have to deal with the bullshit that come with this world. Resolute, I make a silent vow. I'll eliminate the threats to my family. Secure our future. Whatever it takes. The weight of responsibility settles over me. But this time, it's coupled with an unexpected warmth. Perhaps, with Stella and Bobik, there's a chance for something more. Something beyond the cold dealings and calculated moves that have defined my existence my entire life. But then again, perhaps a man like me doesn't deserve it.
Chapter 50. Stella. It's quiet. I'm sprawled across the oversized bed, a book resting on my stomach as I stare up at the ornate ceiling. The intricate patterns of the molding have become familiar over these past days. Each swirl and curve etched into my mind. The soft rustle of pages fills the silent room as I turn to the next chapter. A firm knock at the door pulls me back to the moment. Eyes it up, the book sliding to my lap. Come in, I call out, smoothing a stray lock of hair behind my ear. The door opens to reveal Alexei, his tall frame filling the doorway. He's dressed casually today, dark jeans and a crisp shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing the intricate tattoos that snake along his forearms. His eyes meet mine, a hint of something softer than his usual stern gaze flickering there. Am I interrupting? He asks, his voice carrying that familiar Russian, lilt. I shake my head, closing the book and setting it aside. No, just reading. Everything all right? He steps inside, the door clicking shut behind him. Duh. He pauses, his gaze wandering around the room before returning to me. I wanted to see how you are feeling. Is better? I tilt my head, wondering what the real reason is behind his visit. He nods, taking a few steps closer. Korosho. Good. You just know. There's a moment of silence, an unspoken tension hanging between us. Is there something else? I prompt gently. Alexei exhales softly. I thought perhaps it is time I introduce you to Bobik properly. Together. Surprise washes over me. You want me to meet him? Like, officially? Duh. He replies. I believe it's important we do this, as a family. I round. The word family hangs in the air, its weight heavy with implications. I search his face, trying to read the thoughts behind those dark eyes. I would like that, I say softly. A brief smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Koroshi. Then prepare yourself. We'll go soon. To hat. I glance down at my casual attire leggings and an oversized sweater. Should I change? As you wish, he says, a hint of amusement in his tone. Bobik won't mind, but if it makes you comfortable, I'll be quick. I assure him. Rising from the bed. He nods, lingering for a moment before turning toward the door. I'll wait for you downstairs. Oh, as the door closes behind him, I feel a flutter of nerves mixed with anticipation. Meeting Bobik with Alexei feels significant. A step toward something deeper. I move to the closet, selecting a simple dress in soft blue that brings out the green of my eyes. As I change, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. There's a hint of color in my cheeks, a spark in my eyes that hasn't been there for some time. Brushing out my hair, I let it fall loosely over my shoulders. Minimal makeup feels right, a touch of mascara, and a swipe of lip balm. I want to be myself. Satisfied, I make my way downstairs. Alexei stands by the grand staircase, his gaze distant until he notices my approach. His eyes sweep over me appreciatively. You're ready. End quote. Yes, I reply, descending the last few steps. He offers his arm, a gesture both old-fashioned and endearing. I accept, slipping my hand into the crook of his elbow. Together, we walk through the left wing, the mansion's corridors bathed in the warm glow of sunlight. The silence between us feels comfortable, each of us lost in our own thoughts. As we reach Bobik's quarters, Alexei pauses outside the door. He turns to me, his expression uncharacteristically gentle. He's been looking forward to seeing you. Without, I've been looking forward to it, too. I admit. He nods, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes before he opens the door. Bobik sits at a table strewn with books and electronic components. At the sound of our entry, he looks up, his face breaking into a wide smile. Papa, Stella, hello. Bobik, I greet, stepping forward. What are you working on? Just a small project, he says eagerly. An experiment with circuits. I tend, Alexei releases my arm, moving to ruffle his son's hair affectionately. Always the engineer. End quote. Bobik grins up at him before turning his attention back to me. Would you like to see? I'd love to, I reply, glancing at Alexei as I pull up a chair beside him. We spend the next hour engrossed in Bobik's world. He explains his project with enthusiasm, his intelligence shining through every word. I find myself genuinely intrigued, asking questions and sharing my own thoughts. Alexei watches us, a subtle softness in his gaze. He contributes occasionally, but mostly allows Bobik and me to engage. Could we try adjusting the resistor here? I suggest at one point, pointing to his schematic. Bobik's eyes light up. Let's try. It might stabilize the current. What if Town, as he makes the adjustments? I glance over at Alexei. He meets my gaze. A quiet contentment, evident. It's a side of him I haven't seen before, and it stirs something within me. Something warm, comfortable, almost done, Bobik announces, snapping us back to the moment. Shall we test it? Absolutely. I agree. He connects the final wires, and we watch as the small device powers on, the LED lights blinking in a steady pattern. It works, I exclaim, sharing in his triumph. Bobik beams. We make a good team. And a spick, that you do, Alexei affirms, placing a hand on Bobik's shoulder. Perhaps you can help him with some projects around here. I'd like that, I say, sincerely. As the afternoon unfolds, we move outside to the garden. The sun warms the manicured lawns, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of blooming flowers. Bobek navigates his wheelchair with ease, leading the way to a spot beneath a sprawling oak tree. Papa, can we show Stella the game we play? He asks eagerly. Alexei raises an eyebrow. Are you sure she's ready for that? Bobek laughs. She's already proven she's smart. I think she'll catch on. Well, Korosho. Malush. Alexei concedes. The game involves strategy, part chess, part puzzle. Bobek explains the rules. And soon, we're all embroiled in friendly competition. Laughter fills the air as moves are made and playful banter is exchanged. The barriers I felt begin to crumble, replaced by a genuine connection. For the first time in months, the pain of losing Mom and Dad starts to fade to the background. Later, as our shadows lengthen, Diana joins us, carrying a tray of refreshments. I thought you might all enjoy a snack, she says. Her usually reserved demeanor softened. Perfect timing. Tetia, Bobek exclaims. I'm starving. I prized. She smiles warmly. Always thinking ahead. We settle on the grass. The atmosphere light. Almost like family. Conversations flow easily, stories shared. Jokes told. It's a moment of simple joy. The kind I'd nearly forgotten existed. The kind I never imagined possible within the confines of this mansion. I catch Alexei watching me at times. His expression unreadable, yet intense. Each time our eyes meet, a silent understanding passes between us. As twilight approaches, the sky colored by the setting sun, we decide to head back inside. I'll take Bobek up. Brett, Diana offers, giving us a knowing glance. Alexei nods. Spasibo. Oh, Bobek turns to me. Will you visit again tomorrow? Wouldn't miss it. I reply with a wink. He grins. Good night. Stella. Good night. Papa. Grove. Sleep well. Sin. Alexei says, squeezing his shoulder. As they depart, Alexei and I remain standing in the garden, the evening air cool against my skin. Thank you for today, I say softly. It was wonderful. With this fived, he looks out over the gardens, hands slipping into his pockets. It was long overdue. Bobek hasn't been this happy in some time. I'm glad I could be a part of that. Zaychek. He turns to face me fully. You've brought a light into this house. Into him. And, he hesitates, searching for the words. Into me. End quote. I feel my cheeks warm. Alexei, he steps closer. The distance between us narrowing. I know I have not made things easy for you. My world is complicated. I understand that more than you might think. I reply. And I know there's more beneath the surface. End quote. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against mine. Family is important to me. Stella. Not just for appearances or obligation, but because without it, there is nothing else. 22. My heart skips a beat. Because in this moment, the guarded man I've come to know is revealing a vulnerability I hadn't expected. I feel a closeness to him. A closeness that feels deeper every day. I understand. I whisper. A hint of a smile touches his lips. Good. I want you to think about that. -2 here. We stand there for a moment. The world fading around us. The distant sound of evening birds. The rustle of leaves all background to the silent conversation in our eyes. He offers his arm once more. Let's go back. With it is prize and I nod, looping my arm through his. Lead the way. With a lows as we walk back toward the house. A comfortable silence settles between us. Do you have any cravings? He asks suddenly. I laugh softly. Cravings? The baby. He clarifies. I've heard it's common. I'm so... I grin. Well, now that you mention it, there's been this freaky need for pistachio ice cream. And, he raises an eyebrow. Is that so? Yes. But it's terribly specific. It has to be from this little shop in town. End quote. I see. He appears thoughtful. Maybe we can visit. I time. Really? The idea of an outing beyond the estate fills me with delight. Of course. Anything you need. How say? But I thought I had to watch what I ate? I raise an eyebrow. I think we can bend the rules sometimes. Don't you? We reach the entrance hall. The grandeur of the mansion enveloping us once more. I need to say goodnight to Bobek. He says, his gaze softening at the mention of his son. I give a small nod. Of course. I reply. He hesitates for a moment, then leans in to place a gentle kiss on my forehead. The gesture is tender, sending a warmth right through me. As he departs, turning towards Bobek's quarters, a mixture of emotions begin to swirl within me. Things are changing, in ways I never could have anticipated. I stand there until he disappears around the corner before I head up the staircase. Closing the door behind me, I move to the window of my room. The night is clear. The moon, a slender crescent. A gentle breeze stirs the air, carrying the scent of the distant ocean. Below, the estate stretches out, a maze of gardens and pathways illuminated by soft lighting. It's a beautiful prison, one I'm still struggling to understand, one I no longer hate. I lean against the windowsill, my fingers trailing over the cool glass. It's been a day of unexpected connections with Bobek, with Alexei, and even with Diana. The barriers I'd erected to protect myself are slowly dissolving, revealing a confusing mix of emotions. It's hard to believe how much my life has changed in just a matter of weeks. I take a deep breath, my hand moving to rest on my abdomen. Inside, a new life is growing, a precious gift I've guarded closely. For now, it's a bond between Alexei and me, a bond I don't quite understand. But tonight, as I stand here, I begin to feel even more alone than I have in a long time. I know I should go to bed, rest my body and mind, but my thoughts are restless. My fingers trace the contours of my belly, my touch gentle. What am I getting myself into? I whisper. The silence of the room is my only answer. I've tried to tell myself that my feelings for him are simply a product of my circumstances, a captive falling for her captor. Like Stockholm Syndrome? Boyana intrudes my thoughts. I haven't turned to my imaginary sister for the entire day. I didn't need to. Alexei has unsettled me since the first time we met. But today, I saw a very different side of him. The protective father, the caring brother, the man willing to let his guard down. He's an enigma, a puzzle I can't help but want to unravel. And there's a part of me that wants to believe he's genuine. That, despite his dark past and complex present, there's a chance for something real. My eyes drift to the dark shape of the door, imagining him appearing in the doorway. Stupid girl. You're like a lovesick teenager. Was now. You're right. Boyana, I say under my breath, turning away from the window. I slip off my robe, revealing the lace nightgown beneath. My fingers toy with the delicate straps, considering for a moment before reaching for the light switch. The room is plunged into darkness, aside from the faint glow from the window. I crawl beneath the sheets, the cool fabric brushing against my skin. I'm about to close my eyes when I hear it, the soft click of the door. My heart skips a beat. The sound of approaching footsteps reaches my ears. And then he's there, a dark silhouette in the moonlight. "Alexei?" I say softly, propping myself up on my elbows. He doesn't respond, but I can sense his gaze on me. A silent, intense scrutiny. My pulse quickens, my body instinctively responding to his overwhelming presence. He takes a step closer, the bed dipping slightly as he sits on the edge. "I wanted to thank you for today." Is day. I smile. The shadows dancing across his face accentuate the angles of his jaw. "You already did. And it was my pleasure." "Dude," he nods, his hand reaching out to brush a curl of hair behind my ear. "You brought happiness into this house." The tenderness in his touch leaves me tingling. "It's your family that brought me joy." End quote. There's a moment of silence, the air thick with unspoken words. He leans forward, his breath warm against my skin. "Stella." "Yes?" My voice comes out as a whisper. His fingers tangle in my hair, guiding my head back to expose the line of my throat. "Blyad." His voice is almost a groan. "I can't stop thinking about you." On. His sudden admission sends a rush of desire through me. I feel the same." End quote. With gentle pressure, he urges me back down onto the pillow, his body covering mine. I can feel the hard planes of his chest against mine, the warmth of his skin. His mouth finds mine, his lips claiming me with a fierce hunger. There's a desperate edge to his kiss, as if he's tasting me for the first time. My hands reach up, my fingers curling around his shoulders, pulling him closer. He settles his weight over me, his mouth trailing down my neck. I tilt my head back, offering him full access. His tongue traces the sensitive skin, eliciting a soft moan. His touch is possessive, branding me as his. I can feel his desire, a potent mix of need and longing. It mirrors my own, the connection between us burning away any remaining doubts. His lips return to mine, his kiss demanding and passionate. Our tongues dance. I can taste the warmth of the vodka he drank earlier, the hint of spice from our meal. I run my hands over the smooth lines of his back, feeling the play of muscles beneath his shirt. He groans softly, his hips pressing against mine. His cock is hard and thick against my mound. His hand slides down my side, his touch leaving a trail of fire along my skin. He cups my breast, his thumb grazing the taut peak. I push up into his touch, my body's response undeniable. His mouth is moving lower now, his kisses becoming more urgent. He nips at the sensitive skin of my collarbone, my breath catching at the sensation. His tongue teases the hollow of my throat, lifting the tiny hairs on my skin as gooseflesh ripples over me. "Alexei." I breathe, my fingers tightening in his hair. He looks up, his eyes dark with desire. "Don't stop," I whisper. His gaze locks with mine, a fierce intensity smoldering in his eyes, demanding and possessive. Without a word, he claims my lips, his mouth hard and hungry upon mine. The kiss is all-consuming, stealing my words away. His breath, hot and heavy, caresses my face, and the rough scrape of his stubble against my sensitive skin sends a thrilling shiver down my spine as he angles his head, delving deeper, exploring and conquering, leaving me breathless and yearning for more. His lips leave my mouth and trail along my jawline to my throat. I tilt my head, offering him access, and he eagerly accepts, kissing and sucking on my sensitive skin. The heat of his breath on my neck makes me tremble. His lips and tongue work the spot beneath my ear, sending jolts of pleasure through me. His fingers, skilled and unhurried, roam over my sensitive skin, leaving a trail of tingling warmth. With each caress, he kneads and molds my flesh, his touch both firm and tender. I need more, so I press my body closer, every nerve awakening at the promise of his proximity. As he cups my breasts, his palms enveloping the curves possessively, I sigh, my body pressing instinctively into his touch. His tongue laves my sensitized peaks, tracing lazy circles, sending shivers through my willing flesh. The wetness of his kisses contrasts with the cool air on my skin, creating a symphony of sensations as I arch and writhe, desperate for more. In a moment of irresistible desire, I run my fingers along his taut body, my touch feather-light. His erection strains against my leg, hot and pulsing, begging for attention. The heat radiating from him scorches my skin, and I let my hand linger, relishing the contrast between his steely firmness and my soft thigh. Unable to resist the temptation, my grasp tightens around his shaft, my fingers encircling the velvety flesh. It throbs beneath my touch, a potent symbol of his arousal, and I feel an electric current run through him as my grip slides upwards, loving the feel of his hard length. His sharp intake of breath gives me a satisfying sense of power, and I take my time, stroking gently, reveling in the sensation of strength and desire intertwining. His body is a masterpiece of hard muscle, taut skin, and swirling ink, and I'm consumed by the urge to learn every inch, to map him out and commit him to memory. We twine together, lips and fingertips and tongues exploring, until every nerve ending feels like it ready to explode. The need to feel him inside me is overwhelming, but I want this build-up to last. This game of touch and tease, the raw, explicit desire we share, feels like an obsession, but it can't go on. I'll probably melt. Please, I groan, tugging him closer against me. His skin is warm and smooth against mine as he settles between my thighs, his body aligning with mine as his cock slides between the slick lips of my pussy. Resting there, our gazes lock, and in this moment, I see the unfamiliar tenderness behind his usual hard features. It's a side of him I never expected, and it stirs something unspeakable within me. With gentle fingers, he brushes the hair from my face, his thumb caressing my cheek. Tai prekrasna, Stella, so beautiful. And quote, I want you. I exhale, the words sounding more like a moan. A soft groan escapes his lips as he thrusts into me, our bodies joining as if we were made for each other. I wrap my legs around his lean waist, drawing him deeper and deeper. He moves with deliberate slowness, a torturous rhythm that ignites my senses. His gaze locks with mine, intensa and unwavering, almost too much for me to bear. Although I don't look away, I can sense his control, a raw, restrained power that sends a thrill through my body. With each passing second, he teases and torments, pushing forward, filling me with a tantalizing slowness, and then retreating, leaving me craving even more. My fingers trace every inch of his sculpted back, feeling the smooth skin and the rigid outline of his spine. I grip his shoulders, digging my nails into the firm flesh as I explore the curve of his muscular arms. The hair on his chest is soft and sparse, and I gently scratch my nails across it, reveling in the contrast against his hard, rippling pecs. Our breathing becomes labored, heated pants filling the air. Every thrust brings a sharp gasp, our bodies moving in perfect synergy. Approaching the peak of ecstasy, his mouth captures mine, kissing me with a hunger that mirrors my own. I taste his desire, his tongue commanding and demanding my surrender. The climax looms, the tension coiling tightly within us. We hover at the pinnacle, every muscle taut, every sense heightened. Then, in one decisive motion, he plunges fully, sending us plummeting into oblivion. An explosive cry bursts from my lips. Oh, yes, harder. The room fills with our voices, a raw chorus of pleasure and satisfaction. Our hearts race in unison, wild and passionate, as our bodies intertwine, slick with sweat and need. For a moment, we lie still, our breathing gradually slowing. His weight presses me into the mattress, a comforting heaviness. His arms tighten around me, his lips brushing my temple. I feel safe, protected in the circle of his embrace. It's a feeling I haven't known in a long time, and I want to hold on to it for as long as I can. His hand comes to rest on my stomach, a gentle caress. You and I, we are bound now. I stare up at him, my fingers tracing over his back. Yes, I whisper, though I'm not entirely sure what that means. His lips find mine once more, his kiss soft and gentle. Sleep now. Zajic. I am whole. I smile, a sense of peace settling over me. He presses a final kiss to my forehead before pulling away, his body slipping from mine. I feel a brief moment of loss before he tugs the covers over us, his arm coming to rest around my waist. His presence is a comfort, a shield against the darkness. I snuggle closer, my head resting on his shoulder. Good night, Alexei, I murmur softly. Good night, Krasivaya. His voice is a low rumble, his breath stirring the hair at my temple. I close my eyes, my body relaxing into his. For the first time in a long while, I feel no fear of the night.
Chapter 50. 1. Alexei. Today is the day. I tighten my tie with practiced precision, checking that my appearance betrays none of the chaos churning within me. The silk is smooth under my fingers, the crisp white of my shirt unmarred, the tailored lines of my suit sharp as a blade. Each detail is intentional, a facade meticulously crafted. I cannot afford weakness. Not today. Not in front of Bobik. The past few days with Stella and Bobik have felt surreal, like breathing in a bubble of borrowed time. A fragile illusion, too beautiful to be real, too fleeting to last. Happiness is a luxury I'm not certain I've earned. But today, there's no time to dwell on such things. Today brings us back to reality like a fist to the jaw. My son's operation looms ahead like a shadow I cannot outrun. As I climb the stairs toward his ward, My steps echo against the sterile white walls, louder than they ought to be. With every floor I ascend, I feel the weight in my chest grow heavier, my body betraying the calm I'm trying so desperately to project. When I finally reach the double doors to his wing, I pause, gripping the metal handle. The coolness of it bites into my palm, grounding me for a moment. I breathe in deeply, eyes closing for just a heartbeat before I step into the space that has been his sanctuary and his prison. The air smells faintly of antiseptic, sharp but familiar. Bobik's main carer, Nurse Anna, moves efficiently about the room, packing his essentials. His clothes are neatly folded, his favorite books stacked precisely beside the worn tablet he spends hours on. I note the care she's taken in arranging everything, and gratitude stirs weakly beneath my anxiety. Papa. My son's voice cuts through the hum of the medical machines, bright and bursting with an energy that pulls my attention immediately. I turn toward him, and there he is, my brave little boy, beaming up at me from his wheelchair. His skinny legs are tucked neatly beneath him, his small hands clutching the armrests, as if holding himself back from leaping out of the chair through sheer enthusiasm alone. He's already dressed and ready, wearing the new sweater Stella picked for him, and his excitement practically vibrates off him. My heart clenches painfully at the sight. I force a smile, though my face feels stiff and unnatural. Dobra jutro, Malish, I say, crossing the room in measured strides. My voice comes out smooth, but inside, my composure is crumbling. I ruffle his dark hair, soft as feathers beneath my hand. Are you ready? Yes, he exclaims, throwing his arms up as if preparing to take flight. Doctor, Malhotra said I might be able to feel my toes after the first phase. Can you imagine? Papa? Toes. He wiggles them as best he can, though they remain unresponsive beneath the blanket covering his legs. Despite this, his eyes shine with a fierce, untainted hope that slices straight through me. I swallow hard and nod. That would be wonderful. Sin. My words sound steady, but they echo hollowly in my ears. Inside, I feel as though I'm teetering on the edge of breaking. Please. God. The thought forces its way through the walls of my mind, heavy and desperate. Let this work. Let my son walk. But if that prayer goes unanswered, I would make any deal, any bargain to see Bobik run one day. I would surrender my soul to the devil himself if it meant freeing my son from the chair that has bound him for so long. We'll play football together soon. Bobik chatters on, his voice high and bright, drawing me from my spiraling thoughts. His hands move animatedly as he continues describing the future he can see so clearly, one filled with running, jumping, and all the simple joys he's been denied. As he dreams aloud, I busy myself checking his bags, ensuring that nothing was forgotten. The mundane task gives my hands something to do, a lifeline to cling to amid my storming thoughts. Papa? His voice slips into a softer tone, pulling my gaze back to him. I turn and find his eyes on me again, steady, serious, far too perceptive for a 10-year-old. It's a look that sees me far more clearly than I care to be seen. Are you worried? He asks, head tilted, his expression open and curious. The question stills me for a moment. A lie, it would be easy. And yet, looking at him, I know I can't. He's endured more truth in his short life than most adults ever will. He deserves better than a false mask. Yes, Malish. I force myself to answer, my voice tight, a little. To my surprise, His small hand reaches for mine, his fingers wrapping around mine with a firmness that belies his delicate frame. It's okay to be scared. Papa, he says, his voice so full of quiet wisdom that my breath catches. But Doctor, Malhotra is the best, right? You made sure of that. Oh, a sharp, surprised laugh escapes me before I can stop it, roughened by the lump in my throat. When did you become so wise? Sinok, I learned from you, he says with a grin so pure it feels like a balm over my fraying edges. His hand squeezes mine. And soon we'll play football together. You'll see. Fuck. This kid. And I do see it so vividly it hurts. The image of my son kicking a ball, running freely across green grass, laughing with an abandon he has never truly known. I turn away quickly, pretending to busy myself with his things, the weight of that hope pressing down on me too heavily to bear. Duh. I whisper tightly. Soon. The drive to the hospital passes in a haze of Bobik's voice filling the car, a lifeline I cling to. He talks endlessly, explaining the way the neural AI works as though it's a bedtime story, lacing every word with a passion that soothes and devastates me all at once. My son, a 10-year-old boy, understands technology better than some seasoned engineers, and I marvel at his boundless curiosity even as the thought creeps in. Unbidden. Will this curiosity still be here tomorrow if something goes wrong? Yet. It can't go wrong. I crush the thought ruthlessly, focusing instead on the sound of his chatter, memorizing the sound of his laughter. We arrive at the hospital faster than I expect, and the private wing gleams ahead, polished glass and stainless steel reflecting the brightness of the sunlight. My men are already stationed at the entrance, their presence a silent reassurance, though they can do nothing for the battle waging inside me. I park in the reserved spot and exhale slowly, steadying my hands before I step out. Doctor, Malhotra greets us personally, his calm confidence reassuring. Young Mr. Tarasov, ready for your big adventure? More than ready. Bobik declares, and I've been studying the procedure. The neural interface is fascinating. Indeed, it is. Doctor, Malhotra's eyes crinkle with genuine warmth. Perhaps you can explain it to your father while we get you settled? The doctor winks at me as Bobik launches into yet another explanation of neurons and synapses. The private suite exceeds even my exacting standards. State-of-the-art monitoring equipment fills one wall, while the other features a large window overlooking the city. Everything speaks of cash well spent, the best care money can buy for my son. I help transfer Bobik to the hospital bed while nurses bustle around, checking vitals and starting preliminary procedures. He continues his excited explanation of the technology, his hands moving animatedly as he speaks. And see, Papa, the AI learns from my brain signals, creating new neural pathways. It's like teaching my spine to talk to my legs again. I nod, struggling to focus on his words rather than the IV being inserted into his arm. Very impressive. Sin, you understand it better than I do. That's because you're old, he teases, then winces slightly as the nurse adjusts something. I tense, but he waves off my concern. I'm fine. Just a pinch. I feed. Doctor. Malhotra returns with forms requiring my signature. Legal documents, acknowledging risks, consenting to procedures. Each signature feels like signing away a piece of my soul. We'll begin prepping him for surgery in about 20 minutes. He explains gently. You can stay until then. To Israeli, I nod. Not trusting my voice, Bobek reaches for my hand again. Papa, will you tell me about when I was little? Before the chair. The request catches me off guard. What do you want to know? Did I ever try to walk? What were my first words? I settle into the chair beside his bed. Old memories flooding back. You were always moving, always curious. You started trying to crawl before you could even sit up properly. End quote. I don't tell him that there'd been no chance that his tiny legs would ever support him, that he'd be destined to drag himself around until we'd helped him adjust to a chair. Instead, I focus on the highlights. You were advanced in so many ways. The doctors were amazed. He's asked. His eyes light up. Really? Damalush? Your mother could barely keep up with you. And your first word? AudioBook. Even then, you loved learning. Do as say. He smiles, squeezing my hand. Tell me more. So, I do. I tell him about his first attempts at rolling over, his fascination with anything mechanical, how he would babble in a mix of Russian and English. Each memory is precious, painful, filled with what-ifs and might-have-beens. Too soon. Doctor, Malhotra returns. It's time. Here's an ever. Bobek's grip on my hand tightens momentarily. You'll be here when I wake up? Of course. Sin. I won't leave. I come file. He nods bravely. I love you. Papa. Wasn't. The words hit me so hard that I feel like the wind has been knocked from me. I grit my teeth to keep the hurt from coloring my expression. I love you too. Malish. I lean down, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Ya lublю тебя. I stand frozen as they wheel my son away, my feet rooted to the pristine hospital floor despite every instinct screaming to follow. The squeak of the gurney's wheels echoes down the sterile corridor, each sound driving the knife deeper into my chest. Bobek turns his head, giving me one last brave smile before they round the corner. My hands clench into fists, nails biting into my palms. The pain helps to ground me, keeps me from charging after them like my body demands. Doctor, Malhotra's team moves with practiced efficiency, their quiet murmurs and the soft beeping of monitors fading as they take my son further away. I track their progress through the small window in the swinging doors, watching until even their shadows disappear. Blyed, I mutter, running a hand over my face. The tremor in my fingers betrays my carefully maintained composure. I've faced down rival Bratfas, survived assassination attempts, built an empire from nothing, yet watching my 10-year-old son being wheeled into surgery reduces me to this shaking mess. A nurse approaches cautiously. Mr. Tarasov? The waiting area is this way. 1. I nod stiffly, allowing her to guide me to a private room. The luxury surroundings, plush chairs, tasteful artwork, fresh coffee mock the anxiety churning in my gut. My security detail takes up position outside, ensuring my privacy while I wrestle with this helplessness. The clock on the wall ticks away seconds that feel like hours. 8 hours of surgery ahead. 8 hours of not knowing if my son will wake up with a chance at walking or if I've gambled his life on experimental technology. I pace to the window, staring, unseeing at the city below. The sun catches on glass buildings. Too bright. Too normal for a moment, as important as this. Somewhere in this building, doctors are cutting into my son's spine, threading experimental AI components through his nervous system. Chaired, I growl under my breath. I can't stand around here waiting like this. I have to do something. I force myself to walk out, each step feeling like lead. The corridor seems endless. My security detail maintains a respectful distance as I make my way to the parking garage. Inside my car, the carefully maintained control finally shatters. Wetness burns my eyes, spilling heat down my cheeks. A sound escapes me, half sob, half growl, raw and primal. My fists clench on the steering wheel until my palms throb and my knuckles crack. Chertov urod. I haven't spilled a tear since I was a child. Since the day my mother disappeared. And even then, it was restrained. But now the tears want to burst out. Years of suppressed fear, hope, and love breaking through my defenses. Posaluista. I whisper to whatever God might be listening. Please, let him walk. Azurite. The leather steering wheel creaks under my grip as another wave of raw emotion crashes over me. I've killed men, ruined lives, forged an empire on violence and fear. But in this moment, I am simply a father, terrified of losing the most precious thing in my world, my son. I let the tears come, knowing that soon I'll rebuild my walls and return to being the strong, controlled pecan everyone expects. But for now, in the privacy of my car, I allow myself this moment of vulnerability. For Bobek, for the son who deserves so much more than the broken man fate gave him for a father.
Chapter 52. Stella. I'm just out of the shower after my yoga session. My wet hair sticking to my neck. When I see it, a faint glow coming from my underwear drawer. My pulse quickens as I stare at the light slipping through the cracks. The phone! I rush over. My fingers fumbling as I dig through lace and cotton until I find the source of the light. I've taken to moving my burner around to new hiding places every other day. It thrums faintly in my hand. The screen glows with a missed call. Hannah. My heart leaps into my throat, stealing my breath. She never calls me not on this number. Not when we've been so careful. I always contact her first. The fact that she reached out, it can only mean one thing. She found something about Dad's death. Boyana Chimisin. The air feels thick and heavy as a chill ripples up my spine. My fingers tighten around the phone, tremors overtaking them. Just looking at her name on the screen, my stomach churns with a mixture of hope and dread. The toxic cocktail I've tried so hard to suppress. I gnaw on my bottom lip as I struggle with what to do. I don't know if I'm ready for this. These past weeks with Alexei and Bobek have been too perfect. Like a fragile dream I've been afraid to wake from. Afternoons spent together. The lilting sound of laughter as Bobek showed me some new wonder. Even the quiet nights, Alexei's touch on my skin. The sound of his steady breathing in the dark, it's all been surreal. Safe. Even. Something I never had the privilege of experiencing. And now, looking at that tiny, lit-up screen, the thought of shattering my fragile peace makes me shudder. You have to know the truth. Boyana whispers. I know. I murmur, dude. A weak attempt to stabilize myself. The sound of my own voice against the quiet room feels thin and breakable. And yet, Boyana's voice, her steady, infuriating command always pushes me toward things I want to recoil from. But doubts creep in just as fast. Do I really want to know? Would it change anything if I found out that he was killed? I started this. I asked Hannah to start digging. But right now, I'm torn. I'm not supposed to contact anyone from my old life. And I'm finally starting to understand why. Given Alexei's position as Pakhan, and now that we've slipped into this honeymoon phase, I'm not even sure I want to break the magic. Tension hooks into my chest, snapping taut when Boyana's derisive laugh cuts through my thoughts. Fuck the rules. He's not even in the house. She sneers, her voice sharp and cold as ice. I hesitate, but she's right. Once again, Alexei's gone. No explanations. No promises of when he'll be back. Just empty space, stretching between me and the ghost of what could be a relationship. This could be my chance. My only chance. Snapping myself out of my racing thoughts, I retreat to the bathroom. The walls are closer here, creating the illusion of safety, even though the knot in my chest tightens further. I take off the tracker in case my heart rate betrays me, and then I turn on the shower, letting the sound of water drum against the tile, masking anything I might say. I press my back against the cold tiled wall, trying to convince myself that this is just another call. Just Hannah, my bestie. My fingers are shaking so hard, I almost drop the phone as I dial her number. She answers on the first ring. Jesus. Stella. I've been trying to reach you. I am. I know. I whisper, lowering myself to the edge of the tub. My grip on the phone tightens. The metal digs into my palm. I'm sorry. I have to be careful. I get it. Where you are? She trails off, her tone growing heavier. It's dangerous. Stell. I close my eyes, resting a hand over my stomach as fear flickers through me. Don't worry. I'm okay. Did you find something? Her pause stretches across the line, pulling at me like threads unraveling a delicate seam. Stella. You need to prepare yourself for what I'm going to tell you, she finally says, her voice low. It lands like a thud in the hollow of my chest. The ache clutches tighter, blooming into something jagged. What do you mean? What did you find? Are you sitting? I'm afraid this might... Jesus, hun. Just spit it out already. I snap, then exhale. Sorry. I'm strung out. It's okay. I get it, she says. I hear the faint rustle of paper on Hannah's end, with every second that passes. It feels like she's flipping a switch deep inside me. I started with your family records in St. Petersburg, she says slowly. 3 years before you were born. Your parents had another daughter. A what? The words hit me like a splash of ice water, pulling me out of my body and slamming me squarely into buried memories, half-remembered stories punctuated by my Uncle Igor's drunken slurs. My parents' nervous smiles as they waved those stories away as nonsense. Oh, God. My uncle hadn't been making that up. A daughter? My voice cracks like brittle glass. Yes. Boyana Larkina. Your parents were medical students at the time. Stella. They were so young. Struggling. She pauses, her voice growing softer. Sadder. They had to give her up. She was adopted. My hand flies to my chest, pressing down hard to hold in the ache spreading there. A phantom weight twists, sharp and painful. Boyana. I husk out. She was real. Oh my God. Hun, Boyana. A name I've whispered to the wind since I was a small child. Desperate for a connection I never understood. A connection I somehow still have. All those years of my parents calling me delusional, waving away my questions with well-worn lies they knew. There's more, Hannah says before I can gather my crumbling thoughts. Her voice turns urgent. She was adopted by a very wealthy family, the Novikovs. Apparently, she lives here in L.A., goes by Sofia Novikova. White, the Novikovs. Sofia Novikova. My mind stumbles and then shatters. Pieces falling into place with horrifying clarity. That name. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. She wasn't just some woman I stole my own sister's fiancé. God. I rasp. My mouth falling open. As though I can toss the truth away if I deny it hard enough. Are you sure? If you're wrong, I'm pretty sure. Stell. I'm sending you a photo from before her surgeries. Hannah says, check your email. Men. Desperation takes hold. Abandoning my previous caution about being caught, I push myself off the tub and stumble to my desk. My legs feel hollow, like they might give out at any second. My fingers tap the keyboard furiously, navigating to my limited email access. The photo loads, slowly. Pixels resolving into a familiar face, younger. Softa, but undeniably her. The same eyes that glared at me with such venom. Because I ruined her life. I ruined her life. Oh, I fuck. The words slip out as the room tilts and warps. My thoughts shattering and reforming with sharp, jarring clarity. The pieces slot into place with a sickening click. My imaginary conversations with Boyana. The magnetic pull I'd felt toward her so inexplicably. Was some part of me trying to remember? Did some part of me already know? I stretch toward her now, out of instinct, reaching for the solace of her voice. But all I get is silence. An oppressive, gnawing void. Oh my God. The words stick in my throat. Jagged and raw. My stomach lurches, twisting into a tighter knot. Strange coincidence. Hannah's voice crackles over the line like a live wire. Is that Sofia used to be engaged to none other than your baby daddy, Alexei Tarasov? And I grip the desk, hard enough to feel the blood rush to my knuckles. I know. I groan. The admission dragged out of me like a confession. My head drops forward, heavy as an anchor. I'm guessing you've met her? Hannah ventures, her tone measured, like she's navigating around sharp edges. You could say that. I mutter, the memory crawling up. Unbidden. Sophia's eyes, cold and cutting, scald me even now. Her distaste had been immediate. Tangible, an invisible dagger aimed at my throat. If looks could kill. Fuck. I hiss, dragging trembling fingers through my hair. This is how, Stella, Hannah says. Her words suddenly weighted with hesitation. I'm afraid there's more. There's a beat. 2. The silence stretches thin and taut. Suffocating. What do you mean there's more? My voice cracks, dreading what I can already feel coming. When Hannah finally speaks, her voice is soft, deliberate. Your mom. She was right. She exhales. But it doesn't sound like relief. It sounds like resignation. Your father's death wasn't an accident. I'm so sorry. Babe. Edge stays. My head snaps up with a jolt. Ice spreading down my neck, freezing me in place. What do you mean? My tongue is thick, nearly tripping over the words. Somewhere in my mind, I've already started unraveling. What are you talking about? She doesn't soften the blow. What would be the point? The truth drops. Cold as iron and twice as hard. It was staged. A professional hit, she says tightly. The words, stark and final. Your father was running from men who'd been sent for him. Blood roars in my ears, louder than her voice. A hit, I echo, and my voice barely sounds like my own. Pitchy, foreign, choking on disbelief. But that doesn't make sense. Hun. Why? Who would anyone want to hurt my dad? He was no one. My words tumble over one another. A desperate scramble to make sense of it. To will it into being anything but true. My mind reels. Yanked between memories and impossible implications. The wreckage of my dad's car. My mother's quiet, endless despair. The blank vacancy of her eyes that had once brimmed with life. Her lifeless form in her bedroom. Everything I thought I knew suddenly makes no sense. Stella. There's a tremor in Hannah's voice when she says my name. The hesitation lined with the kind of pity that makes my stomach turn. I need you to be strong for this one. The hit. It was ordered by Alexei Tarasov. If we're... The phone slips from my fingers. Clattering to the desk with a sharp noise, I barely register over the deafening rush of blood in my ears. Then silence. Somewhere, far away, the shower beats against tile, muffled and relentless. And then it hits me. Images barrel into me, unrelenting. My father, his body twisted and mangled in the accident. My mother, folding into herself, crushed under the weight of our loss. Her pale body splayed under cold sheets. No, but the images twist, smearing into something grotesque the moment Alexei's face intrudes. Wide hands gripping my hips. His lips, soft yet firm. And familiar, brushing against mine. His voice, low, laughing, sweet against my ear. The child, growing in my womb, our child. His child. The child of my father's killer. Bile bubbles up in my throat. Hot and acidic. I stumble to the bathroom. The world spinning and spiraling in tilting planes. And I fall to my knees in front of the toilet. My stomach convulses violently as my body betrays me, purging everything at once. My shock, my confusion, my horror. Beside me, the shower continues, but I barely hear it anymore. Stella? Babe. Are you there? Hannah's voice crackles faintly from the fallen phone. Muffled but insistent. I can't answer her. Can't think. Can't string together a single coherent thought through the oppressive, choking fog. Wiping off my mouth. I sink to the floor. My arms wrap around my middle. My stomach firm under my palms. The baby shifts. A faint flutter against my hands. A tiny pulse of life reaching out to me. The movement breaks me, splinters me. My sobs come fast and breathless, shaking my entire frame. Tears blur my vision, spill down my cheeks. I can't do this. I can't face this. This can't be real. Except it is. It is as real as me sitting here on the cold tiles, crushed by the weight of everything Hannah told me. Somewhere in the suffocating silence of my mind, I whisper a name, a desperate plea, clinging to the hope of her voice to ground me. What do I do now? Boyana? Silence answers me. A crushing, suffocating silence. For the first time since I was a little child, she's gone, and I am completely alone. Chapter 53. Stella. My lungs burn as I try to catch my breath between sobs. The bathroom tiles press cold against my skin, grounding me in a reality I don't want to face. The shower still runs, steam filling the room and making it hard to breathe. Or maybe that's just the panic crushing my chest. Hannah's voice is gone. The phone, I dropped it in the other room. I should get up, should retrieve it. But my legs won't cooperate. Every muscle feels leaden, weighed down by the horrific truth. Alexei had my father killed. He's responsible. The thought sends another wave of nausea rolling through me. I press my forehead against the cool porcelain of the toilet, willing my stomach to settle. The baby moves again. A gentle, swirling sensation that now feels like an accusation. Another sound joins the din in my head. The sleek iPhone Alexei gave me buzzes on the bathroom counter. His name lights up the screen, filling my veins with ice water. I stare at it, paralyzed. As his face appears, a photo I took weeks ago when he was playing with Bobik. He looked so human then. So normal. What does he want now? Shit. The biomarker. I took it off when I made the call to Hannah. Clambering up, I find it and strap it on. The phone keeps vibrating. I can't answer. Can't hear his voice. Can't pretend everything is fine when he's the reason my parents are dead. Finally, it stops. A message appears instead. Your stress levels are too high. Are you all right? God damn it! This stupid fucking device is betraying my emotional response to the man who destroyed my family. I want to rip off again and fling it across the bathroom. I want to smash it. I want to smash something. Anything. Another message arrives. Stella, answer me. What? My hands shake as I type. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit nauseous. Morning sickness. Hier failst. The lie tastes bitter. But what else can I do? I'm carrying his child. His blood runs through my veins now, mixing with the very blood he spilled. My family's blood. I lean back against the wall and press my hands over my eyes. Every time I close them, I see my father's mangled car, my mother's vacant stare, Alexei's hands on my body, touching me while my parents' blood stains his soul. I have to get out of here. Now. Moving on, autopilot. I stumble from the bathroom and pull on clothing. Sneakers. Jeans. An oversized sweatshirt. It's hardly haute couture, but it's all I can manage. Then I gather essentials cash. My burner phone. The Louis Vuitton bag he bought me mocks my trembling fingers as I stuff items inside. Everything in this fucking place was bought with blood money. My father's blood. I'm still shaking with shock when I reach for the iPhone again. My fingers move automatically as I type the message to Alexei. I need some feminine products. I need to go to town. And denied. His answer is almost immediate. Tell me what you need. I'll send someone to pick it up. Fuck. Of course he would say that. I can't believe that, even now. I'm having to explain myself. Explain myself to the man who took my father away from me. But I'm not backing down. I don't want one of your thugs picking up the wrong size and brand of tampons. Send someone with me if you don't trust me. My text feels like manipulation. But I'm beyond caring. All I care about is getting out of here. Away from this gilded prison. Fine. The driver will meet you downstairs. Comes the answer. Yes. I pull in a series of calming breaths as I make my way through the hallways of the manor to the towering doors that lead out of this hell. The burly driver is already hovering beside the entrance like a dark shadow. Shopping, I tell him as I shove past him. He opens the door for me and nods. Unsuspecting. Why would he suspect anything? I've been the perfect prisoner. Always following rules. Staying in my lane. Not today. The city bustles around us as we drive. Life continuing as though my world hasn't just imploded. We pass shops filled with things I once cared about. Before my world turned upside down. Now nothing will ever be the same again. Finally, we cruise up into a shopping district. Boutique stores line the road. Shoppers milling about. Stop here. I command. My voice foreign, even to my own ears. I'll walk the rest of the way. I'll be right behind you, he says. But I silence him with a haughty look. I am perfectly capable of taking a walk down the street. The exercise is good for the baby. I reach for the door handle, and he quickly brings the car to a halt near the sidewalk. Probably afraid I'll get out before he stops. In my current mood, I just might. Stay in sight, he says. Relax. I'm not going anywhere. I lie, already looking for an opportunity to make a run for it. There's no way I'm going to buy anything. This could be my only chance to get away from the mess my life has become. I pretend to stroll alongside my unwelcome companion, staring into storefronts. But all the while, I'm waiting for that right moment. And then the universe sends me a gift. A crowd catches my eye, protesters filling the street. Their signs bobbing like angry waves. Messages about saving the planet. They seem agitated but harmless. Perfect. Shooting a look over my shoulder. I see Alexei's ape-sized minion close behind. His eyes scanning the streets for any potential threats. Even though he's watching me, I'm not going to give him a chance to stop me. I'll use the element of surprise to my advantage. As the protesters sweep by, I see it. Alexei's thug is distracted, glancing to his side, probably expecting an attack from a rival Mafia gang or something. This is it. Stella! This is the moment. I don't give myself enough time to hesitate. Not when every millisecond counts. Before I realize, I'm darting into the crowd. My legs pumping viciously. I tear the biomarker off my wrist, letting it fall to the ground, probably triggering alarms in Alexei's surveillance system. Let it. Shock and fear have turned into rage, and it's fueling me now. Hey, come back here! I hear my driver shouting from behind, mingling with the chanting of the crowd around me. I'm not going back. Of course, I'm not. I keep running until I merge with the protesters, their angry chants providing cover as I slip deeper and deeper into the mass. It's barely a few minutes before my phone rings. It's not Alexei's ringtone, but I'm certain it's another one of his fucking minions. If he doesn't already know that I've escaped, he'll find out soon enough. I silence it without looking, pushing forward, letting the sea of bodies carry me away from his control. Before I know it, I'm a streets away, the protesters still shouting and waving their arms about. It should unsettle me, but it doesn't. I'm still reeling from the horror of what I just learned. Even an angry mob can't compare to that. But now, my stomach is roiling, and it's not nausea or the baby this time. Food. I need food. It's always been there when I've needed a place to turn. And now I need that more than ever. The golden arches of McDonald's beckon like a beacon of rebellion. Inside, the smell of grease and salt makes my mouth water. No more carefully portioned meals. No more watching my weight for him. Fuck the goddamn diet. Fuck all of it. Big Mac meal. I'd tell the cashier. Then add. Make it large. Extra fries. And a chocolate shake. Screw it. And a Coke. Large, too. Okay. The cashier hands me the slip. and I hesitate. The shiny credit card Alexei gave me will definitely give my location away. So, I pay cash, reveling in this small act of defiance. I find a booth and sink into it, trying not to look too nervous. But I can't help it when my eyes dart around the place. My nerves are stretched as taut as violin strings. Yet the food, when it arrives, tastes like freedom. I stuff fries into my mouth, sauce dripping down my chin. Let him try to control this. Let him, Miss Fairmont. It sighed. Two men in dark suits and darker glasses materialize beside my table. My heart stops. They're clearly not McDonald's types. This could only mean trouble. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Freedom had seemed so close. But I'd barely been gone 30 minutes. And already, I'm trapped. I look around at the other diners. Maybe I can get out of here. Mr. Tarasov requests your presence. The taller of the two says. The words may be polite, but his expression tells me he's anything but friendly. I'm having lunch, I say, reaching for another fry. His eyes narrow on it. Now, he growls. Don't make this get ugly. Today, I'll do what I damn well please. I say, my voice rising. Is everything all right here? The manager hovers nearby, looking uncertain. The tall guy turns to him. We're bail bondsmen, here on official business. This woman has skipped out on bail. She's a flight risk, and we're taking her into custody. Est. My mouth drops open at the ease with which he just came up with that lie. But why am I surprised? These men are criminals. After all, just like the man who hired them. That's not true, I tell the manager, who looks at me suspiciously. I've been kept against my will, and they're trying to force me to go back. Oh, the shorter guy makes a snorting sound. If I had $1 for every time some perp used that line on us, I wouldn't need this job. Ideal. The manager stares at me, and then down at my food before meeting my eye again. I think you'd better finish up and go with these gentlemen. Miss, he says. Gentlemen? Are you freaking kidding me? I blurt. These guys are hired thugs. My voice rises, and the couple at the table nearby turn to stare. Please, don't cause a scene. Miss, the guy says. I have other customers to consider. My stomach churns, threatening to expel my act of rebellion. The shorter guy is smirking at me, while the other one stands with his arms folded over his chest. Their stance leaves no room for argument. Fine, I whisper, gathering my things. They flank me as we exit, their presence a cage of flesh and bone. So much for my hastily plotted escape plan. The black SUV waiting outside might as well be a hearse. The big guy holds the door open, and I slide in, my heart pounding so hard I fear it might break free of my chest. Fuck, he's going to be so pissed. Too bad. I'm even more pissed. I don't want to speak to him, I say to the guys, who are occupying the front seats. You can take me back, but that doesn't mean I have to swallow any more of his lies. I cede. They don't respond, both staring ahead through the windshield in silence. I hope you're proud of yourselves. Bullying an innocent woman. Who's pregnant? More silence. What did I expect? I'm just a job to them. They're following orders. I sink back into the expensive leather upholstery and rub my face with both hands. There's no getting around it. I'm going to have to confront Alexei about what I've learned. I just don't know how, or what to say, right now. I'm afraid I might launch an attack when I see him. Rage is bubbling in me as thick and black as hot tar. I can almost picture it. God, what a mess. How could I have been such an idiot? I knew what he was. Bratva. They're not good guys. Drugs. Trafficking. Illegal arms. Alexei Tarasov is not a good guy. And he killed my dad. Another sob shudders up my throat. And I fight it back again. When I see him, I'm not going to be some pathetic mess. I'm going to tell him that I know. And that I despise him. That I hope that all the pain he's inflicted in his lifetime gets inflicted back on him. But Bobik, I shake my head. Poor Bobik can't help who his father is. And just because Alexei shows some kind of heart around the boy doesn't mean he's a good person. Despicable people often care about things. Even Hitler loved his dog. As the car maneuvers through the city traffic, I work to settle my nerves. I have to keep it together when I face him. Have to be calm. Boyana. I think desperately, seeking comfort in old habits. But the thought of her of Sophia sends fresh pain lancing through me. My sister. My enemy. Another truth too bitter to swallow. It doesn't matter that the Boyana I know has been imaginary. I feel her loss as painfully as if she'd been beside me all these years. Because, in a way, she has. Buildings blur past as we drive. The city giving way to industrial wasteland. I frown as I realize that I don't recognize anything around us. Where are we going? I say to the guy in the driver's seat. This isn't the way home. We're Quarst. Home? Is that really how I think of that place? He doesn't respond. So I lean forward and tap him on the shoulder. Where are you taking me? I demand. Did Alexei tell you to bring me out here? Quiet, he barks. He flicks a hard glare at me in the rearview mirror, and I shrink back against the seat. A warehouse-looking building looms ahead, its windows dark and threatening. A sickening feeling of dread starts to form in the pit of my belly. Get out. One man commands as we stop. My legs shake as I comply. Did Alexei arrange this? Did he find out that I know he organized the hit against my father? Is this how he silences those who know too much? Oh, God. He wouldn't. I reach into the car to get my purse. But the short guy snatches it away. You won't be needing that where you're going, he says, then puts a hand into it and extracts my phone. Or this, either. I suck in a sharp breath as he throws it on the floor and stomps on it with the heel of his shoe. Glass shatters and crunches under his foot. Wait! You can't. The guy behind me shoves me between my shoulder blades, and I stagger forward, realizing with horror that he just jabbed me with the barrel of a gun. Please! I choke out, struggling to regain my balance. It's grown darker, and I'm struggling to see my way clearly. This is wrong. All wrong. The entrance is directly ahead, tall and ominous. The warehouse door creaks open, and I hesitate, my legs refusing to move forward. Another shove has me stumbling through the doorway. I'm swallowed into the shadows. Chapter 54. Stella. The door closes behind me and I'm nudged forward. I clutch the rusty railing that leads up a staircase, the flaking metal biting into my palm as I force myself to move. Each step feels heavier than the last. Terror pooling in my stomach like lead. My breathing is so loud it seems to echo off the concrete walls. The air smells of mildew and damp stone, suffocating in its closeness. But I focus on moving, acutely aware of the thugs behind me. My legs tremble, but it's not from climbing. At the top of the staircase, a door shifts on its hinges. A low, guttural moan that tells me it hasn't been used in years. This place is probably abandoned. Unlikely to have anyone stumble in and find me here. Rescue me from whatever fate Alexei has in store. Surely, he wouldn't. I just can't believe he'd do anything to hurt me. Why not? He murdered Dad. My breath stalls, caught somewhere in my throat, as two figures materialize from the shadows. Alexei, I choke out, praying that I'll be able to reason with him somehow. I squint into the darkness. At first, it's just the shapes. But then the dim, flickering fluorescent light reveals them. And it's not Alexei. It's shit. Gianni steps forward, his mouth twisting into that infuriating smirk. That smirk that slithers under your skin and festers. The sharp lines of his face look even harsher under the unforgiving light. His predatory eyes glinting with something dark. Something vile. Then a woman moves into view beside him. And I gasp. You! I choke. You're... The sleek black hair. The impeccable designer suit. Her head held high, like a queen surveying her kingdom. Sophia! My eyes rove over her as a realization dawns on me. It was her! She was the woman I saw coming out of Gianni's apartment that morning I went to confront him. The one he'd been screwing while we were engaged. I never saw her face that day. But her bearing. Her posture. It's impossible to deny. I shake my head as I try to comprehend this. Hello, Stella, she says, her voice cold as ice. But it's her eyes that unnerve me, the pure. Cold hatred there pierces right through me, leaving me raw and exposed. The pieces lock into place like jagged fragments of a broken mirror, cutting as they come together. A sickening clarity washes over me, pulling the breath straight from my lungs. My vision wavers. Oh God. They're working together! And whatever their goal is, getting rid of me seems to be part of it. I feel it in my gut, in the way their gazes pin me like a cornered animal. Gianni spreads his arms. The gesture as slimy as the false warmth in his voice. Welcome to the party. Cara. The fluorescent bulb above flickers, swelling the shadows on his face until he looks almost monstrous. Something oily twists in my stomach. And for a moment, nausea floods me so fast, I clutch the railing harder to steady myself. But it's not morning sickness this time, it's fear. Raw, unfiltered fear. What do you want? The words somehow stumble out of my mouth. My voice, though steadier than I feel, sounds foreign to me. False bravery wrapped over trembling lips. I keep my arms stiff at my sides, willing them to stop shaking. Cold metal against my spine forces me to walk forward again. But even the fear of the weapon held against me can't force me to close the distance between us. Sophia's laugh cuts through the stagnant air like a blade. She stalks toward me, setting my teeth on edge. What do we want? She stops just short of me, tilting her head as if she's looking at something pitiful. That's rich. She sneers, the contempt dripping from her tongue. I want what's mine. What you stole. It was. The accusation hits like a slap to my face, making me recoil as though she physically struck me. Even though I open my mouth to protest, my voice falters. The words stick to the roof of my mouth. I didn't steal anything. But the truth tastes hollow when I chew on it. Because I did. Didn't I? Alexei was hers first, I didn't know it. But that doesn't change what happened. She arches a dark brow. One manicured hand flicking in, quick. Dismissive motions. You know what's funny? Her smile spreads. Cruel and tar-like. Smothering anything soft. I actually tried to handle this. Delicately, at first. She takes a step closer. Her perfume sharp. Suffocating. Poor. Stupid Imelda was so easy to bribe. A few $1,000s. And she was ready to slip anything I wanted into your food. As her process, and Tued, I stare at her. The air stalling in my lungs as yet another revelation hits me. The food. Diana's warnings. I sway as the pieces slot together. And horror rises in me. You? My hand flies instinctively to my stomach as realization unfurls. Protecting something. Someone. Something so small and fragile it feels laughable to cling to it in the face of this onslaught. You tried to poison me? Sophia rolls her eyes. As though I'm the one being irrational. If it wasn't for that meddling Diana. She spits the name with such venom that it makes me flinch. You'd already be gone. No mess. No fuss. Just a tragic little accident. She offers a theatrical sigh, her voice dripping with mock regret. But no, dear old Imelda's gone back to starve in the Philippines. And here we are, doing things the hard way. The hard way? My arms wrap around my stomach like a shield. But I know it's useless. I can almost hear Diana in the back of my mind. Her voice laced with warning. I told myself it was just another way that Alexei was trying to control me. But it wasn't. It was an assassination attempt. This woman in front of me. My sister. The irony of it twists inside of me. Too sharp to laugh at and too painful to ignore. My voice trembles, despite my best efforts to sound steady. Sophia. Her name feels foreign on my tongue. As though it doesn't belong there. I step forward. Just a little. Just enough to put hope into the movement. There's something you need to know. Shut up. I know everything I need to. She cuts me off. But this is important. I push, fumbling for words. I just found out. I know it sounds ridiculous. But we're sisters. End quote. Her eyes fly wide, and then her face twists into something dark. What? She laughs out the word. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the most idiotic bullshit I've ever heard. She shakes her head. Dark hair goes flying. But it's true. You were adopted. Right? I say, hoping for some sort of acknowledgement. All I see is contempt. I start to babble, trying to get the right words out. Your parents were my parents. They had to give you up. But I always knew I had a sister and I never... Stop. She spits the word with violent precision, cutting the air between us like a blade. Do not call me that. Her eyes are shards of ice. I see no reflection of myself there. Only hatred. You think you can manipulate me with some ridiculous lie? She sneers. Low and bitter. The sound scratching down my spine. Nice try. Stella is son. It's not a lie. I take another step forward, my hand reaching out. Desperate now. Our parents, your birth parents, they were too young. Sophia. They were too young to keep you. They found you a family who could take care of you. But before that, you are, Boyana Larkina. Is. A flicker. The barest flicker of something tilts her expression, her lips part. Her brows twitch downward. It's there for a fragment of a second, before the rage washes it away, sweeping over her like wildfire. "Shut up!" She surges forward, her finger jabbing toward my face. "You think you can spin fairy tales and make this go away? You think I'll just forgive you for ruining my life because you fabricated some bullshit story?" "Ruining your life?" I say in astonishment. "Yes," she snaps. "You and that fucking baby got in the way of me and Alexei and ruined everything. You stupid cunt." I stare at her, the way I'm starting to see it. Her perfect life was destined to be over before it began. She was screwing Gianni before she even walked down the aisle with Alexei. For God's sake. But there's no way I'm going to say that now. She doesn't need any more reasons to want to kill me. I'm so sorry. "Sophia," I say instead, my hand outstretched. I don't know if it's a gesture of surrender or connection, but she stares at it as if she'd happily bite my fingers off. "Don't you fucking sorry me," she snarls. "I'll show you how sorry you can be when I... Ladies, let's be reasonable here." Gianni's voice cuts through her tirade. Slick and smooth, like poison dripping from silver. It makes my skin crawl. He slides between us, his body a barrier I would never ask for. His eyes shift to me, and a shiver rakes through me as they roam over my form, stopping at the slight curve of my stomach. "Ah," he says, "the miracle of childbirth." He smirks. "You know, I find it fascinating. He's too close. Close enough that I can smell the faint musk of his cologne, feel the heat radiating from him even as my own blood runs cold. His lips curl into something that's supposed to be a smile, but feels more like a predator baring its teeth. It's impossible to believe that not long ago, I was planning to spend my life with this man. Now, just standing in front of him makes me want to vomit. "Get away from me," I hiss, recoiling and folding my arms over my chest. He reaches out to stroke my cheek, and I slap it away, resisting the urge to snap my teeth at him. "Leave this to me, Gianni," Sophia says coldly. "I told you I wanted to handle her." Fuck. Exactly how does she plan to handle me? Now. "Sophia, cara mia." Gianni's accent has grown thicker. "Let's not be too hasty. You can still have your moment with her. Just let me have my fun first." "I did, Gianni." "Stop fucking around," Sophia barks. "Fucking around. Funny you should say that." He chuckles. "Let's not waste this opportunity," he purrs. Unhurried. Deliberate. Opportunity? The words feel acidic, burning through the heavy air and into my skin. "What opportunity?" Sophia's voice slices upward, sharp and disbelieving. "This wasn't part of the plan. Gianni, we agreed. Don't worry. I just need a moment." He interrupts her, his eyes never leaving me. "After this, you'll do with her as you please." His hand drifts toward his belt buckle, his movements casual, predatory. "What? He can't be serious!" I freeze, unable to breathe, unable to move, as his zipper whines in the oppressive silence. My stomach churns violently. I back away until I feel myself press against a wall, the rough concrete biting into my shoulder blades. My breaths come short and shallow, my chest heaving as panic cracks through my resolve. "Gianni, for fuck's sake!" We don't have time for this. Sophia objects, but he stops her with an upheld palm. Quiet, he barks, and her mouth snaps shut. I don't know if it's obedience or surprise, but both seem foreign to her. I've always wanted to fuck a pregnant woman, with someone watching. Seeing her like this, it's too perfect to pass up. He reaches for my chin, his grip on it tightening painfully when I try to pull away. Gianni! She tries once more. Sit down and be quiet, he says, jerking his head toward a nearby chair. His hand is delving into the front of his open pants. I fight down a gag as he tugs out his hard cock and begins to stroke it. The tip is already glistening with pre-cum as he rolls his palm over it. Leering at me, I stare in horror for a second before snapping my eyes back to his face. Sophia has sunk onto the chair, her face a mask of conflicting emotions. Gianni's grin stretches wider. Strip, he commands me.
Chapter 55. Alexei. Bobik's procedure churns in my mind like a relentless storm as the car eats up the miles back to the manor. My fingers drum an erratic, anxiety-fueled rhythm on the steering wheel. Each tap a silent echo of the turmoil inside me. The boy's unwavering optimism before they wheeled him into surgery lingers like a ghost, haunting me. Yet, Doctor, Malyotra's calm, assured voice cuts through the fog. Trust me, Alexei. We've got this. And I cling to it like a lifeline. But it's not enough. For reasons I can't quite understand. I need Stella. Her sharp, scientific mind would unravel the tangled threads of my thoughts. Make sense of the chaos. Or maybe it's more than that. Something deeper. Something I'm only now beginning to acknowledge. She's become the one person I trust with the mess inside my head. The one who makes me feel safe to reveal my feelings. And right now, I'm a fucking wreck. Torn between hope and terror. Buoyed by Malhotra's confidence, yet paralyzed by the weight of what's at stake. My son. My life. I park my car in front of the entrance to the left wing and jog up the stairs. There's nobody in the foyer, and the hallways are silent when I stride through. Unsettling me. She's not by the pool. Her favorite spot to lose herself in a book. Nor is she in her bedroom, though the memory of her soft, warm mind lingers in the space. My fingers twitch with the phantom sensation of her skin beneath them. I force myself to turn away, my jaw tight. Stella? My voice echoes off marble floors as I move briskly through the corridors. Nothing. It's been hours since I let her go shopping. She should be back by now. Unease crawls up my spine as I stride to Diana's quarters. She's sprawled on her chaise, arm draped over her eyes. Where's Stella? No idea. Diana winces, not bothering to get up. Migraine. Been here all day. If you never with first, if you see her, tell her I need to speak to her. It's urgent. Sure. Is Bobby okay? She says feebly. Still waiting to hear from the doctor. I'll let you know as soon as he gives me an update. I don't wait to hear her response. I'm already striding out the door. My phone is vibrating in my pocket and I scowl. I've ignored it till now, listening only for the personalized ringtone that I'd set for Malhotra. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. Blyad, I mutter, scrolling through a flood of security alerts. My blood runs cold. Stella, gone? A string of missed calls and messages from my security team flashes across my screen, each one amplifying my dread. Stella has run off. I stop in my tracks. Run off? How the fuck does she just run off? And why? Things have been good. Better than good. Blyed. Panic ignites within me, and I curse under my breath, thumbing the screen to access the app that links to her biomarker device. I haven't been checking it as obsessively these past weeks. There's been no doubt in my mind that Stella is as anxious as I am to do the best for our baby. She'd never put him at risk in any way. Him, a small, involuntary smile tugs at my lips. We keep arguing about it. But lately, I found myself imagining a smaller version of her in my world, her stubbornness, her fire, her brilliance. Except now, I have other things to worry about. A flurry of data streams in, and shock grips me as I watch her stress levels spike alarmingly high while the coordinates are scrambled. But then, there's nothing. The last set of data came in over an hour ago. Čertvos mi. I grit my teeth, forcing myself to remain calm, to keep my head clear. Stella's in trouble, and I don't know where she is. Fuck. I need help handling this, and quick. Someone with a better grasp of technology than me. Vasya. I bark into my phone after speed dialing him. The ringing had felt like an eternity as I paced back and forth, waiting for him to answer. Alexei, what's wrong? His voice breaks through my turbulent thoughts. Stella's biomarker app shows she's in distress. I say, urgency lacing every word. And her tracker's gone offline. Find out where she is. I hear typing on his end before he speaks again. She had a secondary tracker on her cell phone. She's in an industrial area filled with warehouses. End quote. What the fuck? Why the hell would she be in an industrial area? She'd gone shopping, and she left with security. Someone to look after her. Unless someone took her? The realization hits me like a freight train. And there's only one person who immediately springs to mind. Maranzano. That piece of shit. We've been playing cat and mouse with him for the last 2 weeks. Sasha struggling to pin him down without drawing too much heat. And Gianni, if he's involved. If he's dragged Stella into this again, Yobani Urad, cross-reference the address against Maranzano's property records. I tell Vesa. Gianni Maranzano? No. Rasputin. Maranzano. I snort impatiently. Jesus. Vasya. Of course. Fucking Johnny. My temper is flaring, and he knows better than to push me. There's more typing. Koplia, he exclaims. It's one of his, through a holding company. So it's registered as a... I don't bother listening to the rest. I end the call, bringing up another number. I call Sasha next. Adrenaline surging through me like wildfire. Get ready. We're moving. His crease. Sasha's voice is tense, but composed. Where to? What's going on? Stella's been taken. I say, my jaw tightening. It was Maranzano. When there's a beat of silence. Then Sasha exhales sharply. Fuck. We should have dealt with him by now. Was a no. Duh. We should have. I resist the urge to tear him a new asshole for not finishing the job yet. This might be your chance to make it right. Now head in the game. We're not leaving anything to fate this time. Things Pravrik. Got it. Sasha says, his tone shifting to one of grim determination. Meet you outside. The line goes dead. And I clench the phone in my fist, already calculating our next move as I sprint to the gunroom and get myself tooled up. Flak jacket, assault rifle, blades, and an extra handgun join my regular piece as I make my way back to my car. By the time I get outside, Sasha is there with the engine running. I give a curt nod as I climb into the passenger seat beside him. I'm not in the mood for small talk. So we race through the city in silence as we follow the GPS coordinates Vasia sent me. I feel each mile as if I'm being dragged face first along the asphalt. By the time the car screeches to a halt in the warehouse district, the air thick with the stench of oil and decay, I'm ready to wage war. Sasha and I leap out, Kalashnikovs slung over our shoulders, and race across a parking area where a black SUV is parked in front of a derelict warehouse. Koroshi. This has to be it. Sasha flanks me, his movements swift and silent, a shadow in the dim light. The air is thick with tension, every breath sharp and deliberate. Adrenaline spikes in my veins, but I force myself to stay focused, to push aside the fear clawing at the edges of my mind. Stella's in there, and if Maranzano has hurt her, not now. Mudak, stay sharp. We'll use the element of surprise to our advantage. Maranzano has no idea we were able to track Stella, and we're going to keep it that way for as long as possible. I gesture toward the side entrance of the warehouse, and Sasha positions himself beside me, his expression hard, eyes scanning the area for threats. The door is slightly ajar, and I can hear muffled voices inside. My grip tightens on my rifle as I edge closer, listening. The place reeks of motor oil, sweat, and cheap cigarettes. Sasha clears the door silently, moving like a ghost, while I follow close behind. We're barely inside when I spot them, 4 men methodically checking their weapons in the dim light. 2 more stand guard near a rusty staircase leading to a second level. The glint of metal catches my eye. AR Femtons, Glocks, tactical knives. These aren't street thugs, they're hired professionals. A floorboard creaks beneath my boot. A head snaps up, eyes widening. Suka, I mutter. We got company, someone shouts, voice echoing through the cavernous space. I drop to one knee as bullets rip through the air above me. The Kalashnikov kicks against my shoulder as I return fire, dropping the first man with 2 center-of-mass hits. The satisfying thud of his body hitting concrete barely registers as I pivot toward my next target. Blyad. So much for sneaking in unnoticed. Gunfire continues to crackle in the air. Sasha engages the 2 by the stairs while I roll behind a stack of oil drums. Hot lead pinging off metal inches from my head. The smell of gunpowder fills my nostrils. Sharp and familiar. A shadow moves to my right. I whip around and fire, catching a bearded man in the shoulder. He staggers but doesn't fall. I leap forward, driving my knife deep into his throat before he can recover. Hot blood spurts across my hand as I twist the blade. His eyes bulge, then go vacant. Boshel nahui, I growl, pushing the corpse aside. 2 more emerge from behind a forklift. One fires wildly, forcing me back into cover. I empty my magazine in their direction, buying time to switch to my handgun. When the first man reloads, I surge forward. The pistol barks twice in my hand. The first round takes him in the chest. The second punches through his eye socket, spraying brain matter across the concrete. His partner lunges at me with a tactical knife, slashing wildly. Lousy. I catch his wrist mid-swing, twisting until bones crack. Before he can scream, my forehead smashes into his nose. He staggers back, dazed and bleeding. I finish him with a brutal hook kick to the temple that snaps his neck. Clear, Sasha calls from across the warehouse. I stand amid the carnage, chest heaving, scanning for more threats. 6 bodies litter the floor, a couple more by the staircase. Blood pools beneath my boots. Too fucking easy. Where's Gianni? It doesn't take long to find out. Stella's voice rings out sharply from the top of the old staircase. I can't make out what she's saying, but it's definitely her. Relief floods me, though it's quickly replaced by a surge of rage. She's alive. But she's not okay. Fucking stay still. A voice drawls smooth. Arrogant. Unmistakably Maranzano's. AudioBook. I exchange a glance with Sasha, and he nods, understanding my silent command. We'll go in hard and fast. No room for negotiation. The door at the top of the stairs is hanging wide open, and as we pause on the landing, the scene before me comes into sharp focus. There he is, the preening motherfucker. Gianni is standing facing the doorway, using Stella as a human shield, a gun to her head. I wouldn't try anything if I were you. His voice rings out. Pizda. I'll cut his fucking balls off. I slowly move inside, meeting Stella's eyes across the room, wide and terrified. It knifes through me, seeing her like this, exposed, vulnerable. The cold barrel of Gianni's gun pressed against her temple, her belly swollen with my child. Our child. Giovanni Urod. Red edges my vision. But I can't start shooting. Not while Gianni is using Stella's body to protect his. I want to tear the Italian apart with my bare hands. Watch him bleed out slowly for daring to threaten what's mine. But I keep my expression cold, calculating. This is not the time to barge in. Guns blazing. One wrong move, and I lose everything. Drop the gun. Maranzano, you're outmatched. My voice is ice, the calm before destruction. Gianni's laugh echoes in the cramped room. His fingers dig deeper into Stella's arm, making her wince. Something primal rises in me at the sight. I don't think so. Tarasov. He shifts, using Stella's body as a perfect shield. You're finally where I want you, trapped between your precious cargo and your famous fucking reputation. Oh, I don't blink. Don't move a muscle. My Glock remains steady, aimed at the sliver of his head visible behind Stella's hair. It would be a risky shot, too risky with Stella and our child in the line of fire. Let her go, and we can settle this like men. I keep my voice even, reasonable. This is between us. U.S. Oh, I disagree. His smile is reptilian. Your little bitch here has been a problem for both of us. Did she tell you how she begged me for money to save his little brother? How she'd do anything? Maybe I should keep her after all. I kid. Stella's eyes flash with hatred as she struggles against his grip. I feel Sasha tense beside me, waiting for my signal. The room is a powder keg, one spark away from explosion with Stella in the crossfire. 3 seconds. I say, each word deliberate. Then I put a bullet through your skull. Everyone resins. Try it. Gianni hisses, pressing the barrel harder against Stella's temple. See who drops first. Me. Or your pregnant girlfriend. Fuck. The standoff stretches, taut as a wire. One twitch of his finger, and Stella's gone. My child's gone. Everything I didn't know I wanted until now, gone. I've barely registered Sophia's presence in the room until she suddenly shrieks from the corner. Just fucking kill them. Gianni, they won't risk shooting at you with the bitch in the way. The outburst yanks Gianni's attention away for just a fragment of a second, his eyes darting towards Sophia. His grip on Stella loosening imperceptibly. It's all I need. Instinct kicks in before sense or reason could. Time slows down as my vision is reduced to one single point in space. My finger squeezes the trigger once. Precisely. The shot tears through the air, and Gianni's gun explodes from his hand in a spray of blood and metal. He howls, clutching his shattered fingers to his chest. Move, I bark at Sasha. He's already in motion before the word leaves my mouth, surging forward like a hungry predator. I'm right next to him, crossing the room in 3 long strides. Stella stumbles away from Gianni as he reels backward, giving me a clean line of attack. "Ah, vaffanculo," he continues screaming, holding the bloody remains of his hand. I silence him by driving my fist into his sternum with everything I have. The impact cracks through the room, and air explodes from his lungs. He doubles over, and I bring my knee up to meet his face with a satisfying crunch. Blood sprays from his shattered nose as he collapses to the floor, spitting red-painted mucus. Sasha has Sophia pinned against the wall before she can flee, her arm twisted behind her back at a painful angle. She spits and curses in Russian, fighting like a wildcat, but Sasha's grip is unbreakable. I grab Gianni by his throat, slamming him against the concrete floor. His eyes bulge as I press my forearm across his windpipe, cutting off his air. "You should have stayed away from what's mine," I growl, pressing harder. His face turns purple, veins bulging as he claws weakly at my arm. "Alexei!" Stella's voice cuts through my rage. I turn my head to see her standing a few feet away, arms wrapped protectively around her belly, eyes wide but steady. My instincts scream at me to act to break Gianni's neck and get to her now. But I'm interrupted. A buzz. Then another. The vibration of my phone in my pocket is followed by insistent ringing. It cuts through the air like a blade, shattering the taste of my victory. It's Dr. Malhotra's ringtone. Fuck. If he's calling me now, I freeze, indecision paralyzing me. Why is he calling me now? If this is about Bobik, the room has gone silent. Only my phone continues ringing. I stand there with my forearm pressed against Gianni's neck, caught in a cruel limbo, the weight of Bobik's operation in one hand and this situation in the other. But the buzzing of my phone is impossible to ignore. Malhotra should still be in surgery. If he's calling now, it's because there's a problem. Blyad, I can feel it as the color drains from my face, ripping myself back a step. I snatch the phone from my pocket, my eyes never leaving Stella. The look in her eyes speaks of contempt, something I don't understand. But I can't ask her now. Watch them, I tell Sasha, jerking my head at Gianni and Sophia. He already has his weapon trained on Gianni, who's whimpering over his ruined hand. Sophia looks like a cornered snake. Speak. I hiss into the receiver as I step out of the doorway. Alexei. Doctor. Malhotra's voice comes through. There's an edge of tension to it that I don't fucking like. There's a problem. My lungsies. No. Please. God. No. What is it, I ask, dread already unfurling. The doctor pauses, his voice shaking slightly. I'm afraid there's been a complication during the surgery. Your son. I'm sorry. Alexei. Bobik is in critical condition. Izavro. The words crash over me like ice water. My throat constricts and my skin feels like it's turning to ice beneath a cold sheen of sweat. What do you mean? Critical. My voice rises, sharp and agitated. The doctor sighs, clearly struggling to find the right words. The procedure, it didn't go as planned. We've done everything we can, but his condition has deteriorated. You need to come back to the hospital immediately. It might. He hesitates, the next words coming out quieter, almost a whisper. This might be your last chance to see him alive. I A roaring sound fills my ears as my body fights to process what I've just heard. I can barely think. No, I hear myself saying. I did everything. Do you hear me? I made sure every precaution was taken. Spent every damn cent I could to ensure this wouldn't happen. My voice cracks. I completely understand. But there's no time to argue about this now. Your son needs you. Blyad. He's right. Bobik needs me. I swallow my fury and steel myself. I'll be there. I say, roughly before ending the call. Boshemoy. What man should have to face this? Me. That's who. Penance for my crimes. And God knows I've committed enough of them. Handle this. I bark at Sasha through the doorway. My own voice, foreign to my ears. He blinks at me in confusion, but I don't have time to explain things to him. If there's anyone who can deal with Gianni and Sophia, it's him. He'll keep Stella safe while I'm gone. At least, that's what I tell myself, because fuck. I don't have any other options. I spin on my heel, taking the stairs 2 at a time as I race back to my waiting vehicle. One singular thought is driving me forward. Bobik. There's still time. There has to be time. I won't let it end like this. Not like this. Critical condition. Might be your last chance to see him alive. I robotically leap into the driver's seat, slam the door, and jam the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life. But before I can shift into drive, something happens. The cracking sound of gunfire erupts inside the warehouse, sharp cracks that cut through the air like blades. Hatozahui. My hands freeze on the steering wheel. A shout from Sasha, angry. Urge. More shots. Then another burst of gunfire. Longer, this time. Yobani Urod. What now? Sasha, I yell uselessly, knowing he can't hear me. I'm halfway out of the car when I hear it, Stella's scream. High and terrified. Slicing through me like a knife. Then, a dull thud. The way a lifeless body drops to the floor. I've heard it enough times to know exactly what it sounds like. Then, there's silence. Absolute fucking silence. What the fuck just happened in there? My blood in my veins turns to ice. No, I whisper. The word barely audible even to myself. The bitter smell of death circles around me, suffocating me, like it's enjoying watching me as I lose everything. My phone vibrates again in my pocket, Doctor. Malhotra, calling back. No doubt wondering where I am while my son lies dying. My son. My unborn child. Stella. I'm being torn apart. Pulled in opposite directions by 2 impossible choices. The hospital is 20 minutes away. 20 minutes that Bobik might not have. But Stella. I slam my fist against the dashboard. Hard enough that pain shoots up my arm. Blyad. More silence from the warehouse. I strain to hear anything movement. Voices. Even more gunfire. Nothing. Just the pounding of blood in my ears and the insistent ringing of my phone. If that scream means what I think it means. I can't finish the thought. If Stella's gone, if our child is gone, I'll burn this fucking city to the ground. I'll hunt Sophia and that Italian prick to the ends of the earth. My phone stops buzzing, then immediately starts again. Bobik's time is running out. The bitter taste of choice fills my mouth. I grip the handle of my car's door so hard my knuckles turn white. Every instinct screams at me to run back inside the warehouse. What if Stella is hurt? Maybe she's still breathing. Maybe I can save her. But what if that means I'll never see my son again? What if that means I know what Olga would say? The same thing Stella would say. Go to Bobik. This might be the last time you see him alive. End of part 1.